Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Pat Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! Here he goes. There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nuss Flush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Ken. Kenny Ken wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Ken, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97. Home. That is a way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado custodian. Billy Friedrich. Jones one all coming down the advantage.
Coin! Fired! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the Parker Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dawn. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, when we all PSR, Pub Sports Radio, bizarre. Is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, better with the bag and you love it. We want it top 10, we above it.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Wednesday, February 19th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. This show today on Wednesday, February 19th is the most important show thus far this year. Coming off a bad night in college basketball. I've had a bad 3-week run in college basketball. And we're a couple weeks, 2.5 weeks away from conference tournaments. We have to win today. 52 college basketball games will be broken down here on the show with the help of Morgan Spooner, Conor Mac, Daby Cab, Wine Time Sports, and Getting Bill's Billy Brisbane. We must succeed. 52 games in college basketball, 1 game in NBA. We must succeed. I made 4 bets so far. I doubled up on Winthrop. There's a lot on the line. Justin McKelvey rolling right now. Stacks is rolling. Notre Dame +2, Cincinnati +3.5. Get this copied and pasted here. Get this locked in. Dan Kelly talking about the huge basketball game. Dan, I love you, buddy. Huge hockey game. I think basketball, and I think of Dan Kelly. Huge hockey game tomorrow night. Canada, America. We still don't know if Quinn Hughes will be eligible to play. America needs another injury. It's a tricky situation that they're in right now. They got to find a way to get Quinn Hughes in. But we'll be talking about that game heavy tomorrow with Bobano. Gerald Jones, UNC Greensboro +105 for our guy, Gerald Jones. He's coming off a great day in college basketball. I'd love to see that. Get that right under Justin McKelvey's action. All basketball. There's going to be a long show. We have to deliver the goods. Slow Jams, Arsenal, Mississippi State -2.5. Excellent work. Thomas Maggio is on Bama moneyline, Kentucky moneyline. Let's get this all copied and pasted here. And locked in series business, ready to get to work. Barry Smith ready to go. There's Wine Time Sports. So Wine Time will jump on anytime he wants throughout the show. We have Morgan Spooner for the first 2 hours of the show. He's rushing home to get into his studio right now from work. Then at 1 p.m., Morgan Spooner hands off to Conor Mac. We have best bets from Daby Cab as well. We're going to have a best bet in college basketball from Brizzy as well, but we won't get to that until a lot later. Barry Smith moving on Cincy money line. Johnny Guns coming off a huge day. Johnny, I love to see it, my friend. Now, I need one today. I need one badly. We can't wait. We can't. There's nothing to talk about except basketball games in action. Let's get to work. We'll have Spooner joining us here shortly. Jose, can you we need an early bless of action here. Jose, jump on. Tell us that we're going to succeed. Give us some positivity. You did tell me, Barry Smith, you did tell me, and it was a terrible decision for me to go against them. Lynn Belvedere, Wofford, Providence, and Boise State. Now, that Boise State game is a best bet from our friend Conor Mac. So we'll see who he's moving on. But let's get right to work. There's no time to mess around. Let's roll. We have a 3 p.m. game. Temple Owls, 14-12, 6-7 in the American at the Charlotte 49ers, 9-17, 2-11 in the American. Let's get okay. So we're gonna have games graphics up here shortly. Going to take a little bit of time. I'm not sure why they are back there. Aren't back there. Morgan Spooner is resetting his router. It's all good. Big Scott moving on Bradley -1 and SMU moneyline. Big Scott, is great to see you. Let's get Big Scott's action right here and roll. So I imagine Jose will have us with the graphics here. I don't see him backstage, so I'm just hoping. But there we go. We are off and racing. Temple Owls, 14-12, 6-7 American at Charlotte 49ers, 9-7, 2-11 American. We're at Halton Arena in Charlotte, North Carolina. Temple comes in off its 4th straight loss, 83-81 at home to Florida Atlantic on Sunday as 4.5-point dogs. Charlotte comes in off its 2nd straight loss in 5th in 6 games, 75-59 at home to East Carolina on Sunday as 2.5-point dogs. And these teams met back on January 29th. These teams met in a 90-89 double overtime win for Temple. Now, back then, Temple was much more highly thought of than Charlotte. Things have changed here as Temple is not that good. We know that now. When Temple played Charlotte just back on January 29th, we're talking just 21 days ago, Temple were 9.5-point favorites. Let's get the line history in for our game one. Now, I've moved on 4 games, and 3 of these first 10 games I've moved on.
Come on! We need a victory today!
That's what
Come on! We need it!
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Temple opening up at -1. That was at 7:10 p.m. last night. They became a dog pretty 12 hours. They were a dog this morning. That +1 started getting juiced more and more until they became a favorite again just 10 minutes ago. So a very slight move right now. That slight move is, they're saying, is this move now to 1.5? Sorry, did this just move? Let me just see if it just moved here. No, it didn't. So we're back at we're at -1 at -109 for Temple. So we've had a half-point move towards Charlotte. When we get to the total, we have a 149. It is juiced to the over. Little Domo in the house. Great to see you, little Domo. Let's get to the cash flow here. We're going to get cash flow information for a lot of these games, almost all of them. All of the big bets are coming in on Temple. 52% of tickets, 85% of cash. Now that is on the spread. On the money line, it's the same deal. 70% of tickets and 91% of cash on Temple. Then why did the line initially move towards Charlotte? From a total scenario, we have this here off the top. And there's a few games like this. Nebraska, Penn State, Winthrop, Presbyterian, Vanderbilt, Kentucky. More bets have come in and tickets on the under. We're going to get this in that UMass VCU game as well that pops off at 6 p.m. 78% of tickets on the under and 75% of the cash. Lex Steele liking Charlotte money line here. I want this market to marinate a little more. Big Scott says, did Temple go from dog to favorite? No. Now, again, this does depend on what books you're looking at, but no. They've gone from favorite to dog to favorite, which I do think is important to know. This opened up with Temple as the -1 favorite at -108. Then they became the dog. Then they became the favorite. The book that opens these lines up the earliest, they had Temple -1.5 at -105, and they moved it to -1. That took 12 hours for it to move a half point towards Charlotte. It's still just a half point move towards Charlotte. This is a fascinating spot. I want the market to marinate, but at this point, it feels like Charlotte is the play. The thing is, you have to question Temple's character. They've lost 4 straight games. They're coming off a tight loss at home to Florida Atlantic. Do they go on the road and drop the ball? That's the main question. Are they going to lose their 5th straight game here? Are they sort of letting go of this season? Again, we'll have to go to Charlotte's home games of late. Not a team that you really want to be backing. But the market is certainly implying that they are the spot. Let's go through their last few home games. They lose by 8 at home to Wichita State. Wichita State playing better basketball, but they're still a half game back of Temple in the conference standings. They also beat Rice 78-75. Now, Rice isn't, just a game above Charlotte in the standings. And then they lose badly to East Carolina 75-59. I don't know if this is how I want to start my day. I don't know. Scarminati saying Mashburn might be out today. Mitch Fearing says these weekday afternoon games tend to go under more often than not. The awkward tip-off time seems to throw off the offenses. And there's Fat Wally in the house. -2 Celsius here in San Antonio. Thank you for using Celsius for our Canadian fans here. Trinity says, I was a heartbreaker at home for Temple. They covered for me. This is a tough coin flip. Yeah, I don't know if I want to start my card with Charlotte. I don't know. I'm certainly not going to rush to bet it at this point. So that's that. That's game 1 of 52 college basketball games. And we're having a cavalcade of cappers joining us here shortly. Let's just roll on. 6 p.m. Eastern with the Massachusetts Minutemen. 11-15, 6-7 in the A-10 of the VCU Rams, 20-5, 10-2 in the A-10 with the Siegel Center in Richmond, Virginia, home of smoke and mirrors. Also home of La Possum, one of my favorite restaurants in the world. It looks like a opium den. Must be visited if you go to Richmond, Virginia. Let's get into the line history here for this spot. VCU Rams at home, and VCU playing very good basketball at the moment. We have VCU right now as enormous favorites, minus 15.5 now. So we've had a legit move towards UMass. This opened up at 17.5. We've had a 2-point move towards UMass. The big dogs hurt me badly yesterday in first half action. And the one I stayed off, West Georgia, would have covered the first half, but let's stay in the moment and stay in the now and not worry about what the hell happened yesterday. This total is a 148. It's a 148. This opened up at 147, so we've had a 1-point move towards the over. We've had this 2-point move towards the Minutemen. There's 68% of the tickets and 70% of the cash on the under. That was something I told you guys about. And 59% of the tickets and 56% of the cash on UMass here. Super true story. I need one badly. Smart money bets. There's Jago in the house, and Nordy says minus 35 here. Oh, Nordy over at Edmonton. Donut Silks, great to see you. And it's okay, Spooner. We will do our best. Turnsy says, how do we get Gokster's AHL action while we're on the NHL break? By the way, you must be following Gokster because he cashed. Now, it wasn't the 15-1 initially bet because he tied with Carlson, but he got a plus 750 on Lucas Raymond to be the leading scorer of Team Sweden. He is now healthy in the black on the season in NHL, but he will not be with us here today. Super true story. St. Thomas over 175.5. Best bet. Don't be scared, says our guy. Super true story. Let's get that copied and pasted. So he is, he's running nice. All the records are up to date. I've got one NBA record that I need to get up to date here, but everything's going to be, as we move forward, everything will be up and at 'em. So UMass comes in off its second straight loss in third and four games, 73-59 at home to St. Bonaventure on Saturday's 1-point favorites. VCU comes off its fourth straight win, 80-72 at George Washington last Wednesday's 8.5-point favorites. And this is the first meeting between these two teams. They play again on March 5th. Shout out to Old E in the house. So, yes, why is UMass this big of a dog? I mean, I understand that VCU is rolling. They're 10-2 in conference, 20-5. But should they be this big of a dog? And the markets or the gamblers are saying no. So it's gone from 17.5 to 15.5. Again, this is the region where I would prefer to be on a first half side rather than a full game side, especially against a team like VCU that kind of breaks you down slowly. The 9.5 for UMass, it opened up at 9.5. And interestingly enough, as the full game's gone from 17.5 to 15.5, this went from 9.5 to 10.5. This opened up at 9:04 a.m. Of course, the first half the spreads come out later. Opens up at 9.5. And in 12 minutes, it's 10.5. So we're back at 9.5. We have had an 8-cent move at this point towards UMass first half, but it just makes me uncomfortable. The spot makes me uncomfortable. It's a huge, huge line. Also, I got burnt on them yesterday. Do we think that VCU is a little lackadaisical off the top? Spooner saying VCU is a huge game with George Mason on deck. They've won 4 straight. They look good against George Washington. It shouldn't come as I mean, they're just playing really good basketball. They have the number 1 team in the conference on deck, as Spooner's saying. So why would UMass be a little lackadaisical off the top? I'll put UMass first half here with question marks. That's now a minus 114 situation offshore. And here we have, sorry, let's move over here. We have, wow, I'm still getting a 16 here, even though all the other books have moved to 15. But I'm only getting a 9 first half. I'll keep an eye on that UMass first half spot. I don't know if I pull the trigger. But let's talk about a bet that I have pulled the trigger on. 6 p.m. Eastern. American University Eagles 17-10, 11-3 in the Patriot. The Army Black Knights 15-11, 9-5 in the Patriot. Crystal Arena in West Point, New York. I've moved on the Black Knights in this one. I moved on the -1 at -110. Let's get over to the line history here. It's now -1 at -111. So a 1 cent move since I bet it. That's fine. At least it's not moving away from me. On the total here, we have a 137. It's -117 towards the over. This opened up at 137.5. This opened up at 8:09 a.m. This total 137.5. Within 2 hours, half an hour before the show started, this was at 139.5. And then the interesting thing was it comes back to 137. So we have U-shaped movement, yo-yo type movement here. Let's get to the cash flow for this one. 45% of the tickets and 59% of the cash on the spread is on the Black Knights. And on the money line, 56% of the tickets and 89% of cash is on the Black Knights. On the total, we have a 50-50 proposition, a 50-50 ticket count with 51% of the cash on American University. Lex Steele's on American money line. They come off their third straight win. It was a dominant performance, 72-51 at home versus Loyola, Maryland. As 4.5-point favorites on Saturday. I'm going to challenge American University to shoot as well as they did against Loyola, Maryland, a weak defensive team, against Army, who can and will defend the perimeter. American shot 51.9% from the field and 56.5% from three in their victory over Loyola, Maryland. Now we have an angry Army squad. They had their 3-game winning streak snapped in a 61-54 loss at Navy on Saturday as 3.5-point dogs. Lex Steele says Army's not them. No revenge spot when the team is that bad. Lex, this is part of the fun, but I disagree. I think this is an angry Army squad after losing to Navy. These teams met on February 1st. It was a 71-68 American victory. American at home, 4.5-point favorites. I think the spread is this big here for a team, that's 2 games back in conference play. I believe that this team here, the Army Black Knights, will play with determination. And I think that American is not going to be able to shoot the way they did. And the Army will take care of business. And we'll see how it bangs out here. Joey B in the house. Great to see you, Joey. Huge game for us tomorrow. American University Army. Army Black Knights, -1 at -110. That's my first spot on the board. Let's roll on and let's stay in the Patriot League. We have the Lafayette Leopards, 10-17, 5-9 in conference. The Holy Cross Crusaders, 12-15, 4-10 in conference. Hart Center in Worcester, Massachusetts. Let's get into the line history here for this one. Lafayette, Holy Cross. We have a total at 136. This opened up right where it's at right now. There's been a 1 cent move to the under, so not much there. On the point spread, we have Holy Cross +2 at -114. They opened up +1. We've had a 1-point move towards Lafayette. A shout out to our guy Gorky in the house. Worcester. Okay, I'm getting better. Nice. I've come a long way. Lex Steele's on the over 135.5 here. Ricky Bobby liking Holy Cross and Gorky on Alabama +1.5. Gorky, my friend, thank you for sharing that with us. That is a Daby Cab best bet. Daby Cab coming off a strong day yesterday. We need the winners to keep coming in. Let's talk Lafayette, Holy Cross, and let's go to the cash flow for this one. On the total, 74% of the tickets, 72% of cash is on the over. And on the spread, 60% of the tickets and 65% of cash is on the Leopards of Lafayette. Ricky Bobby also liking that over as well with Lex Steele. Lafayette comes in off its second straight loss in 3rd and 4 games, 75-69 at home versus Bucknell. On Saturday's 1.5-point dogs. Holy Cross comes in off its second straight loss in 5th and 6th games, 72-60 at Lehigh as 4.5-point dogs. These teams met back on January 11th. So we're talking, 5.5 weeks ago. But it was an easy 82-65 victory for Lafayette at home. They were 5.5-point favorites. They dominate. They win by 17. They were up 19 at the break. With that issue, I'm not going to move on Lafayette in this spot. Steve G, my man, thank you. I'm not going to move on Lafayette in this spot just because of the beatdown that they've already given Holy Cross. Do I think that Lafayette wins this game? Probably. The line is fishy. I see that it's gone from 1 to 2. Makes sense. And we got Gorky on Vanderbilt money line as well. Gorky, thank you for sharing that. I got that right here for you. So I'm going to stay off of this spot. I'm going to stay off of this one with comfort. There's 52 games here in college basketball, and I still have interest in UMass first half against VCU. Quite a bit of interest. Maybe I get there. Let's move on. 6 p.m. Eastern is our next spot on the board. The Wofford Terriers, 14-13, 8-6 in the SoCon at the VMI Cadets, 13-14, 7-7 in the SoCon. We're at Cameron Hall in Lexington, Virginia. Let's get into the line history here for this spot. Wofford right now -5.5. They opened up -6 at 7:10 p.m., got to 5.5, back to 6, and this was a 7. This was a 7 at 9 this morning. So we've had quite a bit of buyback here with VMI, who's playing much better basketball. So we've had a half-point move then at this point towards the Cadets. Let's get to the total here for this one. We have we have a 144. It's -114 to the under. This opened up at 141.5. We've climbed 2.5 points up to 144. Take a look at the cash flow for this Wofford spot. Just 39% of the tickets and 25% of the cash on Wofford. I guess that's not a surprise. I mean, we know Wofford, the better basketball team, but VMI making a lot of cappers money. 61% of the tickets, 75% of the cash on VMI. So let's touch on this. Wofford comes off having their modest 2-game winning streak snapped in a 76-68 loss at home to Samford on Saturday's 1.5 point dogs. And VMI comes in off its second win in 3 games, 80-71 at Mercer on Saturday's 7.5 point dogs. So what do we want to get caught up in? How improved VMI is? Because VMI went into Wofford and beat them as 11.5 point dogs, beat them 74-67 back on January 29th. So what is the focus here? The focus, I guess, is that VMI is a much improved basketball team, undervalued in the marketplace. That's why this move is towards them. But isn't this an angry Wofford Terrier group? 8-6 in the SoCon. They've already lost to this 1-point laughing stock VMI. I tend to think that is the case. I tend to. If we look at VMI's last games, on the road, they're winning them. Sorry, Wofford's last games, they're winning them. Now, the Citadel was an ugly performance. They and then Samford took it to them. Look, Samford 10-4 in the conference. But they went into Mercer and beat them by 11. They went into UNC Greensboro. That's 11-3 and beat them. Why wouldn't they be able to do that here? Shout out to my guy Kelly McInnes in the house. Chris Warren ready to get to work. Super true story says Duke's up. Duke's -6.5. I think Wofford takes care of business here. I think they send a message to the VMI team that defeated them and upset them. And Super True Story says, I'm with you. Wofford revenge is a must. So the question is, is this the perfect time to move on it? Has the market moved too far here? We've gone back to this 5.5. The direction it's going right now is towards Wofford. Is towards VMI. Is this the perfect spot to move on Wofford? All right. I'm with Super True Story and Lynn Belvedere as well. Was that one of your bets, Lynn? Yes, Wofford -5. Huh. And when did you bet that, Lynn? Ricky Bobby liking Wofford -4 money line. Let's bring on our expert getting us started here. We have now we've seen his best bets here that he's given in the chat with a very, very great record. And his record here through 13 official bets on live on our show is positive in the black. We need more winners. We need them today. Please welcome our guy, the Spoon Dog, to the show. Morgan, what's happening, man? How are you?
Hey, how you doing, Jimmy? Sorry, I got out of work and I went to hop on the computer and it forced an update when I went to reset it, and I was just pulling my hair out waiting.
No worries. Let's attack the board here. Jose, we're going to go very, very quickly through the games that have already been capped very quickly. So Temple Charlotte here. The market is telling us that Charlotte is very live, Morgan, and that Temple is nowhere near the team that the market thought they were even 3 weeks ago. Do you have interest in this first spot on the board?
So The first spot on the board, I generally just try to cross off because I feel like that's a spot they just try to get money from the degenerative bettors that can't hold off because there's 52 games. So that means there's 51 other spots. And the odds of the best bet today being in this 52nd spot is less than 2%. I lean Charlotte here. I don't like Temple. They're a team that's so bad, people have thought they're literally trying to fix games. I'm not sure the status on Mashburn. I believe he is questionable today. That is a huge 50-50 thing. If you like Temple and you want to bet on Temple and you think he's going to play, I would bet right now. I'm kind of leaning towards the fact he won't play. This game got moved up for weather purposes. I don't think that's going to change much of the fan base showing up in Charlotte. I don't think a lot of people are going to show up regardless. This is a team not doing that well. On the other hand, it's a chance to steal a win here in conference play, and every coach and every team wants to get some wins. If I were going to place a bet on this, it would be on Charlotte. I did not place a bet, mostly because I don't like Temple games. I get a bad taste of it, and when you see something that feels like it's fixed and you're betting on it, it really is frustrating.
I hear that. Charlotte's becoming more appealing here in the sleepy game with Temple coming in off 4 straight losses. Robert McCormick and how Zoe Fay giving you a shout out for that Bellarmine call. Great job, Lynn, getting that 5 here. So let's roll on. 6 p.m. Eastern, Massachusetts VCU. This is a 17.5. It's gone down to 15.5. I was shocked that the first half went from 9.5 to 10.5 before coming back to 9.5. I'm interested in UMass first half. You talked about the look-ahead spot for VCU. Take it away, my friend.
So VCU, George Mason is an old rivalry. It goes back years. They only play once a year now. So I think both of these coaches really have it circled. And VCU probably has a shot to make the tournament, even if they don't win their league just the same as George Mason does. And everybody's going to look at this game when they're talking about bubble talk of, whoever lost it, how well did they play in the loss? Did they get blown out? Did they lose by 1? And VCU's looking at that game. They're not looking at Massachusetts. This is a good coach, but this isn't necessarily one of his best teams. And I like his ability to hang around and play decent basketball. VCU's got a really good defense, and over the course of 40 minutes, you're going to turn the ball over a lot against them. VCU's going to make a lot of easy shots off it. It doesn't matter if they're shooting the ball well or not. If I was really going after something, I might look at like Massachusetts' team total under. While I don't know if VCU can cover the spread, because I don't know if they'll be motivated to, I don't trust Massachusetts' ability to score enough. And if I were going to attack it, that'd be the only angle I have at it. VCU is a really good team. All this game matters is how hard they play today. If they show up and they have Massachusetts circled and they want to get through this game, this could be 30 points. Same time, the back door could be open. That's all I got.
I like the breakdown here. So you talked about the team total under, but then if you were forced to make a move on the Minutemen, it would be towards the full game rather than the first half.
I don't like first half. I like to align my interests with basketball coaches, and the basketball coaches circle the halftime as a spot where they can make some adjustments. And while some weird things happen right before the end of the half, you can throw up a couple threes to either break it up into an 11-point game or bring it down to a 5-point game kind of thing. At halftime, you make adjustments. And when I'm betting, I have that coach in mind, and his ability to make adjustments is something I've already factored in. So I want that second half in it. VCU is a lot better team. If your angle here is that they're looking ahead, Massachusetts won't be looking ahead. The first half would be the spot that Massachusetts would be able to capitalize on VCU not looking at this. You would need Massachusetts to come out and make some shots. It's hard to get good spacing to get open shots against VCU. I can see a first half angle here, but I don't trust Martin offenses enough to score here to make this. I don't want my money on it.
Let's move to my first bet on our schedule. That was the Army Black Knights in West Point, New York. These teams played in a very tight game to get things started.
I had Army circled on my card as well. I really wanted to get there with Army. I like this team a lot. I think Jalen Ruckard's a great point guard. I think he's got a chip on his shoulder coming off that Navy game. Navy's had Army's number these last decade or so. They really have owned that matchup. And that's got to be annoying as a senior point guard for Army coming out of that game. Everybody's like, wow, you lost another one. That being said, American's one of the best teams in the conference. I heard you talking about it as I was waiting, and you were saying that American shot really well in that game. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but I remember the Army shot really well in that game as well. I believe so. And I don't trust Army's ability to shoot well consistently. I think American's defense can hang around, give them a hard time. This game is on the shoulders of Jalen Rucker for me. I think coming out in front of a home crowd could be a good advantage for him. That being said, this is Army, so it's not like a regular college where these kids are partying and everything. I don't know if the weekday games get as much attendance as the weekend games. The weekend games, you get everybody all riled up. They come in, everybody's excited, especially like if you saw that Navy game. This middle of the week, I don't know how many people will be here, what kind of atmosphere you have. It's kind of the air let out of the balloon. Army's not had a bad season by any means, but losing to Navy twice really kind of hurts. That's not your Super Bowl, but it's one of the things every season that you look at. How did you do? Well, I lost to Navy twice, so that's not that great. That being said, the pilot always flies better after a bad flight, and 1 point's not a big number to cover at all. Army needs this for positioning in the standings. I like them. Like I said, I had it circled, but when I was going through and trying to dwindle my card down, I just found some better spots, and I got off of it.
I like it. That's enough for me to go in with confidence. Robert Franklin on Army moneyline in the over 137. Aubrey Travis on American. Lex Steele as well on American. Let's move on quickly here. 6 p.m. Eastern. We have Lafayette, Holy Cross. Lafayette destroyed Holy Cross in that first meeting. I understand this is a really low number that Lafayette's capable of cashing, but it wasn't enough for me to pull the trigger on this one. Take it away, Lafayette, Holy Cross.
Initially, I was looking at Holy Cross. I thought this might be a nice spot for them, and I always kind of like to look at the lineups and what's going on. I looked at Holy Cross's lineup, and I saw they were missing 2 starters in their last game. I didn't have enough time to dive into any sort of coaches' interviews to hear information about that. Quick Twitter searches didn't get me very much. But when I'm losing 50 minutes of production from a bad team like Holy Cross, that means 50 minutes are coming off a bench that the coach didn't trust enough to have in the game already, and that could only make me lean Lafayette. I don't think Holy Cross has the home environment to really move the needle very much. Lafayette's not that good of a team. They could easily lay an egg on the road. I don't want to bet on a team if I don't know who's going to be out there on the court. It's a big card. It wasn't one I needed to get on, but if I had to put money on it right now, it's definitely going on Lafayette, because if you got 50 minutes coming off a Holy Cross bench, those guys probably aren't playing on a lot of other NCAA Division I teams.
It makes a lot of sense there. I Lafayette's the only way to move on. I don't know if I get there. Shout out to Big Show Picks, one of the stars of our most popular show here, the Locker Room Talk podcast. It's up. UFC Seattle. It's our main video on our homepage, so check it out and support the squad. So that takes us to where we left off before you joined, was me getting around to wanting to back Wofford here. This is a real fascinating cap, and the market's been very interesting, moving the line up towards Wofford in the beginning, and then VMI action coming in. I can understand why people are backing VMI. They're making their cappers a lot of money, but Wofford's got to be pissed off. I mean, we're talking 21 days ago. It was just 21 days ago that they lost on their own court as 11.5-point favorites to these cadets. Take it away. I'm close to moving on Wofford here. Take it away, Spooner.
So like you said, they did just lose to this team recently. And VMI is playing really good basketball. They kind of hit a sweet spot in the season. And like you said, they've been making cappers a lot of money covering spreads. This isn't a spot where I'd like to be on VMI. I think Wofford's quite a bit better of a team. If you just look at KenPom rankings, they have them 130 spots above them in the rankings. That's a lot. That's there for a reason. 5.5 points on the road seems like a lot to lay, but like I said, this is another one of those VMI schools. I don't think there's going to be much of a home and atmosphere here. It's the middle of the week. VMI's had a couple games circled. That Citadel game, that's a big one for them. They won it this year against a really bad team. Anytime they've had to play anybody decent, UNC Greensboro, East Tennessee State, UNC Greensboro, they haven't played well. That Wofford matchup kind of sticks out to me as a outlier, and I'd like to fade it. If I were on anything, it would be Wofford. The line's at -5.5 for a reason after they already lost to this team. 130 spots in KenPom is a lot. I'm not putting my money on it. This is a bad game. There might not be that many points scored. I might actually look at the under if I was really trying to get somewhere here. And when you're leaning towards the under and the favorite, it's not a good recipe for me to actually put money on the favorite. But that's it.
Interesting. So nice to get a chance to go through those games a second time. After hearing from Spooner, honestly, Charlotte, UMass first half, and Wofford are all appealing enough for me to bet here. This is a crucial day for me today, so I'm going to sit on it for a little bit longer, but I expect to place those bets here while the show is on. That's my expectation. Let's roll on to our first fresh spot here. 6:30 p.m. Eastern. Richmond Spiders 9-17, 4-9 in the A10 at the LaSalle Explorers 12-14, also 4-9 in the A10. John Glaser Arena in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here, Richmond comes in off snapping their 2-game losing streak with a 70-66 win at home over Fordham on Saturday as 1.5-point favorites. LaSalle comes in off its 4th straight loss, 86-71 at Rhode Island on Saturday as 6.5-point dogs. This is a lone meeting between these two teams. Let's get into the line history here for Richmond LaSalle. We have Richmond right now +4, -113. Actually, it just moved to 3. It moved to 3 5 minutes ago. So we now have a 1-point move towards the Spiders that are playing a little bit better. It's been an ugly year for the Spiders this year. This total is at 139. 139. This opened up at 139.5. So we have a 0.5-point move towards the under. And when we get to the cash flow here for this spot, we have 49% of the tickets and 66% of cash on Richmond. And we've now seen that 1-point move. It just moved to 50. So 50% of the tickets, 66% of the cash. And on the total, 55% of tickets, 58% cash on the under. Take it away for us here, Spooner. Spiders, Explorers in Philly.
This one's pretty easy for me. I'd be on LaSalle or nothing. LaSalle's been a hard team to back this year. They have shown some signs of life throughout the course of the season, more than what Richmond has. If you look at Richmond, they haven't followed up a win with another win. There's one circumstance right after January 1st where that happened. I like to put little asterisks in games, and when you have holiday games right around breaks and everything, it changes the team's focus and they don't necessarily play the same. So I don't have that circled as them playing well after a win. So I'd like to fade them because they just beat Fordham. On the other hand, LaSalle's only got 3 home games left in the season. LaSalle's got a really experienced coach in Fran Dunphy. He's a proud Philadelphia guy. With the 3 home games left, this is their best chance to get a win. They got to play a really tough St. Joe's team, who is one of the best offenses in the conference, and I don't think they're going to get a win against them to end the season. And then after this game, they play Duquesne, and Duquesne's a lot better team than Richmond. So if you're Dunphy sitting there and you got to get one more win in front of your home crowd before the end of the season, this has got to be it. 3 points isn't a lot to lay. I think they can get the win, cover the 3 pretty easily. I know they've lost 4 in a row, but those are against some pretty good teams. I talked about VCU already and St. Joe's having really good teams, but I don't think the Explorers are going to find themselves out of this game at any point today. Richmond doesn't have the ability to put any team away in the A10, and Dunphy at home is not something I'm trying to fade. I'd really be trying to back him here. The move going against me down to a 3 almost makes me smile and want to get on it. A lot of times when I get that CLV, it moves more than 1.5 or 2. I get a really bad feeling and it just crashes and burns. I like LaSalle a lot. In a smaller card, I might even be on him, but I'm not today.
We have our guy, UPK Ayash Yala, Robert Cherry, moving on LaSalle. Shout out to Sean Pulliam in the house. Justin McKelvey has Richmond plus 4.5 in his pocket. All right, so we have an aperitif of mid-majors. Now it's time to get into the Big Ten. 6:30 p.m. Eastern with the Nebraska Cornhuskers, 17-9. 7-8 in the Big Ten at Penn State Nittany Lions, 13-13, 3-12 in the Big Ten. We're at Bryce Jordan Center, University Park, Pennsylvania. Nebraska playing some good basketball. This total is a 149. It's juiced to the over at minus 111. It's gone up a point. Now this was a 150, but initially, I guess no. I guess I'd take that back. This was always kind of moving towards the over. The first buyback was 20 minutes ago, 19 minutes ago when it came from 150 down to 149. On the point spread here for this spot, we have Nebraska minus 2. Now, not all books have moved it to 2. This line's been all over the place. That always makes me nervous. This line opened up at 7:10 p.m. with Nebraska at minus 1. By 8:28 p.m., Nebraska was plus 1.5. We had a 2.5 point move away from them. Then they're plus 1. And then at 9:30 this morning, they become the favorite again. Minus 2, drops to 1.5. Now we're back at 2. So we've had a 1 point move towards the Huskers. Kripke talking about Nebraska's significant injury here. Justin McKelvey is Penn State in his pocket. 79% of the tickets on the spread and 98% of the cash are on the Cornhuskers. 64% of the tickets and 94% of the money line bets are on the Cornhuskers. 64 and 63 are on the under. Lex Steele says Nebraska is supposed to win. How's their money line plus 100? I smell Nebraska to tank hard based off the line. These are two teams moving in opposite directions. And Nebraska comes in off his 5th win in 6 games, 68-64. At Northwestern, it's 1.5 point favorites. They turned it on, man. They were down 36-21 at the half. They flipped the switch and took care of business. Penn State comes in off their 7th straight loss, 75-73 at home to the Washington Huskies on Saturday, and this is the lone meeting between these two teams. Take it away for us, Spooner. Huskers, Lions in University Park.
Yep, this is the first one we've gotten to that's actually on my card today, Jimmy. I moved on Nebraska money line. I got it minus 115 or so. I tweeted it out. Whatever spot I got it at. I really like Nebraska here. If you look at Penn State, I heard somebody mention Nebraska has a significant injury, but Penn State does, and his name's Puff Johnson. If you look back to the Rutgers game, I believe is when he went out. And if you go back, you'll see there's been a lot of losses since that game, every single game. Without him, Penn State does not have the identity of a Big Ten team that can fight and battle. On the other hand, you have Nebraska, who's kind of turning a corner. They are dealing with some injuries. They lost a starter 2 games ago. I don't believe they lost anybody in their last game against Northwestern. I watched a good chunk of it. This is a spot they need to get into the tournament. The Big Ten, you don't. Not every team gets a chance to play in the Big Ten tournament. There's 18 teams now. You want to have a good record going in, and even if you don't win that tournament, if you do well enough towards the end of the season, you're going to find yourself in a NCAA tournament seed. And Nebraska really wants that. All they have to do is get a few more wins down the stretch here. And if you look, they got Michigan on deck, and they have Ohio State, and those are going to be their 2 toughest games. They get Minnesota and Iowa as well. The more games they can win, the better shot they have. This is going to be a big one for them coming down the stretch, and I think they'll get it. Puff Johnson's a really key piece. I haven't seen any signs of life for Penn State without him.
I hear that. Did you have any concern when you saw the line? Did you think that it was? Did you see it just purely as value, or there's no red flags? Did you not feel like with two teams kind of moving in different directions, Nebraska should be kind of a clear favorite in this one of 2.5 points or 3 points?
So we're in the middle of February right now, and I think a lot of the bettors that are looking at lines haven't been looking at lines for the last 3 months. They're just looking at it over these past few weeks. They got 52 lines to kind of disguise and hide in different ways today. If they're trying to get money on Penn State, Big Ten home teams is something people will blindly bet on. You see Penn State at a nice, juicy, bettable price at home. I think that's a spot as a line maker. I'd put it there. I don't think Nebraska has made a lot of big bettors given them any sort of faith over the course of the season. While they do have some wins, they haven't played that great. I see what you're saying. Maybe this line should be a little bit heavier towards Nebraska, but I think keeping it at a pick'em allows more people to get in on that Big Ten home team.
All right. Well, we have Spooner's first official bet here in Nebraska, minus 115. We have our next game here, a big one in the SEC, and we have our next guest joining us for this one, a big one. The Vanderbilt Commodores, 17-8, 5-7 in the SEC at the number 17th ranked Kentucky Wildcats, 17-8, just 6-6 in the SEC. We're at Rupp Arena in Lexington, Kentucky. I don't have Daby Cab's camera on, so we'll wait till we see the camera on. When we do, we'll bring them on. Let's get into this one. Spooner, Vandy comes in off its second straight loss in 4th and 5 games, 81-76 at Tennessee on Saturday's 12.5-point dogs. They were up 44-31 at halftime. Tennessee's a good squad, but Vandy's had some tough spots. We've already heard from Gorky moving on the Commodores. Kentucky had their modest 2-game winning streak snapped in an 82-78 loss at Texas on Saturday's 4.5-point dogs. These teams met in a tight 74-69 Vanderbilt victory back on January 25th. Vandy was 2.5-point dogs in that one. Let's get into the line history here for this spot right now. Let me just grab it. And we don't have Daby Cab. This is one of Daby Cab's best bets. We don't have him backstage, but we have another capper backstage who wants in on this Vandy Kentucky game. So without further ado, please welcome from Los Angeles, California, Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, what's good, man? How are you?
What up, boys? Good to be here with you guys. Thanks for letting me join you guys. Taking some of these college basketball games today. Yeah, I've been capping this card all morning. This is one of the games I'm on today, guys. I'm on a couple dogs, and this is one of them, so I'm ready to get to it.
Well, let's do exactly that and get to it. Right now, Vandy plus 4.5, minus 105. They opened up plus 6. They immediately started getting juiced, went to 5.5, and now we have a 4.5, a 1.5-point move towards the Commodores. Let's get to the total here in this one. On the total, we have a 163.5. Now, I see a lot of 162.5. This is heavily juiced to the under, but this has climbed up from 161. Climbed all the way up, so we have a 2.5-point move towards the over. And when we get to the cash flow for this spot, just 30% of the tickets and 29% of the cash on Vanderbilt. 68% of tickets, 64% cash on the under. Best bet time from our guy Wine Time. Take it away.
Yeah, this is a clear-cut spot here for me, Jim. I moved on this last night. I didn't give it out on Twitter or anything, so I'm not going to give out the plus 5.5 here. I'm going to give out the money line instead. I'm going to give out the money line. I think I can get a plus 170 right now at my book. I think Vanderbilt's going to get these guys outright. Vanderbilt, not a team I like to back on the road by any means. Haven't been a good road team all season. They've been upsetting a lot of teams at home. I just think this is a Vanderbilt spot. They need this one. If they want to make some kind of run and get into the NCAA tournament, they're going to have to get this win here. They're going to have to make some noise in the SEC tournament as well. Looking at the market here, everything's telling us what we need to know here. Open up at a 5.5, 6. It's down to a 4.5 right now. People coming in hammering Kentucky. I'm not sure if there's a major injury for Kentucky, but other than the market, I think that would be the only reason why this line would move like that. But Kentucky, not a team I'm a big fan of by any means. I don't think this is the 17th team in the nation. If we're being completely honest, I don't think this is a top 20 team in the nation. I think Vanderbilt's going to come out here. They're going to play with a lot of motivation this one. Look for Jason Edwards, have a big game here. I think he's going to be able to put up at least 20 in this spot. I think I'm going to look at some props towards his way too. One of the guards for Vanderbilt, the best player on the court probably in this one as well. So yeah, give me Vanderbilt plus 170 on the money line. They're going to win this game outright, guys. We don't need the points.
Vandy on the money line. We have Daby Cab ready to rock now with us. So let's bring on the star of Medicaid Mondays, Daby Cab. How are you, Daby?
Oh,
Sir.
you guys hear me? I sound good?
Yeah, you're in business, man.
I rushed. I hurried. My bad. I thought I went after CMAC. My mistake there. Look, I didn't bet this game anyways, but when I heard you guys were talking about it, I wanted to come in. I want to say this, though. That is a absolutely wild comment that you just made, Wine Time. Kentucky is absolutely a top 25 team. They lost to Texas because two of their best players weren't in the game. Robinson was out and Butler was out. When Robinson's in and Butler's in and this Kentucky team is healthy, they've already got multiple top 10 wins. They've been an underdog of 10.5, 8.5, 6.5. They've won all three of those games. They were underdog as 4.5 a couple weeks ago. They won that. They might not be like an upper echelon, like top 5 team. I get that, but they're absolutely a top 25 team. Now, in this situation against Vanderbilt, I don't think they get their revenge, right? Vanderbilt hasn't been great on the road. Kentucky's 10-1 at home. They've been great. The line's dropping for a reason. When you take Robertson out, when you take Butler out, when you put people like Bree in the starting lineup, he's a great shooter to come in as like a 6th or a 7th man to hit a couple threes for Kentucky. But in the starting 5, no. And we saw that last Saturday. He went 0 for 6 against Texas, right? If he would have just done something, they probably would have beat Texas in that game. But yeah, I'm off this game, Jimmy, because of injuries. I was going to be on it, but Butler and Robinson are for sure out tonight.
Yeah,
and you're absolutely right. We're changing our college basketball here as we move for last month of the year. But you were right to think that you'd be on after CMAC. It's my fault for not being clear that we were going to do different today. So I apologize. I didn't realize it, but now I'm like, hey, I did set you up for disaster there. So thank you for rushing to be on the show. It's my fault. Spooner. We've heard from Wine Time and Daby Cab different thoughts on this Wildcat squad here, and Wine Time pulled out those giant balls that touch toilet water each time he sits, and moved on Vandy money line. What is your plan here, Spooner?
This is one I'm not touching. This is a really big game. A lot of eyes are going to be on it. I think the books are really sharp on these lines. They know exactly where it's at. You mentioned the first one to open at 2.5, and this is at 5. Even though Vanderbilt won that first game, it still just moved the traditional 3 points from moving home to home. And that's because the books were really sharp the first time, and they're sharp now. I was on Vanderbilt with the points the first time. I think Mark Byington's a really good coach. I think he's got this Vanderbilt program headed in the right direction. That being said, Kentucky's a really tough building to go into. Vanderbilt's a team I was kind of looking for spots to back them at home against really good teams. Even though you have some injuries for Kentucky, you have some of the best athletes in the country. And the people coming off the bench for Kentucky are working hard to get D1 spots at other good colleges where they could get some NIL money next year. There's exposure when you have big players go out like Lamont Butler, where somebody needs to fill some really big minutes and some really big points. And there's a lot of guys on Kentucky's roster that have that ability. So I'm not trying to get in the way of that. That being said, I like Vanderbilt's team a lot. Mark Byington's always pushed tempo and made teams uncomfortable. If you got some backups for Kentucky and he's making them uncomfortable with the tempo, I can see how that could be a good recipe for success. I'm not on it. I'm off. I wish anybody luck that is on it.
One thing I always say is, especially in college basketball, when we get to like tournament time, I need my team to be like 6 deep, 7's even better, but I need them 6 deep. And I get what you're saying with Kentucky, because that's what I thought against Texas. That's why I bet Kentucky against Texas, is I thought some of those players would step up, and they just didn't do it. Obviously, that doesn't mean they won't do it here, but where I do agree with Wine Time is if you start taking out Butler or Robinson or, Owe, really any of their 5. If you take out any of them, they're not there. They're not full. They're not as good of a bench as you would like to see at Kentucky, but maybe they proved me wrong here tonight.
Yeah, Owe is playing in this one, correct, guys?
Yeah.
I'd say he's their best player, in my opinion, on Kentucky, at least their best scorer. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not a fan of this Kentucky team. I've been finding ways to fade them in certain spots this season. Fade them a couple weeks ago. I just think I just think Vanderbilt's going to get these guys outright. Vanderbilt needs this win. If they want to even make a shot at the tournament, they're going to have to make some noise in the SEC tournament as well. And like I said, you mentioned it too, Spoons, Kentucky, a tough place to play. I don't like backing these teams in tough place to play, especially in these conferences. But I just think the odds makers have this line for a reason. I think Vanderbilt's going to come. Like I said, I think they're going to have a lot of motivation in this game. They're going to want this game. And like I said, if you're going to take Vanderbilt in this spot, I wouldn't even take the points. I think they're either going to win this game outright or they're not going to cover this game. So that's why I'm mostly on the money line. But I just think they're going to want it more when it comes down to the end of the game. So Vanderbilt.
Vandy money line, only official play here. So for Daby and Wine Time, hang out backstage. If there's any game you want to jump on, just hit the private or turn your camera on. How about that? If I see your camera turned on, I'll bring you on immediately. Let's do that because then I can just stay focused and just keep firing away. So camera turned on, I bring you on immediately. The schedule is in the description. So we're just going to be rolling through, and it's great to have both of you fellas. Hearing you guys disagree on Kentucky, I was like, good God, I can't wait for San Antonio. I can't fucking wait to be sitting between you guys arguing. It'll be heaven.
Well, it's like it's a thin line there because it's like I said, I don't consider them upper echelon, but I definitely think they're in the top 25. I think that was just a bit wild, but we're on the same page as far as like there's no depth to this team, or not the depth that you would like to see on a Kentucky team.
I love it. I love it. We will see you guys here shortly. Spooner and I are going to keep rolling through. So if I see the camera on, you guys come on immediately. Spooner, we just heard from Mr. Belvedere saying, let's talk about how we should all be on Winthrop tonight. I already let you guys know I have doubled up on Winthrop. And I didn't get the number that Mr. Belvedere got, but I still feel like it's low enough for me to not be too concerned. Also, shout out to our guy, DJ Big Boss in the chat. God, we need him so bad in San Antonio, but he's a busy man. We may not be able to come, but we need you there, DJ Big Boss. And your Super Bowl video was magic, as always, bringing levity to such a stressful game that we all play here. UPK Yashala says, I'm leaning Canada, but I can't fade USA. Well, I can't wait to talk about the game tomorrow, but we have America right where we want them. Right where we want them. But they had a great win in Montreal. And I told you guys, bet America, Montreal, bet Canada in Boston. Let's go. Winthrop, double up here for me. Winthrop Eagles, 18-10, 8-5 in the Big South at the Presbyterian Blue Hose. We're not talking about Avatar. 11-16, 4-8 in the Big South. We're at the Templeton Center in Clinton, South Carolina. Winthrop comes in off having their 5-game winning streak snapped in an ugly 88-66 loss at home to High Point on Saturday. Winthrop shot just 2 of 21 from 3 in the loss. This is a very angry group. An angry group. And I looked past Winthrop, winning 76-67 at home back on January 29th. Winthrop was 7.5-point favorites in that one. I look past it because I just want to stick with the perceived anger of a very good, Big South basketball team in Winthrop. 2 of 21 from 3. They're going to take it out on the Blue Hose. Presbyterian comes in off its second win in 3 games, 77-68. Longwood on Saturday as 4.5-point dogs. Let's get into the line history here for this one. This total is at 152.5. It is juiced to the over at minus 118. We've had a 3-cent move towards that over. Let's get into the spread here for this one. From a point spread perspective, we have sorry, I had it right here. From a spread perspective, what the hell? Where did I? Oh, here we go. Winthrop's now -4. -4. It's a no vig situation. Opened up at -2. That's where Mr. Belvedere got it. It went from 2 to 4, and then it went back to 3. When it went back to 3, I got in. Oh, sorry. I got in at 3.5 when it went back to 3. The 3.5 was the same price at both books. I sent it in. I got 1.5 on the first half, 3.5 on the full game. Let's get to the cash flow here for this spot. And I'll make sure that it's good. The 7 p.m. games are going to be a little tricky here, but I've got this one. We have no help on the spread. All the money line bets are coming in on Winthrop, but there's some bigger ones coming in on Presbyterian. 2% of the tickets, 21% of cash. We'll see how that finishes off. There's not a lot of tickets that have come in at this point. 66 and 69 on the under here. Take it away for us, Spooner. Winthrop Eagles, Presbyterian Blue Hose.
I didn't spend that much time on this one, Jimmy. When I was looking at this, I did notice that the Presbyterian team was up 2 points within the last couple minutes of that last loss. And that means that game kind of come down to it. If you look at the game flow, Winthrop had the lead most of the game. They left the back door open, though. And that gives you a little bit of confidence if you're a bad team in Presbyterian. You only have 2 home games left on the season, and you always want to try to walk away with as many home wins as you can. This hasn't been a good season, anything to smile about, but you're going to have some fans in the stadium tonight, and you want to make them happy. You got 2 chances to get a win, and the other games you're most likely going to lose. So if you're the coach, you're circling this game and you're throwing all the stops out at Winthrop to try to get it. That being said, Winthrop probably saw everything you had to offer when you came back in the second half of that last game, and the coaches are going to be breaking down all that film. They're going to be looking at players, and they're going to see what you did that was effective in the second half, and they're going to try to figure out ways to take that away. I think Winthrop's a much better team. On an even floor, even motivation, I like them. I worry about what Winthrop's thinking about. The Big South Conference tournament's coming up. The way that's seeded, I believe it's really beneficial to have a top seed, so they need to take care of Longwood and Asheville. So I could see a look past this game, but you really need this win too, and this is a bad team. 3 points is not a lot to cover. I see why you're on it, Jimmy, but it's not for me.
I hear you. We move forward. By the way, I did bet those 3 spots. I sent them in, so they're, with the local 365. He acts as if he's 365, obviously. Charlotte, money line minus 110. UMass first half plus 9.5 minus 110. I told you guys that was a 9 at first when I first went, so it did move to 9.5 at the pick'em. So I moved, and Wofford minus 5.5 at minus 110. So I am in. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. Spooner, Gardner-Webb running Bulldogs, 10-15, 5-7 in the Big South. At Longwood Lancer, 16-11, 5-7 in the Big South. We're at Joan Perry Brock Center. Sweet Farmville, Virginia. Gardner-Webb snapped their 3-game losing streak with a 96-87 win at South Carolina Upstate's 4.5-point dogs. Look, South Carolina Upstate's a weak team, but Gardner did get the job done. Longwood comes in off their 5th straight loss, 77-68 at home to Presbyterian's 4.5-point dogs. These 2 teams met in a 92-87 Gardner-Webb home victory. Now, Gardner-Webb was 1.5 dog in that one. That was back on January 29th. 2 teams I don't really trust. It's easy to say that. Let's take a look at the line history here for the spot here. We have Gardner-Webb plus 3. They opened up at plus 5.5. So we have an enormous move towards Gardner-Webb. An enormous move. On a total scenario here, we have Gardner-Webb. Geez, sorry, taking too long. I'll just we have a 156.5, which is quite a bit higher than other books right now. A 156.5. It just moved up to 156.5. Actually, it didn't just move. It's been like this for an hour and a half. So it did jump from 154.5 to 156.5. And then cash flow wise, I still got this Winthrop spot up here. So why don't we hear from Spooner, and I will get the Gardner-Webb cash flow up here. Spooner, your thoughts here with Gardner-Webb and Longwood facing off.
I like Longwood in this spot. I think they're the better team. Like I just was talking about, this is the end of the conference play. The top teams need to get their wins in. Longwood's got a couple game advantage on Gardner-Webb, but they need wins to make the tournament. They're sitting at 5-7 in conference. Both these teams are. So this is really important. Longwood's got the better roster. I think Gardner-Webb has better offensive rebounding ability and defensive rebounding ability. Longwood has better guards. They don't turn the ball over, and they force more turnovers. At home, I like their ability to create runs off those turnovers. You get a couple steals, you turn them into quick layups, and your ability to not turn the ball over really comes in handy in these late conference games. I didn't spend too much time on this, to be honest with you. I don't like Gardner-Webb. I think this is a Longwood spot. They have Gardner-Webb has High Point on deck, so they're probably not going to win that game. So they're going to throw everything at Longwood. I don't know, Jimmy. I'm not on this one. I didn't spend too much time with it either, to be honest with you. The biggest thing that jumps off the page, though, is the turnover percentage and Longwood's ability to hold on to the ball.
Yeah, I don't trust either of these teams either here. I shot the Kongs clips in the house. Great to see you. UPK liking Gardner-Webb here. Oh, and by the way, Longwood does have the bigger bets. 34% of tickets, 68% of cash is on Longwood, but we see this line moving pretty briskly towards Gardner-Webb. And we have 63% of tickets and 57% of cash on the under. So there is that spot. Again, I've already got 7 bets locked in. And yes, you guys know me. I'm comfortable with a lot more. So, but this won't be one of them. Let's roll on. Next up for us, 7 p.m. Eastern, we stay in the Big South for this one. Charleston Southern Buccaneers, 10-18, 6-7 in conference. The High Point Panthers, 23-5, 11-2 in conference. High Point, North Carolina. We'll start with Charleston Southern. They had a 2-game winning streak. They beat Gardner-Webb 79-72 at Gardner-Webb. They win 71-70 at home versus Presbyterian. At that point, they'd won 4 of their last 5 games. Now, it'd come against the dredges of the conference. They'd beaten Longwood. They'd beaten South Carolina State. Look at who they were losing to. They lost to Winthrop by 18. They lost to UNC Asheville by 8 at home. But they lost to Winthrop by 18 at home. Then they have a really strong basketball game. You can tell this team is playing. They had a really tough schedule at the start of the year. They're playing better. They lose 75-72 at UNC Asheville. They're 10.5-point dogs. They were in that game the entire time. That was a very tight game. Charleston Southern playing good ball. Also, Charleston Southern did lose at home to High Point Wednesday, January 8th. They lost 93-79. They were down 14 at the half. High Point shot 53.1 from the field and 54.5 from 3. We see High Point, shoot the ball very well often. Charleston Southern were 8.5-point home dogs, and they almost took care of business. We talked about High Point. We just saw High Point look very good. It was High Point's 8th win in a row, winning at Winthrop by 22 points. Can they stay focused here against one of the weaker teams in the conference? Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. We'll start with the total. This total is a 152.5. It's juiced to the under. We had a 1 cent move to the over. A 1 cent move to the over. On the point spread here for this spot, we have Charleston Southern plus 16.5 at minus 110. This line has not moved a cent. It hasn't moved at all. And Charleston Southern is public at this point. Now, we're only talking about 792 tickets, but 62% of the tickets have come in on Charleston Southern and 46% of the cash. We have 54% of tickets and 54% of tickets and 56% cash on the over. Take it away for us here, Spooner. The Buccaneers head to High Point, North Carolina. Floor is yours, my man.
I think High Point is overrated. I think they're living on the coattails from past seasons. They're a good program. They really are. They have a newer coach. He's only been here a couple of years now, as does Charleston Southern. Nimley is in his first year as a D1 coach, and he was playing in the Big South just 5 years ago. He's 31 years old, I believe. 30 years old, coaching D1 basketball right now. So he's one of the youngest coaches out there. And I think he's got these kids playing a lot better throughout the course of the year. High Point is the big dog in the conference. And if you're going to do anything in your first season as a young head coach, you want to go after the big dog. So any tricks you got saved up your sleeve, you saved them for High Point. And as you saw in that first game, it was a 5-point game. Charleston Southern isn't a building that was getting exciting or moving the needle. There's going to be some High Point fans in the building tonight, though. I'd definitely be on Charleston Southern plus a 16.5. Like you said, just the market indicators I look at, like I'll go to covers and stuff, and you can see the amount of people that are on. And at that point, I think everybody was on Charleston Southern. There's nobody on High Point. And that's just something that always scares me off. I don't want to be on a public dog, especially a dog like Charleston Southern. Like, while I do think they're playing better basketball, they don't have the athletes that High Point does. High Point's coach is better. It's a sleepy spot at the end of the year. High Point's looking at the last few games of their season. They got some home games. They know they're going to win every one of these games. There's no real motivation to win by 20. While you're first-year head coach, you don't want to get blown out. It sucks. It hurts your pride. I don't see any reason why this game goes over 20. And if it's that, then I'm definitely on Charleston Southern. But I don't want to be on a public dog. If I had a free bet, that's where it's going.
I can understand finding discomfort. That's what I've written here is too popular ? As well. So I do have question marks beside Charleston Southern. We'll see if there's a move made on it. Let's roll on. Head over to the Big 12. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Jimmy Gomez, DJ Big Boss, Swish, Jim Rome's a douche, MC's Mug Mean, Ricky Bobby. Thank you guys for joining us. Kong's Clips, Crip Key, Dolo. Great group here. Now, I'm not exaggerating. This is the most important show of 2025 thus far. This is an enormous card. I'm coming off a losing day. I've had a bad 3 weeks in college basketball, and I can't let it get away from me. Man, Bear, Pig in the house. Let's roll. Cincinnati Bearcats 15-10, 5-9 in the Big 12. The West Virginia Mountaineers 15-10, 6-8 in the Big 12. Morgantown, West Virginia here for this one. Now, Cincinnati just played West Virginia on the 2nd of February. They looked terrible. They scored 50 points in that game. They lost 63-50. They shot 31.5 from the field and 31.3 from three. They were down 15 points at the half. It was a debacle. Now, I know these teams are in the bottom half of conference records, but still, Cincinnati looked terrible. And what did they do after that terrible loss? They bounced back. They won at UCF by 10, 93-83. Then they beat up BYU 84-66 at home. We just saw what BYU did to Kansas last night. Then they beat Utah at home 85-75. Then they play Iowa State pretty well. You know, it's a tough place to play. They were tied at the half. It was a very close game until the last few minutes. They lose 81-70, but they did cover. They were 11.5-point dogs, depending on when you load it in here. So does Cincinnati have some rebenga for West Virginia? Because West Virginia is an angry team. Coming off an overtime loss at Baylor. They look good in that one, 74-71. The 4-point home loss to BYU. They've lost 3 of 4 since the victory at Cincinnati. Take a look at the line history then for this spot. Dolo talking about the Morgantown home court advantage. Let's get the line history in for this. I have the cash flow set up, and here's the spread information. A big move towards the Bearcats. They opened up +4, -111, 7:14 p.m. last night. They moved to 3 an hour and 20 minutes later. Back to 3.5, now at 3 again. So we've had a full 1-point move towards the Bearcats. That's not a lot of points there. You'd want to have, I think, 5+ to be comfortable in this situation. When we get to the cash flow for this spot, here we go. We have a 129 -114 to the under. Remember, there was just 113 points scored in the first meeting. This opened up at 128.5, quickly went up to 130, and then went down to 127. This was a 127 at 10:22 a.m. Now we have a 129. We have a half-point move to the over, a ton of U-shaped movement. 56% of tickets, 68% of cash is on West Virginia, but this line's clearly moving towards the Bearcats. 83 and 81 on the over, and it's yo-yoing all over the place. Take it away for us here, Spooner. Bearcats, Mountaineers, and Morgantown.
So you talk about home court advantage here. West Virginia has the biggest home court advantage as identified by KenPom. They have it rated. They use factors like the attendance of fans and the elevation and past performances by teams versus how they've done on other courts. And they've identified this as the hardest court to play in. I've heard stories of West Virginia fans throwing batteries at players on the opposing benches. Not a fun place to play. I lean West Virginia here. I think DeVries is a good coach. I think Cincinnati is a good team, but it's not a good spot for him here. I think if they were going to get West Virginia, it would have been at home. Maybe there's a little extra motivation to try to get them on the road, but I would need a lot more than 3.5 points if I was going to try to back Cincinnati in this situation. That being said, West Virginia's lineup is banged up. They don't have the players they thought they would to start the season. And in conference play, sometimes that comes and shows itself. They just played one of the toughest teams in Iowa State. And now West Virginia might look a little easier after playing Iowa State. I like West Virginia. I wouldn't count Cincinnati completely out of it, and that's why I didn't get on it. I think this is going to be a low-scoring game, knockdown, drag-out kind of fight. 3.5 points might be too much. West Virginia wins, and it's just by 3 points kind of thing. I don't know. I like West Virginia's coach. I like their home court atmosphere. Really hard to fade either of those things in this situation, and if you did, you'd have to have a really good edge to do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's Cincinnati certainly feels sharp, so I can understand why the Stacks play of the day is on the Bearcats. This is play of the day number 2 for Stacks. We'll talk about number 1, but shout out to our guy Justin McKelvey.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
Chang, I did not help yesterday. It was extremely awful watching Lipscomb. I owe you. Let's see if we can deliver here for you. Shout out to our guy, Chang Kim. Let's roll here for our next spot on the board because we just heard from Stacks number 1. Here is Stacks number 2. Notre Dame fighting Irish for Justin McKelvey. SMU Mustangs 19-6, 10-4 in the ACC. At Notre Dame 11-14, 5-9. We are in South Bend for this one. SMU had their winning streak snapped in a 77-66 loss at home to Wake Forest. It was a very disappointing performance. SMU was 6.5 point favorites. It was a very tight game with poor shooting. Then Wake Forest took over down the stretch. SMU 36.1 from the field and 22.9 from 3. Very disappointing performance from them, snapping their winning streak. Notre Dame got that double overtime victory, 97-94 at Boston College, and they came crashing back to earth, losing on Sunday at home to Louisville by 15 points. This is a Notre Dame team that has been struggling against tough competition. This is their lone meeting with SMU, so there's no Rebenga here in play. Let's take a look at the line history here for this SMU Notre Dame spot, and then we'll hear from Spooner. We have a total of 143. It is juiced to the over. Opened up at 144. Got up to 145. Now we're at 143.5. Excuse me. So a slight move towards the under. On the point spread here, we have Notre Dame now plus 1.5. Wow, that is interesting. Opening up at plus 2, down to 1.5, back to 2. Now at 1.5. We have a 0.5 point move towards the Irish. Coin says Irish plus 1.5 for this better. Team will play for coach after his presser blow up here. Let's roll here. Grab the cash flow. I thought I had it set up. Yes, I do. So just 31% of the tickets and 24% of the cash on Notre Dame on the spread. On the money line, it's even less. 4% of tickets, 9% of the cash. Then 88% tickets, 88% cash on the over. I wish SMU was still on this winning streak because that loss is not the way I want to fade SMU coming off of a loss. Let's hear Spooner's analysis. SMU Mustangs, Notre Dame fighting Irish.
SMU hasn't won on the road all year, Jimmy. You can just look at their schedule. It's pretty easy to see. You go into any decent building and they can't do it. Shrewsbury, pretty good coach there in Notre Dame. His son's playing for him. It's not one of the best Notre Dame teams in recent memory. If anything, it's one of the shittier ones. But SMU hasn't played in a good building and won. And I think Notre Dame fans are going to show up. I think you're going to get a real punch for them. It's bold to try to fade SMU off a loss because they don't have very many losses this year. But if you look at their schedule and you look a little deeper, they haven't played anybody off a loss, just a lot of bad teams. And this Notre Dame team is the best team they've had to face off a loss since they had to play Notre Dame or North Carolina after Duke, and they lost both of those. SMU hasn't proven it to me. I'd like to fade them. This is one of the probably 11 games I had circled where I was going to take Notre Dame money line. Trying to get there with Notre Dame, I fell short looking at their roster going through. When I try to play this out, this is a one possession game, and there's a lot of guys I don't trust coming down at the end of the game. I like SMU's ability to offensive rebound, and I really think that can keep them in it. They're both pretty good free throw shooting teams. SMU's worse than Notre Dame, so Notre Dame gets that nod, but these one possession games, I like to have a real good edge if I'm going to go on it. And I wanted to be on Notre Dame, but it wasn't enough for me. So I got off.
Interesting.
I don't trust SMU at all. If I were to set this line, I'd give them 3 points.
Interesting. Notre Dame's become a lot more appealing to me. I mean, I can really understand Justin. He's got two sharp spots for his best bet. And we have DJ Big Boss, a Notre Dame backer, who's uncomfortable backing Notre Dame. I find Notre Dame more appealing than the Bearcats here. But that's so easy to say. One game's in South Bend, the other game's in Morgantown. So, I mean, I can understand the fear that I have with Cincinnati now down at this lower line. I'm going to take another look at Cincy before, I let go and get on the roller coaster ride. But Notre Dame, I think, will end up on my card.
Texas to Indiana in the middle of an ice storm probably is not a fun trip for these SMU cats. They are used to a lot nicer weather. This is not the time to be in the northern hemisphere of the United States if you're not up here.
It's ridiculous. This is the most snow I've seen since I was in university in the late 90s. All right, let's roll on. 7 p.m. Eastern, NC State Wolfpack, 10-15, 3-11 in the ACC. At North Carolina Tar Heels, 15-11, 8-6 in the ACC. Chapel Hill, North Carolina, Dean E. Smith Center. Sonny in the house. Daby will be back on for the Missouri game. And if I see his video camera turn on, Sonny, I'll bring him right back immediately. NC State snapped their losing streak. It was an ugly one on Saturday with a victory over Boston College. We are talking about a 9-game losing streak. And one of those losses was a very, very exciting 63-61 loss at home to these Tar Heels. They were just 4.5-point dogs in that one. They shot poorly, 15.8% from three. They scored 20 points in the first half. That's it. They were down 26-20. It was a very ugly first half. But they got off the schneid there with a victory. Their only other conference victory came I guess they have two, but Notre Dame was the big one, the victory against Notre Dame. Let's get into, and then Florida State, but let's get into North Carolina here. We got all the line history all set up. North Carolina coming off their second win in 3 games, 88-82 at Syracuse. So they are feeling a little bit better about themselves. A line history-wise, North Carolina opening up -11. They're now -10. If you want NC State +10, move on them now. I guess it's 9.5s across the board, so it's already moved at all of the books. So the 10 is a juiced spot, -117 if you want NC State. From a total side of things here, we have a 147 -110. This hasn't moved. It's gone 2 cents in each direction, but we're right back from where we started here. Then let's get the cash flow for this spot. Wolfpack, North Carolina. 57% of the tickets and 61% of the cash is on the road dog. So it is a public road spot. Now, it's not over 60% barrier. 50-50 on the ticket count, but 51% of tickets, 51% cash on the under. These are sunny Dollywalls, North Carolina Tar Heels here in play. Spooner, take it away. A battle of North Carolina, Wolfpack, and Tar Heels.
I look at this and I look at it as a battle between Keats and Hubie Davis. NC State always gets up to play Duke. They always get up to play North Carolina. If you go back the last 5 years, I think North Carolina hasn't been able to pull away from NC State. NC State's covered this number 3 of those 5 games. North Carolina's a better team. That building's not a fun one to play in. You're going to have some NC State Wolfpack fans there, though. I think this comes down to like a 5-7 point game. I don't think North Carolina has the ability to open it up. Keats is going to take it personal. He's going to call timeouts anytime North Carolina starts to make a run. North Carolina has bigger fish to fry than NC State. Season's not over yet, and the seeding's not finished yet. I could only be on North Carolina State with all the points in my pocket. But with North Carolina being in the middle of the pack, they need this win. And 10 points is in the scheme of things that can happen. I'm not on this game, Jimmy.
Does this fall under that same umbrella as Charleston Southern, where it's just a public road dog?
So I'm not going to be the only person you hear that says that NC State gets up to play North Carolina. That's just it's a common thing. This is one of the regional matchups that people are aware of. For that reason, it's not sharp. It's not an angle that I think that I can get anything out of. And if you don't have an angle that you think that you can win with, I'm not trying to play it. So I don't have the angle. I'm not playing it. Yeah, it's too popular for me. Yes.
Super true story. Looking at NC State first half. Robert Fenton on NC State plus 10. I can understand here. I mean, it's not like the Wolfpack are going to surprise the Tar Heels. I mean, that was a very, very tough game they played already. So I'm going to stay off of that spot. Let's roll on. Head to the Charles E. Smith Center, Washington, D.C., home of the George Washington Revolutionaries. Head over to the A10 here. And an interesting angle here from Zoe Faye with under, because we saw that first half just, fly under, and that first game go way under, which does make it a little less appealing to hammer the under here. Although, God, did I stare at that North Dakota State under for hours. I wonder if it's moved now, because it wasn't moving at the time. And I know all these Jackrabbit home games fly over, but we watched these two teams face each other already, and another rivalry spot where I would like to be on the under. But again, you guys know that I'm trying to stay off totals. Lou Chase Fox agreeing with the under in the NC State North Carolina game. But let's roll back to the A10 here for the St. Joseph's Hawks, 15-10, 6-6 in conference. At George Washington Revolutionary, 17-9, 6-7 in conference. This is the lone meeting between these two teams this year. St. Joseph had their a winning streak snapped in a very exciting 58-57 loss at George Mason. George Mason, of course, the class of the conference here, 1.5 up on VCU and 4 games up on Dayton and Loyola, 5 on St. Louis and 5.5 here on the Hawks. So George Mason, that was a great performance by St. Joseph's, but a tough loss. And they are staying on the road here to face George Washington. We saw George Washington last 2 home games. They faced the best teams in the conference. They lost 53-50 home to George Mason on the 5th of February. Then on the 12th of February, they lose by 8 to VCU, 80-72. They're coming off a 74-67 victory at Davidson on Saturday. So let's take a look at the line history here for this one. We'll start with this total. Opened up at 142.5, which is pretty much where 5-cent move to the under. 5-cent move to the under. On the point spread, we have St. Joseph's -2 and -107. They opened up at -1. So we've had a 1-point move towards the Hawks. And then cash flow wise, we had no help on the spread. We do have some information on the cash. We know that 41% of tickets, 67% of the money line action is on the Revolutionaries, 63 and 66 on the over. Take it away for us here, Spooner. Hawks, Revolutionaries in the nation's capital.
This is St. Joe's spot for me. They're playing their best basketball at the right time of the season. If you look back in their last few games, you see a loss to Dayton, a loss to Loyola Chicago, and a loss to George Mason. But if you look at those games a little bit closer, they all came down to a couple of possessions, and a foul call going a different way on a charge. The outcome's different in every single one of those games. George Washington is not the best team they played in this stretch, but St. Joe's is going to continue to have to play their best ball if they want a chance to make the NCAA tournament. And I believe they want to. If you look back at that George Mason game, you'll see they only scored 57 points. It's a little out of character for them, but George Mason's defense is on another level. And what they did in that game was play some pretty effective defense. And that's something they've not done throughout the course of the season. If they can carry that defense over into this George Washington game, I think St. Joe's can actually start to walk away with this. I like it a lot. I don't like taking A10 teams on the road and laying points, but being able to take the money line, it makes it appealing. The numbers seemed about right to me. I think George Washington has the opportunity to win this game, but they don't do anything well enough to make me want to back them. And because of that, I expected this number to maybe be favoring St. Joe's a little more, like maybe a -3. And that kind of put me off. I don't like the number to be more on the team that I like. That it seems fishy. It seems like it's too easy to take St. Joe's. And for that reason, maybe they don't carry that defensive intensity over. Maybe their shots just don't fall and George Washington gets a big home win. And I'm just going to avoid putting my money on the game.
Interesting. I'm going to put an asterisk with some question marks beside St. Joe's. I do find I just think they're the better basketball team. But
so shouldn't they be favored by more than a point, or is it just because they're on the road and this is a 4.5 point spread at their house? So it's really not a.
Yeah, that's the way I see it. Also, I mean, look at the Revolutionaries. They're a half game back in the conference. They have a better overall record. So it's, St. Joseph's has played the tougher teams in the conference better than the Revolutionaries. There's so much on the line here. Jerry Davis, though, on the Revolutionaries. Mr. Belvedere says, feeling St. Joe's here, but haven't done anything. Kripke says, George Washington is due. Robert Franklin on St. Joe's money line. I would like to back St. Joseph. I think we've seen the true colors of St. Joseph's, and they're a good basketball team. So I'm interested in St. Joseph's to finish off this. I mean, look, this is a team that's 6-6 in the A10. Don't we expect them to finish this conference schedule off strong? That's where I'm sitting, but I think this line is exactly where I would have put it now at -2 for St. Joseph's or -2.5. I'm interested. Let's stay in the A10 here for our next spot. 7 p.m. Eastern, the Fordham Rams, 11-14, 3-9 in conference. The Duquesne Dukes, 10-15, 5-7 in conference. We're at the UPMC Cooper Fieldhouse in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, not far from our guy, Justin McKelvey. Let's get into the line history here. Fordham +7. +7. There's been a 2-cent move towards Fordham. The 7-point dogs hurt me badly, although TCU took care of business first half. But this number, I don't want it to concern me, but it always does. A 7-point dog. We have Bowling Green, I had them +6 and they lose by 7. It was so frustrating. And I didn't move live on Bowling Green, which I was going to, but we did get live enough Plush Allen and I on Pittsburgh -1.5 at halftime. Good God, was that easy? This over is not moved. Over 141.5 at -110. Let's get to the cash flow here. It's a 50-50 proposition, really. 52% of the tickets, 58% of the cash is on Fordham. 57% of tickets, 54% cash on the over. Fordham is coming off 2 straight losses. They've lost 3 of their last 4. They lost at Richmond 70-66. Richmond, not a good basketball team. There's Fordham, 3-9 in conference. Duquesne, it's funny how they've struggled here. I expected more from them in conference play, just 5-7 in conference. They beat Loyola Chicago at home with authority by 13. And then on Saturday, they lose at Dayton 77-76. There's no harm in losing at Dayton 8-5 in conference, and you lost by a point and covered. These teams have not. Oh, they met. Sorry, my bad. They met Sunday, January 26th. It was a 65-63 win for Fordham at home. Fordham was 3.5-point dogs. It was a very, very close game. Fordham shot 39.2 from the field and 22.7 from three. The reason why they won, because they turned the ball over 17 times too. They won because they won the board battle 41-27. I wonder if that comes to fruition again here. Take it away for us, Spoondog, Fordham Rams, Duquesne Dukes in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Jimmy, you're talking about Duquesne struggling a little more than you thought they would. Drew Joyce is in his first season coaching that team. His father's been a high school basketball coach in the area for 25 years. He knows a lot of the A-10 coaches, so there's some relationships that Drew Joyce already had. But I relate that a lot to a hitter or a pitcher coming in and having some early success in Major League Baseball. While the book's not out on them, they can do what they do well and they can have success with it. But once the book's out, you get a chance to see what they're doing and you get a chance to pick it apart. And that's what happened with these A-10 coaches. After those first 5 games, they got enough of a book on them and they figured out how to take Duquesne apart. Fordham's in a different little situation. They've had interim coach for part of this season. They've had some off the court issues. I don't necessarily know how to put it best, but they're a team that's been a little bit sloppy, a little bit of a mess. I think they already dropped a game to Fordham, and they don't want to drop a second game. This is an opportunity for Drew Joyce to get another win. I like Duquesne a lot here. That's why the line's at 7. They're telling you he's going to get the win. They know a lot of people don't want to lay 7 with Duquesne. If you're going to be on this game, that's where you should be. I've been on Fordham as a dog a lot this year. I liked them with the interim coach look. I thought that was a good angle, get the kids up to play for him. This is a spot for me where Drew Joyce needs a win. This is a team he can take advantage of, and I think the books are telling you that's what's going to happen. I'm not on it, but I wouldn't be against it. I don't like laying 7 points in college basketball.
Fascinating breakdown for the Dukies. I'm going to take another look at the Dukies here. And Rick J saying if Kevin Miller plays for SMU today, he is taking them better defensively and rebounding. Rick Jake's looking for SMU to get their first road win of the season. We're going to head off to the Missouri Valley Conference for the next 2 games here. 7 p.m. Eastern, Southern Illinois Salukis 12-15, 7-9 in conference. At the Murray State Racers 13-14, 7-9 in conference as well. We are in Murray, Kentucky for this spot.
Hey, Jimmy.
Yeah.
I just heard you say we are in Murray, Kentucky for this spot. Could I get you to double check that? I believe Murray is having some issues, and I don't think they're playing at home.
Okay, because I still have them at the CFSB Center, but
Carbondale, Illinois.
Wow.
So something issues with the building, possibly from the ice storms, I believe. Not 100% sure, but Murray State did not play their last game at home, and I don't think they'll be playing this game at home tonight either.
Yeah, the Jew's telling us Carbondale.
That's part of my cap on this. I don't know if you saw my card or not, but Southern Illinois is my second spot of the day. I have them money line. I got it just at plus money, like plus 105, plus 110. If you look at this is a rematch from earlier in the season. I think Southern Illinois is a better team. I think this is a really bad spot for Murray State. I lost my notes when I had to restart my computer here. But
that game you're talking about, the 74-64 victory for Murray State. It was basically a pick 'em here, a minus 120 on the money line for Murray State. The Salukis shot terrible from 3. It was a pretty tight game until like last 10 minutes, but they lost by 10 on their home floor.
So correct. And until halftime, that was a pick 'em. The game was up in the air, could have gone either way. I really like Southern Illinois to get the win here. I think the line's pretty telling. I think this is one of those games they're trying to hide in this 52-game slate. I don't think a lot of people are going to be aware that Murray State's not actually playing at home. I think this game means a little bit more to Southern Illinois. I think Nagy's a really good coach. It's a weird thing to say for an Illinois coach named Nagy, but I think this is a really good spot for them. I think this is just one of those spots a lot of people aren't going to see. They're going to wonder why the line's only 1.5 for Murray State, and then they're going to be really annoyed when they see Murray State drops this game, and they're not at home.
Interesting, yeah, because ESPN still has them at home. We're not getting any cash flow information except for on the money line where we have 81% of tickets, 83% of cash on Murray State. This spread, though, has gone from 1.5 to 2. What a fascinating spot. So you got plus 105, did you say?
Plus 105 is what I got tweeted out, yes.
Fascinating spot. So we have a move on the Salukis here from Morgan Spooner. A move on the Salukis. That is certainly an appealing spot. I'm going to take a little bit more time with and then move. We have 16 minutes till 1 p.m. Spooner, do you need to leave like 5 to 1? Like, what is your time frame?
I can get you a few minutes after 1. I'm sorry about how the started thereafter, but probably about 1:15 I got to get out of here.
Ooh, all right. Okay, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, let's rock on to our next spot on the board. Again, stay in the Missouri Valley Conference. Evansville Purple Aces at the Indiana State Sycamores. Evansville 10-17, 7-9 in the Missouri Valley Conference. Indiana State 13-14, 7-9 here. We're at the Hulman Center. Evansville snapped their 3-game losing streak with that 79-69 victory at home over Valparaiso. Valparaiso just 4-12 in conference. Not a very impressive team. Indiana State coming off the 85-76 home victory over Illinois State. That snapped their 2-game losing streak here for the Sycamores. And these teams faced each other back on January 4th. It was a tight 66-62 victory for the Sycamores at Evansville. Indiana State were 3.5-point favorites. It was an extremely tight game for the entirety of it. The Sycamores took over in the second half, outscored them by 9 here. Robert Franklin is on the Indiana State minus 7.5. Dion Lilly, I did move on Charlotte. There wasn't a lot of love for the game in general here, but I did move on Charlotte on the money line, hoping that it's just a bad spot here for Temple, whom I don't think is very good. Here we go. Let's get into the line history for the Purple Aces spot here. We have Evansville right now plus 7.5 at minus 104. They opened up plus 7, got up to plus 8. Now we're back at 7.5, but we've had a half-point move towards the Sycamores. And then on the total here for this one, we have sorry about that. And we have a 150.5, slightly juiced to the under. Actually, it just moved to 149 4 minutes ago. We just had a 1.5 move towards the under. The other books have not followed suit yet. You know that they will. It's very sharp offshore. So 5 minutes ago, we had a 1.5 move towards the under. And I don't have the cash flow set up here. Let me see if I can get it very quickly. And if not, we'll just hand it over to Spoon. We do have it. 52% of the tickets and 84% of the cash is on the Sycamores. Big bets on the Sycamores. 51 and 54 on the over. Take it away for us here, Spooner. Purple Aces, Sycamores at the Hulman Center.
Yeah, Jimmy, I leaned Evansville in this one. They're a really tall team. They're a long team. That's something that helped keep them in the game versus Indiana State in the first matchup. These are relatively regional. They're not rivals, but they're close enough to each other that everybody knows each other in this matchup. I don't think that Indiana State has the firepower to blow this game open 10 points. Evansville's got 3 or 4 guys on the roster that are 6'10". That creates a problem for Indiana State. I don't think it's something that Evansville is going to be able to take advantage of and actually win. And if Indiana State plays fast enough, maybe they can turn their deficiency into an efficiency and actually break it open to a 14-point game. But that rebounding, the height, the length, you can't out-coach height and length. And I think that's something that can keep them in this game. I remember watching Evansville get absolutely destroyed by Ohio State earlier this year. And I think it was probably a 40-point game. But what Evansville did was have some really good body language in the second half. And that's really hard to do when you're losing by 40 points. I like their ability to keep it tight here. Some of their other conference matchups have gotten a little bit looser, but they don't want to get blown out by an in-state school. I think Evansville can keep it close. Didn't put money on it, though.
Yeah, I can understand the breakdown. It does sort of, I wish this does feel like Evansville can stay in this basketball game here. Lucky lefty on Evansville first half plus 3.5. Jermaine says Indiana State rolls here. Lou Chase Fox says, I think under or nothing in this game. Evansville's going to get crushed. Body language only counts in cheerleaders. Wow. All right. I have some interest in Evansville, but certainly not moving on it now. And we'll hold off. Let's go back to the Patriot League. Do we have a spot here to fade the Navy midshipmen? 10-17, 7-7 in the Patriot League at the Colgate Raiders, 11-16, 8-6 in the Patriot League. We're in Hamilton, New York, Cotterell Court. We have Navy coming off beating Army. Beating Army for the second time this year, 61-54 at home. It was a big, big victory for them. They've now won 2 straight. Now they face a Colgate team that took them out at home. Colgate won 73-66. The Colgate didn't play particularly well. It was a pretty tight game throughout until maybe the last 5 minutes or so. Colgate were 2.5-point favorites. Opened up as 3.5. The line moved towards the midshipmen. Do we want to fade Navy after a big win against Army? Let's take a look at the line history here for this Navy spot. I'll start with the total. It's a 143. It's minus 117 to the over. At a 2 cent move towards the over. On the point spread here, we have Navy plus 6.5, minus 102. So Colgate at plus 6.5 has taken 9 cents from minus 110 to now minus 119. And cash flow wise, 67% of the tickets are on the Colgate Raiders and 88% of the cash. So you'd want the line to be moving towards, and we've seen 9 cents of movement. 52% tickets, 53% cash on the under. I wonder if this is the spot to back the Raiders. We have the Raiders coming off a double overtime loss at Boston University. They had a 2-game winning streak before that. They won at Holy Cross. I know Holy Cross just at the bottom of the ledger. And then, they beat Loyola, Maryland. So they haven't been great against the best teams here or the better teams in the conference. Take it away for a Spooner. Midshipmen, do we fade them after their big victory versus Army?
So you got a 7-point spread here. You have a team in Colgate who's gone to the NCAA tournament 5 of the last 6 years from this conference, and they fully expect to go there again this year. If you look at the rankings, I think they're in 3rd or 4th place. So they got some work to do at the end of the season. I think this Navy spot is one they're well aware of. Navy's kind of come on throughout the course of the year. They've got 2 scores, something not every Patriot League team does, and Colgate respects that. But when you've gone to the tournament 5 of the past 6 years, you've got really good coaches there. You got good people around you that set you up for success. So they're really ready for Navy here. I think Navy did blow their load in that Army game. That's a really big game for them. When you get a chance to take 2 from your rival, that's just the best. If nothing else happens and they lose every other game this year, they can be happy about this season. 7 points is too many for me to lay it with Colgate, but I couldn't be on Navy in any way, shape, or form after the Army win. And the fact that Colgate's very motivated. I don't think this is their best team out of the last 6 seasons, but I think they have every bit of talent to win this league, and I'm not betting against them.
It's a fascinating spot. Colgate first half is an appealing situation. Navy still feeling good about themselves off of that win against Army. I'm certainly leaning towards them. Rob Free in the house. Great to see you, Rob. He's got Miami plus 9. We'll be talking about that here shortly. Again, CMAC will be taking over after Spooner. And we have Daby Cab and Wine Time. And then Brizzy is also going to have a best bet for us. Aubrey Travis also looking at Colgate first half. Let's stay in the Patriot League for our next spot, Spooner. Loyola Maryland Greyhounds 10-15, 5-9 in conference. The Boston University Terriers 13-14, 7-7 in the Patriot League. We're at Case Jim for this one. Let's get this one set up here. Loyola Maryland on a 3-game losing streak. They did beat Boston University at home 69-67 back on February 1st. They followed that victory, Loyola Maryland did, with a win over Lafayette, and then 3 straight losses for them. Boston University is coming off the double overtime win at home over Colgate. That snapped a 2-game losing streak for them. They have lost 3 of their last 5. Of course, that started with the loss 69-67 at Loyola Maryland. In that 69-67 loss, Boston University shot abysmal. I mean, we're talking 39.7 from the field and 16.7 from 3. Loyola Maryland shot 46.9 from the field and 40.9 from 3. And barely, and I mean barely, beat Boston University. Have to think that Boston University shoots better here. And takes care of Loyola Maryland. Let's take a look at the line history. This opened up with Boston University -3.5, -110. They're now -3.5, -119. They've taken 9 cents of money, but we haven't moved to 4 at this point. Then we have a low total of 131.5. It's -115 each way. And then cash flow wise, we have no help with the spread. It's not important really to take in the money line into account with the -170. We do have 53% tickets, 52% cash on the over. Take it away for us here, Spoondog. Do we move on the Terriers?
So Loyola has been one of my favorite teams to back this year in the Patriot League. It's a roster I really like. I like their ability to be able to compete in every single game. A lot of these Patriot League games come down to 2 possessions. 4 points is a lot to favor any team by in the Patriot League. You got to have a really good angle on that. That being said, we looked at that Boston game, and Boston shot terribly. That's one of their worst games. I like this as a spot for them to do well. If the Colgate game hadn't have just happened, I'd be on Boston right here. I had it circled, even though I've been on Loyola all year, but I just don't think Loyola has the ability to win this game. And when they don't win games, they start to fall behind, and they lack the ability to score sometimes. Like, they'll go on big droughts, and that can be really frustrating when you're backing a team and all of a sudden it went from they were down 2 points to they're down 10 points. And I think Boston can open some of those little droughts up here at home. 4 points is a lot. Boston wins it. If you're putting it in a parlay or something, you're just looking for something with a little bit of juice, that would be how I would back Boston. But I'm not on this game. I crossed it off my list and I moved on.
I find the Terriers appealing here. I'll have to decide if 4 or the juice 3.5.
I see the note there in the chat, Jimmy. Also, Family Guy. Everybody lives on Spooner Street in Family Guy. It's a fun little note. I used to have one of the signs in my high school bedroom.
Blue Chase Fox sounds like he had some nice times on Spooner Street back in the day. Let's stay. We're moving, actually. We are off to the Big East. We're off to the Big East for the next spot. Friars, Hoyas. Friars 12-14, 6-9 in the Big East. At the Georgetown. Hoyas 15-10, 6-8 in the Big East. Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. Providence snapped that losing streak with the 75-62 victory at home over Villanova on Saturday. It was a 4-game losing streak. But that wasn't a loss against Georgetown back on January 25th. It was a victory for Providence, 78-68 at home. They took care of business. They were 1.5-point dogs in that one, and they took care of business against the Hoyas. By the way, Jay Vegas is on the under in that Loyola Boston University spot. Lex Steele is going to use Boston for a parlay, and Kripke on Boston -4 here. So let's set this one up here. Can Georgetown get Rebenga We have Georgetown coming off the 97-86 loss at Butler. They've been a very different team at home. You know, they beat Butler at home. Last game they played at home was on the 8th, so not last Saturday, but Saturday before. They held Seton Hall to 46 points at home. Let's take a look at the line history here for this Georgetown spot. We have a total of 141.5. It is juiced to the under at minus 114. This opened up at 140.5 and got up to 144. This was a 144 at 10 in the morning. So now we see it back at 141.5. It doesn't tell the whole story, but there has been a move towards the over. When we get to the point spread here for this spot, we have Georgetown just -2. Fishy. They opened up at -3. By 9:30 p.m., this was a -4, which is where you think it should be. Drops down to 2.5, up to 3, down to 2, now down to 2. A 1-point move towards the Friars. Wine Time says this market in this game is confusing. Says someone out for Georgetown.
I believe I have some insight on that, Jimmy.
Well, let's hear it. Let me just give the cash flow quickly. 39% of the tickets and 74% of the cash is on Georgetown. So big bet still coming in on the Hoyas. 66-69 on the over. Spooner, take it away.
So Georgetown has a lot going on right now. One of their leading scorers, Thomas Sorber, he's a really crucial piece down low for them. He's been dealing with turf toe down low, and he missed a good chunk of the last game with turf toe. I think there's some news that got out last night that was talking about him meeting with a trainer that a lot of people took as he was not going to be playing in this game. I think that's a big assumption to make, and it's not a leap I'm ready to take. Believe Caleb Williams, one of the guards, is also dealing with concussion protocol. I think the market move is the fact that Georgetown is going to be without some of their starters, or could be without some of their starters. I don't think any of that is official. I tried to look at that quickly before coming on the show. The next thing I want to hit on this is Georgetown's coach means a lot to this rivalry. Cooley really changed how Providence basketball program is. Without Cooley, Providence is probably one of the worst programs in the Big East right now. And he just moved to Georgetown. This is a big spot. He lost to Providence earlier this year, but it was after a really big win on Martin Luther King Day versus Villanova. And then just an emotional day for Ed Cooley. He just lost his mother. She passed away a day and a half ago. She lived in Providence, where he lived for a really long time. And he's a really big figure in the community there. I don't know how all that's going to play out today, so I ended up getting off it. But if your thought is you're going to take Providence because Georgetown's got a couple players out, I think that's a really bad take. I think Ed Cooley's got a lot going on, and he's the kind of guy that could get anybody to run through a wall, including backups. I don't think Providence on the road is anything to be scared of. That injury information is going to continue to come out. I think Georgetown might be plus money by the end of the day, and it might wind up on my card. I have a lot of faith in Ed Cooley's ability to coach and make things happen. That being said, there's so much going on in this game. I didn't need it on my card, and I don't want to give anything out on it.
Yeah, all those angles here. Wow. Great breakdown, though. Great breakdown. That's a Big East action. We have Spooner for 13 more minutes, and we do want to talk about the spots he's moving on, but we're going to see if we can get through a few more games before we get we've heard from 2 spots on. He's got Nebraska money line. He's got Southern Illinois money line. He's got 2 more that we hope to get to, but let's roll on. Head over to the Horizon League here, Spooner. IU Indianapolis, IU PUI, the Jaguars, 8-19, 4-12 in the Horizon. The Detroit Mercy Titans, 8-19, 4-12 in the Horizon. We're at Callahan Hall in Detroit, Michigan. Let's get into the line history here for this spot. We have Detroit Mercy opening up at -1 at -108. They're now -1 at -112. So we've had 4 cents of movement. Very little movement here in this Horizon League matchup. When we get to the total, we have a 144.5. It's -114 to the over. Opened up at 145.5. We've dropped a point to 144.5. Swish is moving here on IU Indy. Take a look at the cash flow. We don't have any help on the spread, but it's a low number at 1.5. So we do have the money line information. 70% of the tickets, 60% of cash on Detroit Mercy. 58% of tickets and 61% of the cash is on the over. IUPUI has lost 3 straight basketball games. Last one at home to Oakland, 82-67. So 3 straight losses here for both IU Indy and Detroit Mercy. Detroit Mercy also playing Oakland, which gives IU Indy a 4-day rest advantage. Detroit Mercy lost at Oakland 93-83 in overtime. So we have the 4-day rest advantage for IUPUI. They played Detroit Mercy and destroyed them on Thursday, January 9th. They beat them 95-61. They were in control the entire basketball game. They won the first half 45-29, won the second half 50-32. It was just a debacle for the Detroit Mercy Titans. There's a chance that they can fight back here. Take it away for us, Spooner. Jaguars, Titans.
Oh, I had to cross this one off my list. I really wanted to be on Detroit Mercy here. Mark Montgomery's done a really good job taking over this program. They won 1 game last year, and it was against IU Indy's program. The year before that, they beat IU Indy twice, and the year before that, they beat IU Indy twice. Detroit Mercy is a bad basketball school, but this is the only school's number that they've had. You mentioned that earlier matchup. Why would a team be favored by 2 points when they lost by, 30 points to them?
Yeah.
You got to sit there. You got to take a step back and be like, what's going on here? When the book sets a line, it's an anchoring point. That anchoring point is going to make most of the bets come around that. There's not a lot of people that are putting alt lines out there. I think this is a Detroit Mercy spot. I think they probably win by a couple possessions. It's a really stinky line to lay points with. There's a lot of games on the board. I like Detroit Mercy a lot here. It's the only spot I could be on. I think IU Indy is way too easy to get on. These aren't great schools, but if you're looking at it and trying to cap, how can you not take the team that won by 30? There's nothing you could possibly do coaching-wise to change a 30-point blowout. Is going to be the concept that most people are on. I'm off it, but Detroit Mercy, I thought about for a solid minute.
And what was the final thing that said, okay, I'm just going to move past it?
Jimmy, Detroit Mercy won 1 game last year. They've improved a lot. They're now the 335th team in the country. That's not a lot to be. It's not something I have a lot of faith in. While I think that Detroit Mercy did have IU Indy's number, it wasn't Mark Montgomery that was getting those wins. And Detroit Mercy did get their only win of the season versus IU Indy last year. IU Indy was so embarrassed by that, they literally changed their name from IUPUI to IU Indy. I think maybe there's we got embarrassed factor. We played our best game of the season against you already, and we're about to play our second game of the season because that's embarrassing. My athletic director had to come into my office, and I had to explain that I was the only D1 team that was bad enough to lose to these guys. I don't know. Detroit Mercy or nothing.
I find Detroit Mercy appealing here. That the team total you're thinking about, not plus, is 72.5 for the Titans. Well, we have 8 minutes left, and we probably should now get to your next 2 spots, which are your best bets here. I'm not sure if we have the graphics set up for them because we've Jose working his ass off. We've got 53 graphics he's created here. But why don't we roll into the next spot here now? Jose, the other spot that Spooner is on is your UTSA squad. So that will be the second to last game. The next spot, though, for you is the Illinois State money line spot for you, Spooner. So I don't have all of this set up either at this point. So why don't you walk through your best bet number 3, 8 p.m. Eastern. It's the Missouri Valley Conference. So, Jose, we'll get off the Western Carolina Chattanooga spot. Thank you, my friend. Bradley Braves 21-6, 12-4 in the Missouri Valley Conference. At the Illinois State Redbirds 15-12, 7-9. We're in Normal, Illinois for best bet number 3 from Spooner. Let's get to the line history and hear his plan of attack. This total is a 144. It's minus 120 to the over. So we've had a 10-cent move towards the over. And when we get to the point spread here for this spot, we have Bradley minus 1 and minus 104. A fascinating line. There's been a 4-cent move towards Illinois State. We're talking about a 21-16, 12-4 in conference against a 15-12, 7-9 in conference. This is extremely fishy. And, just looking at the bare bones of this, I find your action extremely appealing. On the money line for Bradley right now, we're talking about 3,600 tickets, so we're not talking about a game that hasn't been bet. 98% of the tickets and 97% of cash is on Bradley. On the spread, it's a little different. Illinois State has 32% of the tickets and 56% of the cash. Then we have 69 and 69 on the under. Take it away for us, Spooner. Braves, Redbirds in Normal.
Yeah, this one stuck out a little bit to me when I looked at the lines last night. I kind of figured Illinois State would be catching a few points, and seeing them at a pick 'em kind of is a hint to me that Illinois State's live to win this game. If you go look back at the first matchup, Illinois State was alive to win this till the very last minute of the ball game. Bradley hit a couple big shots, and they won. You got to do that in basketball games. I think a coin flip kind of decision goes a different way, and Illinois State wins that game. If you're looking at the metrics, you're going to find Bradley's the better team on paper. They have pretty decent offense. They have a really good defense. And going back through the years, that's where they hang their hat. You got a good kid named Duke Dean. All that being said, I think this is a great Illinois State spot. The books kind of tip their hand here, and I don't mind following suit. When you cap every single game of the season, there's going to be some certain spots that stick out. Like, it just shouldn't be, the line shouldn't be like that. And this is one of those to me that this is just telling me that Illinois State's going to win this. I think they're looking back at that Bradley game. They were rolling at that time. It's their only loss in a game of 6. And that 50-50 thing really hurts. They lost to Northern Iowa, who's 3rd in the conference. They lost to Drake, who's 1st in the conference. They just had a bad game against Indiana State, and that's what I got circled. I wanted to see that bad game versus Indiana State, because that means they're looking to Bradley. They wanted Bradley. That's what it tells me, and I'm gonna read the writing on the wall, and I'm just gonna put Illinois State on my card. It was right around a pick 'em. I think maybe I paid minus 105, minus 102 for it. I don't have it on my screen at the moment, but I really like Illinois State here. It's a great spot.
I love it. I love the look here. Robert Cherry on the other side of us, it's going to happen. But this just makes so much sense here. The books opening up their arms to anybody who wants a team that's 12-4 in conference, a team that's 21-6 overall. I mean, you would have to think that everybody is going to be on Bradley here. I'm extremely interested in joining you on that one. Let's talk about your best bet number 4 here before we lose our guy Spoondog. That's at the UTSA Convocation Center, San Antonio, Texas, a spot that our Jose Bouquet knows well. South Florida Bulls 12-14, 5-8 in the American at the UTSA Roadrunners. Take a look at the line history here for this spot. We have UTSA minus 2.5, minus 111. They opened up minus 2. This is bounced up to 2.5, down to 1.5, but we're back at 2.5. So we've had, and it is juiced to UTSA as well. So we've had the half-point move towards Jose's Roadrunners. Take a look at the total here for this 8 p.m. start. We have a 152.5. It's minus 120 to the over. I opened up at 150.5. So we've had a 2-point move towards the over. And then when we get to the cash flow here for this UTSA spot. We have 99% of the tickets and 89% of the cash on the spread on the Bulls of South Florida. Just 1% of the tickets, 11% of the cash on UTSA. Then we have on the money line, though, 58% of tickets, 68% cash on UTSA. So South Florida is still being bet there as well. And then 78% tickets, 78% cash on the under. Take it away for us, Spooner. Best bet number 4 for you.
Yeah, I'm on UTSA here, Jimmy. Literally 9:30 this morning, I got money line at minus 120 on, or minus 125 on DraftKings. I'm looking at it, and it's a lot more expensive now. I don't have any problem laying a few points here. I also think if you just wait a couple baskets into this game, you can get a minus 115 money line again. I think Austin Claunch has done a really good job with this UTSA program. It's his first year coaching here. All he's done is win at the collegiate level. He was a graduate assistant for George Mason. He went to Clemson. I really like this UTSA spot. They're off 4 losses in a row, and they're playing a South Florida team who's not much better. South Florida and UTSA don't have a long history against each other. I think South Florida took both wins last year, but that was against a different coach. And if you look at it, South Florida performed a lot worse in their matchup when they had to travel to Texas. I think this is a UTSA team that plays really tough. You look at the losses, and they're not falling out of these games. North Texas on the road is one of the toughest wins you can have in America. I think that's probably an underrated win for most people. That's the game there that shows me that they can beat anybody in this conference on any night. And South Florida is not one of the better teams in this conference. You get a nice home spot, and trying to figure out. South Florida lost one of their starters just 2 games ago. You're dealing with some continuity issues. I think this is a really nice UTSA spot. Not a lot of people are going to be wanting to lay points with UTSA. It's a program they associate with being bad at basketball, but 2 or 3 years from now, that's going to change, and you're going to have UTSA towards the top of this conference. I'm on UTSA. They played the toughest schedule in this conference as well. Nobody's played a harder. They played all the top teams. So that's it. Sorry, I lost my notes on that one. I was trying to find them as we went.
No worries.
Good luck today, everyone.
I like both those spots. The last 2 spots very much as well. I'm going to take another look at them. What a revelation you've been here for us at Pub Sports Radio. Morgan Spooner firing away 2 hours of hardcore capping. We're going to have C-Mac taking over from our guy Morgan. Morgan, excellent job. Everybody watching, can you please support our guy Morgan on X? He's putting out all his action on X. He asks for nothing in return, nothing at all. I'm going to pop his X handle here in the chat. Take a second, please. Click on that and support our guy Morgan Spooner, who's been such a huge addition to our capping family here at Pub Sports Radio. Spooner, thank you, man. Thank you for all your hard work. Any last words for the cappers supporting the show, my man?
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, everybody in the chat. You're all sharp. Any angles you got, let's share them together. Let's beat the books. The books are really sharp. They have supercomputers. They know more than we know. But if we all work together, we can find some holes in this Swiss cheese defense they got, and we can make a bunch of money. Let's do it together. Hope everybody has a good day, and I'll see everybody Friday.
There he is, Morgan Spooner in the house. We'll be back in business with us on Friday, and that's another spot where we can cap the entire card. But NHL won't be back yet, will it be? But we'll have full NBA card here as well. Great stuff from Morgan Spooner. Again, the 4 spots for Spooner here: Nebraska money line, Southern Illinois money line, Illinois State money line, UTSA money line. The Southern Illinois State, and UTSA, I'm very interested in, especially the last 2. I expect to rock with. But let's roll on. We'll have Conor Mac joining us here shortly. We'll also have best bets coming in from Wine Time, as well as Daby Cab. Let's roll. So we're going to go back to that SoCon spot. We're almost done our 7 p.m. games. 7 p.m. Eastern, we have the Western Carolina Catamounts, 8-17, 4-10 in the SoCon at the Chattanooga Mocs 19-8, 11-3 in the SoCon. We're in the McKenzie Arena in Chattanooga, Tennessee. This total is at 152.5. That's where it opened. We've had a 4-cent move towards the over. Nothing much going on there. Let's get to the point spread here for this Chattanooga spot. We have, let me get over here. We go. We have Western Carolina 17-point dogs. They open up 16.5. Now 17-point dogs. This is a ugly Western Carolina Catamount squad that's riding a 2-game winning streak. Now, I mean, it pales in comparison to the Mocs winning streak here right now. Western Carolina 4-10. Only team below them is the mighty Citadel. So Western Carolina here off back-to-back wins. East Tennessee State, that's a legit home win for them. And then they win over Citadel, not quite, as attractive. And they were playing strong against good opponents. I mean, they lose 74-70 at UNC Greensboro. Both the Furman and VMI games go to overtime. And then before that is their loss at home to Chattanooga. And they got crushed. They lost 84-60. They were down 44-25 at the half. They got crushed. They shot 32.1 from the field and 21.7 from three. They were just 10.5-point dogs. And they got absolutely destroyed. I kind of find the Catamounts appealing here. The question is, do you want to take them for 40 minutes or for 20 minutes? Let's take a look at the cash flow and see. Again, you don't want to be backing a very public position here, which I don't think the Catamounts can be. But I mean, I think it's pretty clear that they're playing better basketball here. And they're playing against a team that absolutely destroyed them. Again, though, we do have a bit of a public spot. 57% of the tickets and 44% of the cash is on the Catamounts. 55 and 54 on the over. I find them appealing. These spots, I moved on 2 of them on the first half yesterday. I don't count TCU because they weren't that big of a dog, but TCU cashed easily. Here, I don't think I can. I don't want the losses yesterday to stop me from moving on a spot where I think there is some value. So here we go. Spooner says fake Catamounts teams, the real ones from Vermont. These guys are like stuffed animals, says our guy Spooner. I find West Carolina first half somewhat appealing here. I just think it's a team that's playing better basketball, going up against a team that destroyed them at home. Why would the Mocs, be completely ready to go? If we're going to take that, one step further here, this Chattanooga team that's won 7 straight basketball games. And these are 2 easy spots. They have West Carolina, and then they have the Citadel on deck. I'm interested in Western Carolina first half. Let's roll on. We're going to stay in the SoCon here. UNC Greensboro Spartans 18-9, 11-3 in the SoCon at the East Tennessee State Buccaneers 15-12, 8-6 in conference. We're in Freedom Hall in Johnson City, Tennessee. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have this East Tennessee State squad -1. Very lukewarm favorite. They opened up at 2.5 and it's dropped to 1. It is heavily juiced towards East Tennessee State. We'll call it a 1 point move towards Greensboro. Let's set up this Greensboro spot here. This Greensboro team has won 4 straight. They've won 6 of 7. They've won 8 of 10. They beat Eastern Tennessee State 70-65 at home. It wasn't that long ago. It was just on the 29th of January. UNC Greensboro shot 51.9 from the field and 43.8 from 3. Eastern Tennessee State didn't shoot the ball well, just 36.8 from the field in that game. And, but I mean, they were just 1.5 point dogs. So UNC covered easily. East Tennessee State didn't shoot the ball well. We have Greensboro coming off of that 58-50, pretty ugly rock fight type win over Furman. Furman, VMI, and West Carolina is who they played. They're coming off games against the weakest teams in the conference. Why wouldn't East Tennessee State be able to fire back here in this spot. We have East Tennessee State coming off 2 straight losses. One was to the Mocs. That last loss was to the Mocs. Both were on the road. It was a bounce back of sorts because they'd lost 76-67 to Western Carolina Catamounts. That's a pretty ugly loss. This East Tennessee State's becoming more and more appealing. We've seen the line move towards UNC Greensboro. I don't think I want to get in the way of that line move. Justin McKelvey does have East Tennessee State minus 124. And from a cash flow perspective, which I think will end up sealing the deal here with this spot, and then we can just move on. Let's grab the cash flow here, and we have no help on the spread. We do know that 59% of tickets and 86% of cash is on East Tennessee State. 80% of tickets, 80% cash on the over. I guess the line move here away from the Buccaneers is enough to give me pause, but we do see that Justin McKelvey is East Tennessee in his pocket. I'm going to put the note down that I'm interested in East Tennessee State, but I don't know if I get there. Let's roll on. We're going to stay in the SoCon for this spot. We have the Mercer Bears, 11-16, 4-10 in the conference at the Citadel Bulldogs, 5-20, 0-14 here at McAllister Fieldhouse. They have been terrible. By the way, Zoe Faye says 3-point edge for Greensboro on O and D. He says East Tennessee State ranked 3rd in free throws. Let's talk about this Mercer Bears Citadel spot and get this all set up here. Let me just find the spread here. We talked about the 14-game losing streak here in conference. Let's grab the situation here. Both teams are in the throes of losing now. Mercer 4-10 in conference, but they have a big chunk of losses to stare at. 5 straight. They've lost 6 of 7. They destroyed the Citadel. That was their last win, and they absolutely annihilated them, 80-46. They held the Citadel to 18 first half points. Citadel shot 27.3 from the field and 22.7 from 3. It was a horrific performance from the Citadel. Does anybody want to trust this basketball team? Now, they look better at Western Carolina. They look better at home versus Wofford. They've been playing the better teams in conference here, while Mercer's been losing to the worst teams in the conference here. Does anybody have the balls here to back the Citadel 0-14 squad in conference? Do we pull the lipstick out for this pig? Let's take a look at the line history here for the Citadel. They are plus 7.5. It is juiced pretty heavily at 7.5 as well. But that's where they opened, plus 7.5. This hasn't moved on this sharp offshore except an 8-cent move. But the point has not moved. 8-cent move towards the Citadel. We get to the cash flow, the total. We have a 147.5, heavily juiced towards the over. Shout out to our guy Lex Steele, blessing our action here. And then let's take a look at the cash flow. Do I have the balls to bet an 0-14 team that's becoming more and more appealing by the minute? Now, again, it's a public spot. I mean, are you surprised? 58% of tickets, 48% of cash on the Citadel, 80 and 81 on the under. I certainly find the Citadel appealing here. Stay in this game. You lost. You got absolutely annihilated in your first meeting. I find the Citadel appealing. Take a look at it afterwards here. Shout out to Lex Steele, blessing our action. Let's roll on. We roll on to 7:30 p.m. Eastern with the East Carolina Pirates, 15-11, 7-6 in conference at the Tulane Green Wave, 14-11, 8-4 in conference. We're at Devlin Fieldhouse in New Orleans, Louisiana here. Let's get into the line history for this East Carolina spot. Of course, home of the Earl Sports Bets brothers. East Carolina line history. As soon as we get through these 7 p.m. games, it's going to be much easier for me to roll through all of these games. Oh, that's why we're at 7:30. Okay, there. That's why we've made it through. East Carolina total 141 at -120. This is juiced to the over. We've had a 10-cent move towards the over. When we get to the spread here for this one, we have over here. We have East Carolina +2 at -101. This opened at 2. It got up to 2.5. It's back at 2. We have had 8 cents of movement towards Tulane here. And Morgan says, I crossed the Citadel off my card. It's their last chance to win. He says, I hit that angle yesterday with a dog shit team in Bellarmine. It's the same angle, though, just not as good of a coach. Yeah, I find the Citadel very appealing, especially after losing by 34 to this team. I'm sure Mercer will be on, high alert here. Yeah, Andrew G talking about Bogdanovich undergoing season-ending foot surgery. We weren't planning on him being a part, and we only need 6 more wins. Now we know that Dan Kelly just moved on the over and to get into the playoffs, which we will discuss here when we get to NBA with Brizzy and Wine Time. But Lex Steele says Tulane should win. ECU should stick to baseball. Let's take a look at the cash flow for this spot. We're getting no help on the spread. It's a low number. 71% of the tickets and 97% cash is on Tulane on the money line. Let's get over to the X's and O's here for this spot and the rest advantage, and then we will move on. CMAC was supposed to join us about half hour ago, so maybe I'm guessing something is wrong on his side here. Oh, he says he'll be there soon, but that was 18 minutes ago. But he should be here shortly. Let's get into this spot here. East Carolina, Tulane at Devlin. Let me just move over here quickly. We have made it through all the 7 p.m. games, so we are accomplishing the task at hand. And let's see if we want to move on this East Carolina spot. We've heard Justin McKelvey with East Carolina +2.5 in his pocket. Spooner says East Carolina spot for him. East Carolina has won 3 straight games, coming off a 75-59 win at Charlotte. And Tulane rolling. They bounced back from their loss at North Texas. Spooner talked about it, that being a tough place to play. They did win at UTSA by a point, and they're coming off beating Rice at home 81-78. We have a matchup between these two teams. No. They have not played yet. They face each other again on March 6th. And there's not enough for me here to want to move towards Tulane. We've seen an 8-cent move towards them. We got 97% of cash on them. I think it's going to be a pass here for me. We're going to move on to Missouri Valley Conference. We got back-to-back games in the Missouri Conference. Then we move on to SoCon. But we also have a couple best bets from our next guest, and we've already spoken about the first best bet. So let's get back here and talk about the best bet. It is in the Fordham Duquesne game. So without further ado, let's bring on our next guest, taking the baton from Spooner, coming to us from Las Vegas, Nevada, star of the Hitting the Books YouTube channel. Please welcome CMC Music Factory, Conor Mac in the house. C-Mac, great to see you, my man. How are you?
Yeah. Good to see you too, Jimmy. How are we doing on this big college basketball card?
We are fighting the good fight. We've gotten through the 7 p.m. games, but we want to go back to your spot here because I have asterisks beside the Dukes here. So, Jose, if you don't mind, we're going to go back to best bet for CMAC, and then we'll go right back to where we were. And great job, Jose, handling all of this madness. Fordham Rams, Duquesne Dukes. We're in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I guess the theme that we had here, CMAC, and I'd be very curious to hear your plan of attack here. This is best bet number 1 of 2 for CMAC. He will roll through all these games with us. But I guess the underlying theme here was this was a very big spread, and it was a telling spread for Duquesne. We have them -7. There's 6.5s at all the other books, but this has stayed at 7. There's just been a 2-cent move towards Fordham. And when we go back to the cash flow, it's a 50-50 proposition, basically. 53% of tickets and 61% of cash is on Fordham. when you first look at this number, you think, oh, sign me up for Fordham, which is the reason why I kind of moved towards Duquesne. But I'd love to hear your breakdown. Take it away for us. A10 action in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, because I'm going to be on Fordham. I do not believe in this Duquesne team at all, at least not at this number. Now, out of these two teams, they do have the better defense. Now, that could get them a win here, and I think if it does, it would barely, cover this number. That's how they'd have to get it done. This Duquesne team has won once in its last 7 games, I think, that they've had. They're awful from the free throw line, 359, 63%. They don't get to the free throw line a ton. But other than that, kind of the defense, I think, is a little bit more polished for Duquesne. I think Fordham does everything else the same or better. I mean, these teams are pretty equal in this one. It's been a really good matchup for them, too. They beat them, last year Duquesne got them, I think, by 8 or 9 at home. But Fordham's beat them 6 times, 6 out of the last 7. And I think they're in this. I love how they played on the road as a dog, Jimmy, this Fordham team. 4-1 ATS. I want to see that. A Duquesne team that's average at home, that has, when they've covered, I think they beat a banged-up Bonnie's team. They won by 15. But consistently, they just don't. And a Fordham team that's gone on their own and covered numbers, like I talked about, the last 4 road games, they are 4-1 as a dog. I mean, because they were a 1-point favorite in the last game against Richmond and off back-to-back losses for them as well. I think this game's tight. I want these points. Give me the 7 if you have it.
Yeah, we have a 7. There's a few books still hanging the 7. A lot of 6.5s, but still a few books hanging the 7. Were you surprised when this line came out? Didn't you think that this was a surprisingly big line?
Yeah, a little bit. Not crazy. I mean, yeah, I thought the line was probably around 4.5. So I'll grab it. I mean, this team, to me, goes win at home if they get me. They get me.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Interesting breakdown. I imagine this will take me off of my thoughts on Duquesne. CMAC getting Fordham +7 at -110. So that's best bet number 1 here. Going to be a bit before we get to number 2, but let's start rolling through here. CMAC, we can go. No, don't feel forced, at all here on any of these spots. We can roll through them pretty quickly. We have gotten through the 7 p.m. games. Let's move on to our next spot. As I said, we're heading to the Missouri Valley Conference, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, with the Northern Iowa Panthers 18-9, 12-4 in conference, at the Belmont Bruins 18-9, 10-6 in conference, Curb Event Center Arena in Nashville, Tennessee. Line history wise, Belmont opening up at -1 at -108. They're now -1 at -106. They did get juiced up to -116 at one point. There was also a point where the -1 was even money. Just bounced around that -1 number. And at this point, we have the 2-cent move to the Panthers. From a total perspective in this spot, we have Northern Iowa, Belmont, 154 at -112. This opened up at 154. Like the other books, it went down to 153. It came back at 154 right around the start of the show here. Chosen one moving on Belmont. Let's get into the cash flow. We have no information on the spread, but it's a pretty low number, so we can go into the money line info. 56% of tickets, 55% of cash on Belmont. We have 72% of tickets and 72% of cash on the under. Action Jackson also moving here on Belmont. So the Bruins bounce back from that loss to Valparaiso. They let Valparaiso put 101 points on them. Now it was, a road spot for Belmont, but they came back and, took out the Saluki 73-68 at Southern Illinois. They've won 3 of their last 4 games. Northern Iowa is just rolling right now, winning games by margin. They've now won 5 straight basketball games. They've won 7 of their last 8 basketball games. If you're looking for a loss, it was to Bradley. They beat Belmont back on January 1st, 76-70 at home. That game, there was Northern Iowa's in complete control. They were up 14 with 12 minutes left. They were up 15 with 11 and a half minutes left. And Belmont scrapped their way back. Now, Northern Iowa shot just 16.7% from three in that one. Northern Iowa opened up as 7.5-point favorites and closed as 5.5-point favorites. They won by 6. It was a fascinating first game between these two teams. Take it away for us here, CMAC. We're in the Missouri Valley Conference, Nashville, Tennessee, home of the Belmont Bruins, facing the Northern Iowa Panthers.
Yeah, I think we get a little bit different in this game, whereas the first game it kind of was perfect played in the Northern Iowa at home in the 76-70 win. Jimmy, they're, even though how efficient they are on offense, they're the better defensive team out of these two. But when I look at Belmont now, they're going to be here at home. They're going to push the pace in this basketball game. This total for me is a lean. You know, I got to really love these totals, which I've been red hot on these totals lately, especially on the overs, to get over like 155s right around this area. But I think this is an over spot because Belmont at home will dictate the pace. Both these teams shoot it great. Like I talked about, and their efficiency is very good. And Belmont's one of the worst defensive teams. Jimmy, they're just flat out not very good inside and out. They rank at the bottom in the country in all these categories. So I think we get a lot of points and this game gets over. I think Belmont could win this here at home. I think it's a little bit of a coin flip on the side.
Yeah, I wonder if this line at just 1 is coaxing you to move towards Belmont to get the Rebenga from the first game. I know what Pete would say. He'd say this has a live betting spot written all over it. But
yeah. Think about if Northern Iowa gets ahead, like early, bang. Yes, this is the live kind of where you want to grab Belmont, of course.
I've noticed that the games that we pass on here can help us enormously live. Because at halftime in the Pitt Panther game last night, we were like -1.5 for the Panthers. So enough and I both moved on that. It was just, we didn't move it on pre-flop. We didn't want it pre-flop, but we knew exactly how we wanted to handle it live here. Slow Jam Snow says, looks like the same situation as A&M versus Mississippi State. They're begging you to take Northern Iowa. That's interesting, Slow Jam Snow, because I feel the opposite. I feel like they're begging you to take Belmont. What, Belmont at home here, just a 1-point favorite? It's funny how we can look at the same market and have a different thought process behind it here. I'm interested in Belmont, though. I'm going to look further at it. We're going to stay in the Missouri Valley Conference for our next spot. 7:30 p.m. Eastern, the UIC Flames, 15-11, 8-8 in conference at the Drake Bulldogs, 23-3, 13-3 in the MVC. Des Moines, Iowa, Drake Bulldogs looking very, very strong. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We'll start with this total. This total opened up at 134. It's now at 136. Now it's not a real 136. We'll call it 135.5. It was a real one. This was a 136 juice to the over 54 minutes ago. So there's been a 12-cent move towards the under, but it's still up higher than its original number. Let's get into the point spread here for this spot from a point spread perspective. Here we have UIC plus 10.5. There's been 3 cents of movement towards UIC at this 10.5 number. We have cash flow information too, which is great. Just 39% of the tickets on UIC and just 24% of the cash. Drake being bet here and the line not moving towards them. 87% of tickets and 89% cash on the over. UIC finally got a win. I mean, they had to play Missouri State. Shout out to Deacon Mike. Missouri State, not their best season, 2-14 here. But that's what they had to play to snap out of their losing streak. And now you have a Drake team coming off a loss, 61-59 loss. Bradley, a very dangerous team coming off of a loss. These teams met earlier, and here's another angle for Drake. UIC beat them at home 74-70. This is a team with 3 conference losses. One of them came to these Flames. I wonder if they have something for them. And I'm beginning to think that they do. Looking at Drake here, coming off that home loss to Bradley. I mean, this is just, but look at these last few home games. They needed overtime to beat Indiana State. I mean, I wonder, CMAC, if this is a situation where the rest of the conference has is catching up here. And another interesting thing is when they lost to UIC back on January 1st, they lost again after it. So it wasn't like they just bounced back and smash and grabbed. So now after losing at home to Murray State, they went to Bradley and beat them. Bradley then comes to Drake and beats them. Is this and shout out to our guy Zoe Faye, gifting 5 Pub Sports Radio memberships to inspire us as we try to get through 53 games on this Wednesday, February 19th card. Thank you, Zoe. It means a ton to us. Shout out to our guy Zoe Faye, always supporting us. OG Lowbagger. Is this a Drake smash and grab? Is this a Drake first half? Take it away, C-Mac. How angry is Drake? Has the rest of the conference caught up to them? What are your thoughts here?
I don't know about that. And I don't know. They're definitely, I think, the best team in this conference, but I don't know if it's by a huge margin. I think it is kind of a Drake spot. One thing with them is they're just not the best offensive basketball team out there now. Defensively, what McCollum has done that hire, Jimmy, has brought a totally different kind of mindset to this team with Drake. They're just totally different. They're super slow. They've been playing unbelievable defense, and it shows with all the numbers. I think this could be just like a 10 to 12 point win, though. I mean, it is a revenge game like you're talking about. They just lost to Bradley in that tough one, 61-59. They've been scoring a little bit more as Drake. But some of these bottom feeder teams, and look, Illinois State, that was the one game I was worried about the most after we got done with the show, because they just had stepped up and won in those games. And they did, Drake played well there. So, yeah, I think this is a Drake here, nothing. Maybe early, like you talked about.
Kripke says UIC covers.
Maybe like full game. I mean, they kind of fell off a little bit of late, but I like how they played all year on the road. Jimmy, they've kind of been one of these teams that I look at. They've stayed in games on the road and covered.
I find that first half very appealing. I mean, you talk about the two things that are correlated. You have this team with 3 conference losses coming off of a loss, and also needing to revenge another one of their 3 losses. It just feels like a smash spot for Drake here early, and I expect to be on the first half. We'll see if everything coincides. Spooner says, I'm a UIC fan, and I think this is a bad spot to back them. So I find it appealing. Again, asking for the double-digit victories is never comfortable. Maybe it's just a first half spot. Curious to see what happens with this market. Let's roll on. Our final 7:30 p.m. spot. Furman Paladins, 19-8, 7-7 in the SoCon. At the Sanford Bulldogs, 20-7, 10-4 in the SoCon. Pete Hanna Center in Homewood, Alabama here for this one. The Bulldogs coming off a win at Wofford, 76-68. That snapped their 2-game losing streak. Now, the 2 games that they lost were against Chattanooga and East Tennessee State. So we're talking about, 2 of the top 5 teams here in the conference. Furman coming off a loss to UNC Greensboro. Again, there's no shame in that. Their 2 losses are against the same, or UNC Greensboro and Chattanooga, so the top 2 teams in the conference, and then they destroyed Mercer. So interesting spot where I think Furman is a little better than maybe their numbers indicate. The problem is that Sanford knows all about that. Furman at home beat Sanford 72-70 back on January 29th. Furman were 2.5-point home dogs, and they took care of Sanford. So does Sanford have something for them here? Let's take a look at the line history for this spot. We have Sanford -7 and -108. They opened up at -7.5, so we've had the half-point move towards Furman. God, that 7 is uncomfortable, man. So uncomfortable. When we get to the total for this one, we have a 153.5 -114 to the under. This opened up at 151, so we've had a 2.5-point move towards the over. 54% of tickets and 64% of cash are on Furman. 75 and 72 are on the under. Take it away for us here, C-Mac. And again, another shout out to Zoe Faye. Love it, man. Paladins, Bulldogs, and Homewood, Alabama. Take it away.
This one's tough. Touch on this total in this game. I think there could be points, but Stanford, the totals have just been really, really high this year, and they haven't gone over. I mean, it's 8-17 to the under as this team. I think Furman. I know this is kind of a revenge. I just don't know how. I don't think the Stanford team is that great. I think they're good, but I don't know. If they're really great, and they've struggled consistently, and they struggled with Furman in years past. Where these games just are too close. And I think this was a pretty strong lean for me with Furman. I think they're in it. Stanford bounced back after the couple bad losses, especially the one at home. Chattanooga playing really, really good basketball. Then they go to Wofford and win. So big game here. So I'm off in this game. I lean Furman.
Yeah, I think I'm going to end up off of it as well. I was thinking that Stanford first half was going to be the look, and it may end up being. I'm going to leave asterisks and question marks to it, so I will continue to look at it. We move on to 8 p.m. action here. We have the UAB Blazers 16-9, 9-3 in the American. At the Rice Owls 12-14, 3-10 in the American. We're at Tudor Fieldhouse in Houston, Texas. Rice has lost 3 straight. They lost by 3 at Charlotte. It was disappointing. Then they lose by 6 at home to North Texas. And then they lose 81-78 at Tulane here. UAB bounced back from that loss at East Carolina 82-75 by beating the South Florida Bulls 85-78. So the Blazers are set up here. They've been playing good basketball. They won 4 of their last 5. They've won 10 of their last 12. And this is their lone meeting with Rice here this year. So they don't have history in this spot. Let's get into the line history for this one. 8 p.m. start. We have a total at 154. It's 154 in the market. I'm looking at 154.5, but it's minus 120 to the under. It still means there's been 10 cents of movement towards the under. We get to the point spread here for this one. We have the UAB Blazers minus 4.5 at minus 104. This was a 3.5. It opened at 7:18 p.m. You could have got a 3.5 up until 8 this morning. Moved to 4. Now we've moved to 4.5. It is juiced to Rice, but that's a 1-point move towards UAB. And then when we get to the cash flow for this 8 p.m. start, we have 92% of the tickets on UAB, 76% of the cash. Very public road favorite. 80 and 81 on the under. Take it away for us here, CMAC. Blazers, Owls.
Yeah, looking at that, I had circles here with the money with Rice, but man, this is just sharp line here, Jimmy. It's just 4.5. I think they're tight, and the problem is they've been right in this number at home against these teams. If they don't win, that's another thing. 6-point losses, 10-point losses. UTSA, they lost, by 6. Memphis by 3. I think they're live here. They've lost 3 straight. They just lost at Tulane. When you look through the numbers, I don't know how great it is. I mean, Rice out of these 2 teams has been the better defense, which is weird to say for them, especially the last few years. But UAB isn't great. But their offense is very, very good. UAB, and they, after the loss, I faded them at East Carolina. They've looked pretty good. Tough one here. I want Rice. I think it's Rice or nothing in this game.
It's interesting that it took so long for the books to move it with so much of the tickets and cash on UAB. I do not find the spot appealing here. I'm comfortable moving past it. We already heard from Morgan Spooner, best bet on UTSA. We've got 52 games on the card. Are you cool, CMAC, with skipping the South Florida UTSA spot, or do you want to add anything to that one?
Yeah, I'm off there. I think UTSA can win that game. And if they do, I think it goes over as well. When I was looking at that, I think you can look at the over there.
So that would also be possible UTSA team total over.
Yeah, I was looking at it. They just for the most part, they correlate. It was like Queens last night. It just as they were going to score, which I thought it got over, but I just went with the full game over. And that game dropped 4 points to the under, Jimmy, because the first matchup had no points, which I was just, I see it all the time, but I just kind of have to stick to my guns, and flew over. Of course, they scored 92 points. So
well, I can't wait. You've set up us perfectly for a game that I was staring at for hours. North Dakota State, South Dakota State, which has a similar kind of vibe to it. But we're going to skip the Bulls UTSA spot, although we do know that Spooner's best bet. We're going to move on to 8 p.m. Eastern. We have the Tulsa Golden Hurricane, 11-15, 5-8 in the American, at the North Texas Mean Green, 18-6, 9-3 in the American. The Super Pit here in Denton. We have Tulsa off back-to-back wins. They won at Temple 80-74. They won at home over UTSA 80-76. North Texas also on a 2-game winning streak. They won at home over Tulane 76-66, and then went to Rice and defeated them. They're a game and a half back of Memphis. They are tied with UAB here, tied for second in the conference. And they have not played North Texas this year. This is their alone meeting with North Texas, so we don't have any kind of a Rebenga situation. Let's get into – I had the line history up. My bad. North Texas are 14-point favorites, a huge number. They opened up -14, -109. They're now -14, -105. So we've had a little bit of juice moving towards the big road dog in the Tulsa Golden Hurricane. We get to the total for this one. We have a 128.5 juice to the over at -116. This opened up at 127, 127. This got up to 130.5. This is 130.5 at 10:09. Now we're back at 128. We still had a 1.5 move towards the over. Wager Detective getting pumped up. I'd like to see it. Let's get into the cash flow for this 8 p.m. start. We have 65% of the tickets and 66% of the cash on Tulsa. It's one of those lines that feels like it's too many points. And other cappers seeing it as well, but this line's not really moving towards them. Then we have 56% of tickets, 55% cash on the under. Take it away for us here, CMAC, Golden Hurricane, Mean Green, and Denton.
yeah, I was trying to double check this. I'm gonna have to look later on Tulsa's kind of their turnovers. So I didn't think they were that bad this year, because we know what North Texas wants to do. They slow this game down and play defense. Tulsa, the teams are playing like Temple and UTSA. They're up and down type games. Does that happen again? And in those games, they shot the ball well and they got to the free throw line. Can that happen again here? I'm a little worried, even though everything to me, when I see low totals like this, these big lines, I think they're definitely in it. And, North Texas, the last couple of years has gotten a little bit better at covering these kind of numbers, but they haven't been great. They still have struggled when they've laid, 15 or more. So, yeah, I think this is Tulsa or nothing here. This is just tough for me.
It's an uncomfortable line. It just feels like too many points. The public gravitating towards it.
Yeah.
Anybody would.
I might have something on Tulsa later. I worry about their shooting that's been so great against bad defenses, and they have just one of these clunker type games. You know what I mean, Jimmy? Where they get just like 50 here and lose. But I think they can hang around.
Yeah, I don't find it appealing. Let's roll on. 8 p.m. Eastern. We're going to head over to the Missouri Valley Conference. Missouri State Bears. This is an ugly year for the Bears. 9-18, 2-14 in conference. At the Valparaiso Beacons, 11-16, 4-12 in conference. Valparaiso, Indiana. The Beacons also look bad this season. Both teams got a win before Sunday action when they lost. Missouri State lost at UIC 63-58, and Valparaiso lost at Evansville 79-69. Now, if you look at Valparaiso's last home game, they put up 101 points for Belmont. I mean, it's crazy. 4 days before that, they put up 56 versus Murray State at home. I mean, this is as Jekyll and Hyde as you can imagine. Missouri State seems to be playing a little bit better of late. They won 2 of their last 5 games. Those are the only 2 wins, for them in conference. They played Valparaiso, and it was very, very tight game. It's back on January 1st. Valparaiso won 73-72 at Missouri State. Missouri State were 4.5-point favorites. Missouri State lost. This is how you know you're a bad basketball team. They shoot 58% from the field and 44.4 from 3 and lose to Valparaiso. I mean, you are not a good. Look who's here. Machiavelli in the house. One of the OGs of OGs. Our attorney at law. If you're looking for a lawyer, our low bag lawyer, Machiavelli in the house. Nate Pereira. Nate, we miss you, man. Nate was money in the bank at our first IFBC, taking us in his $100,000 truck down the strip. What a guy he is. Shout out to our guy, Machiavelli. Miss you, Nate. Miss you. Nate, we have our big trip in San Antonio coming up, man. Get in that $100,000 truck and come down to San Antonio and the Southtown, man. We need you. Love to see Nate Pereira in the house. Also, Rod Zawacki says, bet against Tulsa as an underdog of 10 or more points. Tulsa's record since the 2023 season, 2-14 against the spread. So Missouri State Valpo here for this one. We have no information on the spread here for cash wise. We do know that 86% tickets, 90% cash on the money line is on Valpo. 81 and 82 on the over. We didn't go through the line history, so let's touch on it very quickly. This total is at 138 minus 111 to the under. Opened up at 140.5. So we've dropped 2.5 points here on this total. And then on the point spread here for this spot, we have a Valpo here. Sorry, we have a Valpo plus 2.5. Juice to minus 117. They opened up at 2, so we've had a half-point move towards. Sorry, plus minus 2.5 is Valpo at even money. So we've had a half-point move. We'll call it a quarter of a point move towards Valpo. Take it away for us here, CMAC. Any interest in Missouri State Bears, Valparaiso Beacons?
I have a little interest in Missouri State. I don't know if I want to take them. If there's one team, though, that they should be able to have some success scoring here, is Valpo. This team is just shit. Valpo has played better. For you to put that in there, Rod, especially early on. As soon as they laid points, though, I think they were laying 7.5 to Evansville. They lost outright at home early on in the year. Yeah, there's just no fucking way. Lay points here with Valpo. It's Missouri State or nothing. Missouri State's offense has been such a struggle, and on the road. But I think that's them here or nothing. I kind of like a money line.
Yeah, I developing interest in Missouri State. I kind of wish the line was just stagnant, not moving towards Valpo. I don't think I get there, but I'm going to put a note here on Missouri State. The next spot here we have listed is the Spooner best bet, which I do think that we should just roll past here. But Illinois State Redbirds, we broke the game down. Did you have any interest in this Bradley Braves Illinois State Redbirds spot? Because it is pretty fascinating to see a team 21-6, 12-4 in the conference going up against 15-12, 7-9 in conference team and be the underdog, the slight underdog. Did you have any interest in this spot, C-Mac?
No, I don't. Bradley beat them already, right? By 4 or 5 early in the year.
Yes.
Bradley has the better defense, but this year, they're good, but they're not that good. Illinois State should play better off the back-to-back losses. Looking at this total, I was hoping this would be a little bit lower because I take this over. Because even Bradley has played to the over a lot more this year, and they just are off one of that tight game against Drake, where it was low scoring. And they could still drag a game really down. But Illinois State, this team just gets up and down their pace, and they could shoot it. So this was a lean for me to the over. I thought it was just a little bit high, especially. Bradley team, they shoot the 3 great. And I think they're still first in the country, right around 40% first or second.
That's an interesting one. I'm going to add the over from CMAC here, lean to the over, but that will help us here. By the way, Rod Zwacky saying bet against Valpo on the money line after allowing 75 points or more 2 straight games. Valpo has a record since 2024 season 1-14, which backs our thoughts on Missouri State. I do want to see that line just kind of stick, though. Let's roll on. Head over to the Sun Belt. Then we got a couple games in the Summit League.
I'll be right back.
Okay, sure, my man. We got the Sun Belt. Then we got a couple games here in the Summit League. By the way, Rod Zwacky saying bet against Tulsa on the first half after 2 straight games with 9 or less offensive boards. Tulsa record on the first half line since 2023, 8-29 against spread. That's a wild one. Let's roll into the Sun Belt here. First National Bank Arena in Jonesboro, Arkansas. South Alabama Jaguars, 18-9, 10-4 in the Sun Belt. Arkansas State, 19-8, 10-4 in the Sun Belt. Let's set this one up. South Alabama off back-to-back wins, playing good basketball. Arkansas State's lost 3 of 4. They've only lost 4 games in conference all year long. But Arkansas State, 3 of those 4 losses have come here recently. Have they hit a bit of a roadblock now? South Alabama tied with them. This is a huge, huge game in the Sun Belt. There are 4 teams tied atop the ledger. Arkansas State, South Alabama, Troy, James Madison, and good God, we're going to have a lot to talk about in San Antonio. Round 1 of the tournament will all be together at the Southtown 101. Arkansas State is scuffling, though. Their lone win against Southern Miss, who are just 5-9 in conference over the last 4 games. And South Alabama, back-to-back overtime games, back-to-back wins, both at home versus Marshall and versus Texas State. Their loss was at Akron. Of course, that was the Sun Belt versus the MAC spot. Let's take a look here quickly for these Jaguars as they played Arkansas State Red Wolves and beat them badly. They beat Arkansas State 76-62. So that was the first conference loss for the Red Wolves. Actually, it was their second conference loss, but because, of course, that one loss was against a MAC school. That we're talking about 3 of the last 4 losses. In that game, though, South Alabama shot 56.5 from the field and 50 from 3. Arkansas State just couldn't hit a bucket. 31.3 from the field, 24.5 from 3. They only had 5 turnovers in that game, and they lost badly. They were down 10 at the break. They were down all game long and didn't look good. Is this an angry Arkansas State? Well, we know they're an angry team. They lost 3 of 4, but is this a spot where they're also correlates with Rebenga? We have coin saying Arkansas State -8 for this better. Dominant in Jonesboro and a revenge spot. Let's take a closer look at this line history. Arkansas State right now -7.5 at -111. They opened up at 8.5. I mean, it took 12 hours to get to 7.5. This then fell down to a 7. This was a 7 from 10:47 a.m. until 12:45 p.m. when it got back to 7.5. I mean, it's a fascinating spot to think that they would be getting this many points here. It's surprising. Cash flow wise, let's see if that gives us any indication here. Sorry, it just blew past it. We have 86% of the tickets on Arkansas State and 46% of the cash. This is I agree that it's our Arkansas State spot, but the amount of points really does make me uncomfortable here. I don't know if I should let it, but it's a lot of points. Arkansas State first half. Yes, Markel, and we'll have both Brizzy and Wine Time for that one. So Arkansas State first half is appealing to some extent. And Spooner says this is the Alabama recruiter that left Nate Oates I mentioned yesterday. He says he likes Arkansas State a lot. It's a huge number. I guess I'll give it a bit of time here and see what happens with this market. Let's roll on to the summits. We got back-to-back Summit League games here. So let's put on the Summit hat. We have St. Thomas, Minnesota, the Tommies, 20-7, 10-2 in conference. At South Dakota, 16-11, 7-5 in conference. We're in Vermilion, South Dakota, Sanford Coyote Sports Center here. Let's get this one all set up for action. We'll start with the spread. I really can't wait to talk about the South Dakota State, North Dakota State spot, but this is also another interesting spot as we make our way through this 52 game card. South Dakota at home is a +3 at even money. They opened up at 4. It wasn't an immediate move towards South Dakota. In fact, there was a move towards the Tommies at first. There was about 6 cents of movement, and that was over 12 hours. Then the South Dakota action started coming in. You can get them at +3 right now at even money. Take a look at the total here for this one. Here we go. From a total standpoint, we have South Dakota St. Thomas at 176. A 176. I've been staring at that North Dakota, South Dakota total all day. This one is just alarmingly high, but if anybody watches these Tommies games, you know why. This total opened up at 175. We're now at 176. We got our guy C-Mac back for expert analysis. Let me just set this one up again. South Dakota coming off of that very tough loss at home to South Dakota State. South Dakota State is a game back of the Tommies. Now South Dakota is 3 back. And that was a tough loss to take at home against a rival, but they played well in it. We have St. Thomas. I mean, if you're looking for losses, they're hard to find. They also lost at South Dakota State. The Tommies have won 2 straight. They won 5 of 6. Their game versus South Dakota, they played them in one of the highest scoring games we've seen this year in college basketball. South Dakota lost 119 to 104. Both teams shot over 50% from 3. South Dakota shot 56.5% from 3. South Dakota was 9.5-point dogs, and they lost by 15, allowing the Tommies to put up 119 points. That's why we see this total so high. Here we go, C-Mac. We've got 3 straight games in the Summit League. We start with St. Thomas, Minnesota at South Dakota. Any thoughts here?
Yeah, this game should just be up and down, up and down. I don't think you're going to score 119 like they did. And South Dakota has been a lot better here at home. And they're off a loss, in the spot. Just lost, covered that game. That's just been the problem for them, though. South Dakota State, they should continually just get beat up by them. It seems like they can't beat them the last 4 or 5 years. It's just not been good for them. One thing, as bad as the South Dakota, the defense is, I don't know how, St. Thomas doesn't get to 90. I mean, that's why this total is so high. I mean, they shoot 50% from the floor. That's top 5 in the country. They shoot almost 40% from 3. They're great from the free throw line, 78% is St. Thomas. But I got to think South Dakota comes to play here too in this game. I'm interested in them. I thought the line was kind of sharp. This seems like a great game. If you like offense, you want to watch this back and forth.
I find South Dakota appealing as well.
I do too.
I just think they'll have some payback. We don't have any information on the cash flow on the spread. We do know that 82% of tickets are on the under, 82 and 76. I guess expecting the opposite from that first meeting.
Yeah.
Rod's Wag saying South Dakota's won 11 straight at the Sanford Coyote Sports Center. Yeah, I find South. Oh wait, but didn't they just? Oh, was that game not there at the Coyote Center when they played South Dakota?
Was it?
I don't know because didn't South.
I thought they played him at home.
Yeah, no, they just that's not being updated, Rod, because South Dakota lost 94-91 on Sunday. Yeah, I'm interested in the Coyotes, very much so. So we'll see. I would like to. I imagine when the show's over, we'll have all that cash information. Clark Edge seeing 56% on Thomas. Oh, night games. Thank you, Rod. My bad. I missed that.
Oh yeah, that was a Sunday day game.
Yeah. No, great call. My bad.
I'm gonna move on Missouri State here, Jay. I just don't. I don't know if I want the 2.5. I'll let you know.
Okay, because I'm interested in following.
I think they're gonna win. So, but.
This is the game I wanted to talk about. And I came so close to already being on the under. North Dakota State Bison, 19-9, 8-5 in the Summit. At the South Dakota State Jackrabbits, 18-9, 9-3 in the Summit. You know, if there was only one game you could watch in college basketball, if you could just fly somewhere, wouldn't it be First Bank and Trust Center in Brookings, South Dakota for this one? This total is at 157, and it's not moved. C-Mac, it's not moved. It opened there at 7:18 p.m. When I woke up this morning, there was a 1 cent move to the over, and then it came back to 1 cent. It's sitting there at 157. Now, if you look at South Dakota State home games, you'd be on the over. But this isn't a regular home game. This is against an arch rival. When we get to the spread here, South Dakota State -6.5, -112. They opened up -7.5. That 1 point move came about an hour and 20 minutes ago towards North Dakota State. Let's get to the cash flow then in this spot here. I'm sure we'll get the total cash flow. But that's all we get. We're not getting any help on the spread. 65% of the tickets and 64% cash on the under. Imagine a public under. Jerry Davis says they are begging you to take the over. North Dakota State's played in back-to-back overtime games. You know, they didn't look very good in either of them. They were against Oral Roberts and the Pioneers, the two worst teams in the conference. But you could say, look, they're looking ahead to this matchup against South Dakota State. And South Dakota State just went to South Dakota and beat them 94-91. So then we'll go back to the home games here for South Dakota State. Let me just actually go to the games these two teams played. There was 134 points scored. It was a 72-62 win for South Dakota State at North Dakota State. Now, both teams shot the ball poorly from three. South Dakota State 31%, North Dakota State 23.3%, and North Dakota State shot 37.7% from the field. South Dakota State were 2.5 point dogs in that one. So if you look at the previous game, you would have interest in the under. And maybe I should just stay off the total. But it's such a rivalry spot. You think there's going to be defense. If we look at the home games here for South Dakota State, there was 183 points scored in the last one versus Omaha. There was 188 points scored in the game before that for St. Thomas, Minnesota. There was 161 scored at home against South Dakota. There was 154, so that would have gone under against Oral Roberts. Then there was 182 scored against North Dakota. There was 161 scored at home against Denver. Those are the conference games. Only one game would have gone under the total that's present here. Take it away for us, C-Mac. I'm all ears. North Dakota State, South Dakota State, and Brookings.
Yeah, this is a great rivalry. You know, South Dakota State just been so dominant at home. I think the key here, especially with the total, is the whistle, free throws, because in this conference, we see it all the time, especially in the second half. They just blow that thing, and both teams get to the line. Both teams are decent free throw shooting teams, and then both teams living and dying by the three. Okay. North Dakota State has basically the most in the country, I think, attempts and makes. Okay, they're sixth here, and they make 12 a game. That's second. Shoot 40% second in the country. So they live and die by the three. I mean, you're just basically, I think, going a little bit off that. And I think South Dakota State, of course, being at home, their environment may be a little bit better defensively. But this is a fun game here to watch or bet live, you know?
Oh, yeah. This is live. I've written all over it. At that point move, I mean, we watched South Dakota State just take over teams in the second half. They just kind of break down their will. But that 1 point move towards North Dakota State is concerning a bit. No move for me in this one. Spooner with a very interesting point saying, look at the series history. One game is a high total, one is a low total every year recently. The anchoring point at 157 can only be there to get under money. Rod Zawacki says, bet on North Dakota State after a game where they made 50% of their three-point shots are better. North Dakota State record since 2024, 8-0 against the spread. Let's roll on. And we stay in the Summit League, 8 p.m. Eastern. We have the Omaha Mavericks, 16-12, 10-3 in the Summit. At the Kansas City Rouge, 11-16, 3-9 in the Summit. And at the Swinney Center in Kansas City, Missouri, they've been good to me. They've been good to me at home. Let's take a look at the line history for this one. We have the Roos -2.5 and -110. They opened up -1, and that lasted for an hour and 17 minutes before they became a -2, which lasted for about 9 hours before it became a -3. It was 3 for a while. It got up to 3.5. Not only that, this 3.5 was used to -117. A 4 was on the way. Then, next thing you know, you look back halfway through the show, this was a 1.5. We're back at 2.5, but a lot of movement here in this one. And again, I have a bias, vividness bias of the Roos getting me paid at home. Take a look at the total here. We have a 143 at a pick'em. Opened up at 142.5, got up to 144, and dropped to 143. Now let's get back to the cash flow for this one. We have no help on the spread, unfortunately. But on the money line, 70% of tickets, 86% of cash on UMKC, 52 and 54 on the over. And the situation, Omaha's lost back-to-back games against the two toughest teams in the conference. They lose at South Dakota State 98-85. They lose at the Tommies 95-84. So they're in prime position to bounce here in a positive direction. The last time we saw Kansas City at home, they took out North Dakota, not to be confused with North Dakota State, because they lost North Dakota State 78-72, but they beat North Dakota 80-69. Again, I don't mean to keep repeating myself, but I like this Kansas City team at home. These teams met. Omaha destroyed them 77-58. It was back on January 8th. Kansas City shot abysmal. Kansas City was opened as a 1.5 point favorite, closed as a 1.5 point dog in that one, and got destroyed. Do the Roos have Rabenga here? Justin McKelvey got Kansas City -2 in his pocket, which I find very appealing. Take it away for us here, C-Mac. Our final Summit League spot for the time being, Omaha, Kansas City.
Yeah, I think the Roos can. Problem is, you're now at 2.5. I don't know if I want them. The top teams at home, they've finally been losing. This is a team, consistently. Jimmy, I want to back them at home. This is a short favorite or short dog, are the Roos. Their offense, though, has just let them down, especially once they've gotten to conference play. I mean, they've really just hit the shits. I mean, they've lost, 9 of 10? So that's another problem, too. But this is the revenge. They did get their ass kicked. And what do we make of Nebraska-Omaha, who I've been surprised all year, playing unbelievable basketball. They've dropped their last 2. Didn't cover the number there as dogs. I think this game is tight. I kind of think Kansas City plays better. I have no confidence in their play right now. Of course, they play super slow. Possessions are longer. Their defense, that's what they're going to have to bring here tonight. So if you think that they bring that, I think they can hang around. It's just, I don't want.
A lot to think about. I kind of want Kansas City here.
They've had some tight games, too, at home. Like, that's where maybe you go, you are not going to do it. I'm not. I mean, money line, it's just now that it's kind of 2.5. Huh?
You know what I'm thinking of doing? If I'm going to fire, the problem is I've already bet 7 games at my regular unit size, but I feel like I should take $50 off if I'm going to fire at 25 spots today and maybe make it 200 a pop instead of 250. I don't mean to show my concern or my fear. I just coming off of a bad day. Mr. Belvedere moved on UMKC -2. I'm very interested in joining you.
When you have that too, Jimmy, that's a lot of money spread out, on a day.
That's,
you know what I'm saying? Like, that's all I'm trying to get.
What I try not to think about the exact number, just because
But Saturday, I'm like,
I do write them. I do put a spreadsheet together and start going through them. You can't have a negative attitude about things. You have to, and a lot of us gamblers are kind of, the cup half full, but it's just makes for a sweaty night, really uncomfortable night. But it's that itch that we love so much. So there's two ways of looking at it. That concludes 8 p.m. games. We are almost through here. Not too much more. Let's just see exactly. We have 7, 8. We have 13 more games. And we have best bets coming up too. Daby Cab will be back with us here. Let's roll on. 8:30 p.m. Eastern. The Oregon Ducks 18-8, 7-8 in the Big Ten at the Iowa Hawkeyes 14-11, 5-9 in the Big Ten. Carver Hawkeye Arena in Iowa City, Iowa. It's not a very good Iowa Hawkeyes squad this year. And Oregon looked to be a bit of a mess before they got back home. Beat Northwestern 81-75, and then dummied Rutgers on Sunday 75-57. But Iowa's not look good. Coming off a 101-75 loss at Maryland. Now they come back home. They've been playing tough competition. The last 2 games at home, they lost to Wisconsin by 11. They lost to Purdue by 9. They now see themselves way down the ledger, 5-9 in conference. But can we trust Oregon on the road? Last time they were on the road, they lost 86-74 at Michigan State. Wasn't so bad. They lost 80-76 before that at Michigan. They lost 78-52 at UCLA. They lost 77-69 at Minnesota. You have to go back to the victory over Penn State to find the last road game that they won. But they've lost, 4 straight road games here. And they've not played Iowa this year. This is their lone meeting with Iowa. So we don't really have there's no Rebenga of any point. Jerry Davis says, why is this line -1? Oh, by the way, Rod Zwacky says, bet against Kansas City on the money line after a game where they failed to cover the spread. KC record during the 2025 season, 2-10 here. Yes, Mr. Belvedere, I'll get back to that here because we're close to a move on Missouri State. I guess that's all what you need to know. We're close to a move on Missouri State here. CMAC close to moving on it. Spooner says this is an Iowa spot. Says Fran's play style is hard to prepare for if you haven't played Iowa before. So let's set this one up from a line history standpoint. This total very high as one would expect. It has dropped. It's not a real. Let's call it 159. But this opened up at 161.5. Started dropping immediately. We're now at a 158.5, but it's -120 to the over. Although this was a legit 158.5, now it's more of a 159. Let's get to the point spread here for this one. From a spread perspective, we have this Iowa squad plus 2.5 at -117. They opened up +1, got to +2, and then at 10:21 a.m., they were the favorite all of a sudden. They were a -1. It was more of a pick 'em. Because the -1 is -101. Let's just call it pick'em. So let's go say they moved to a pick'em. But then they became a legit favorite. -1 at -109. This was at 12:42 p.m. Now we're back at a +2.5. It's heavily juiced to them. We'll call it a 2. But we've had a real legit move towards Oregon. We have Rick J. Moving on Oregon here. Get to the cash flow for this spot. You have 65% of the tickets on the spread and 87% of cash on Oregon. Line moving towards them. On the money line, 96% of the tickets on Oregon and 88% of cash. 73 and 74 on the under. We've seen a lot of these spots where the gamblers are pushing the under. Rod Zwacky says, bet on Fran in home games on the money line after a combined score of 175 points or more. McCaffrey's record as coach of Iowa, 15-1. Shout out to Swizz in the house. Take it away for us here, C-Mac. A big one. Ducks, Hawkeyes.
Yeah, I mean, Rod just hit that note because, seriously, this is Iowa here for me, Jimmy. This team's just awful right now. I think they're missing Freeman, and I have to say, they've been horrible. That's was the lone second half that Rutgers win. So they've lost 6 straight, I think. The defense is horrible, and that last game against Maryland, gashed inside. They couldn't stop anything. It should just basically 60% layups everywhere, and Maryland hit their threes. But I think they were down by 9. And this is a Rutgers team that's been up and down, even though they're at home. Yeah, it was 42-33. They scored 51. Rutgers kind of couldn't hit a shot. They got red hot. 51-31. They win that game. That's the best half of basketball I've seen from them in 3 weeks. Now they are back at home. These are normally when I've lost a couple times with them. Early on, I did back them when they were playing a little bit better, and they came through for me at home. But man, it's tough. I can't take them right now. And I get why everyone's loving Oregon, but I don't want them either. This game's just a pass for me here in the end. You got to think they have a little bit more backbone here, but their just defense, even at home, has been, awful.
I can completely understand the trepidation here. It's such a funny life we've chosen that, I see what my future holds tonight. And I can't believe this is the life that I want so badly. I just can't believe I'm going to be sitting here, in the dark alone, and I'm no longer hammering a bottle to get through it. I don't mean I mean, I love this shit, but this is I said this is the most important show of 2025 here thus far. This is the single most important show. This is a hugely important day. Wine Time says I would only take Iowa. I see both sides of the fence. I'm going to be off of that spot. Looks like I'm going to have a ton of action anyways. We have a game in the Sun Belt, and then we have monster games. We have Arkansas, Auburn, Alabama, Missouri, St. John's, DePaul. That Cab is going to be joining us for Alabama, Missouri. We'll also see if any of our cappers backstage are into any of those giant games coming up. But we start with Sun Belt, Fun Belt action. UL Monroe Warhawks 7-23 and 11 in the Sun Belt at the Texas State Bobcats 13-14, 6-8 in the conference. UL Monroe coming off a rare win. They had to play Southern Miss to get it, winning at home 81-74. Now these teams just played. They just played 6 days ago. They played on Thursday. It was a 72-60 Texas State Bobcat victory. That was at Fant Ewing. They won by 12. Texas State opened up as 7.5-point favorites, closed as 8.5-point favorites. They were in control all game, the Bobcats. And why wouldn't they be? They're a much better team than the Warhawks. But that was the lone win for Texas State. That was it. Texas State's been scuffling. They have lost 6 of their last 7 games. They're coming off a 70-65 loss at South Alabama in overtime. Their last 4 games have all taken place on the road, so now they come back home. We last saw them at home, an 85-74 loss at Arkansas State. Before that, it was a 70-61 loss at home versus Louisiana. A lot of losing here for a decent Bobcat team. So now they play a team that they just beat. This is a bit of a different psychological situation here because maybe they're like, oh, thank God. Let's hammer this team and take out all this anger that they've developed over these losses. We take a look at the line history here for this spot. UL Monroe, Texas State. We have UL Monroe plus 12, minus 111. Feels like a lot of points. It opened at 13. There was a half-point move to 12.5, another half-point move to 12. It's just been moving towards the Warhawks. When we get to the cash flow for this 8:30 p.m. start, we have 43% of tickets, 53% of cash on Texas State, 80 on the under. Take it away for us here, C-Mac, my man. UL Monroe Warhawks, Texas State Bobcats, San Marcos, Texas.
Yeah, when I looked at this game, I look at the under. Texas State this year has been one of the, has gone over a lot more. Lately, they've had some more unders in all these games that they lost, not scoring a ton. But on the other side, I think not only the under here, kind of a get-right spot for Texas State. Not that you want to lay the points, but I think Monroe, they haven't broke 65 on the road like in 3 months, I don't think. I wanted to double check. This is one of the worst offensive teams in the country. They struggle to score, even here in the Sun Belt. So on the road, 64. They had 50 at Troy, 62. It's 68 at ULL. I don't know how. I mean, I was looking at their team total under here, Jimmy. Should be right around 65, right?
Yeah,
It's 62 and a win.
Let me see.
62-58 over South Alabama. It's it could be a struggle to watch this team. And it seems like Texas State they'll be ready to go here.
64.5, juice to the under slightly.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at this a little bit more. I think this is Monroe team total under.
Yeah, it's probably a Texas State smash spot coming back home. I just don't know if I want them as this big of a favorite here against a team they've already beaten. I'm comfortable rolling past it. Okay, let's roll here. We will have Brizzy joining us for Miami Hurricanes, Florida State Seminoles, which comes up in a little bit here. He's also going to add a couple of best bets once he joins us for that one. But we have 4 games before then, so let's roll. We got the big boys coming up back to back to back. 9 p.m. Eastern, we have the Arkansas State Razorbacks, 15-10, 4-8 in the SEC. At the number 1 ranked Auburn Tigers, 23-2 and 11-1 in the SEC. Is this the year for Auburn? Is this the year for Neville Arena and the Auburn Tigers? Auburn coming off back-to-back wins, and impressive ones. They win at Vandy 80-68. We know Vandy's much improved. That was on the heels of that rare loss, losing at home to the Gators 90-81. Then they beat Alabama 94-85. That was a huge game. They now have a 1-game lead in the SEC. Arkansas has lost 2 of their last 3, coming off 61 loss at Texas A&M. 2 of their last 3 for the Pigs. We also haven't seen these teams play this year. This is their lone meeting, so there's no Rebenga in this situation. Let's get into the line history. And we hear from our guy. Was that Slow Jams? Stephen Miller says Arkansas money line. And there it is. Slow Jam says, give me the Pigs. There's our guy, MMA locker room in the house. So let's take a look at line history here for this big one. Arkansas, Auburn, 9 p.m. start. Auburn sitting at -16. Good God. Opening up at -16.5, dropped to 16 within an hour and 20 minutes. Got down to 15.5, back up to 16.5, now sitting at 16. We have a half-point move towards the Pigs. Let's get into the total here for this one. From a total standpoint, we have a 150 flat. Now I see 150 and a halves. I see 151 and a halves. This opened up at 153 and a half and has dropped all the way down to 150 here offshore. When we get to the cash flow for this spot, we have, here we go. We have 45% of tickets and 59% of cash on Auburn, 63% of tickets, 65% cash on the under, and the line moving in that direction. Mr. Belvedere says, what an absolutely strong number for Auburn. Take it away for us here, CMAC, a big one in the SEC. Razorbacks, Tigers in Auburn, Alabama.
I don't have nothing in this game. I'm sorry to say Arkansas has been playing a lot better basketball of late. And I think it's kind of a little bit their defense that's shown to this total. One thing with Auburn, if you want to back them, they've gone over. It seems like to get right to the mid-80s consistently and at home. So does that mean Arkansas is going to maybe be in this game a little bit? This line's dropping. I don't know. They've definitely, they've won 3 of the last 5. Of course, the wins versus Texas and Kentucky, LSU, and then the tight loss at Alabama. And they just didn't cover against A&M. I think there's a little fire here for Arkansas. I don't know if they're not going to the jungle and get a win, but can they be competitive? Auburn's just beat up these teams at home, Jimmy. It's just tough for me to look either way here.
Yeah, it's a very tough line. I don't feel comfortable. We're talking 52 games of college basketball. You want to have the big ones, but you don't have to have.
Does Auburn have somebody on deck? No, it's played Georgia. Oh, no.
Yeah, no, it's not really a look ahead either. All right. Okay, let's roll on, and we welcome back the star of the starting five, our guy, Dabra Kadabra here. Welcome back, Dabby. We've capped about 40 games since we saw you last. 9 p.m. Eastern, we have the number 4 ranked Alabama Crimson Tide, 21-4, 10-2 in the SEC at the number 15th ranked Missouri Tigers, 19-6, 8-4 in the SEC, Mizzou Arena in Columbia, Missouri here. Okay, Christopher Tatum, if you prefer boar. I love the hat that just says pigs on it. I've always thought that was one of my favorite college basketball hats or college hats ever. Alabama coming off a loss against the aforementioned Auburn Tigers. It was on Saturday, 94-85, heavily capped game on Daby Cab starting 5 show. Auburn shot 46.2 from the field, 40 from 3, and just took care of business. In fact, it's pretty impressive that Alabama was even in this game. And this was a tie game with 7 minutes left. Despite shooting 38.6 from the field, 19.2 from 3, they out-rebounded Auburn 49-40. They were 1.5 point favorites against the number 1 team in the country, and they didn't deliver. Probably something that upsets Alabama. Alabama, of course, 1 game back of Auburn and 2 games up on Missouri. Missouri's won back-to-back games against the weaker teams in the conference. Beat up Oklahoma at home 82-58, traveled to Georgia and beat them 87-74 on Saturday. Here we go. Do we get bounce back from Alabama? This is their lone meeting with Missouri this year. So this isn't a Rebenga spot. We don't have help from that angle. Coin says, in Dennis Gates, we trust. Let's go over the line history here for this Alabama spot. We have, here we go. We have a total very high, as one would guess, 171.5, slightly juiced to the under. This opened up at 171, and it not immediately, but within 2 hours, it dropped to 169.5. That's a legit move. Now it's come all the way back from whence. We've had a 2-cent move towards the under. On the spread here, we have Alabama +2 at -110. They opened up as 1.5 point favorites. Missouri has gone from dog to favorite, a 3.5 point move towards the Tigers. That is one big move here. And consider this. On the spread, 6% of the tickets are on Missouri and 43% of the cash. On the money line, just 24% of the tickets are on Missouri and 14% of cash. I wish Alabama was coming off beating Auburn. Make it much easier. And then listen to this. 16,529 tickets in this. And 97% of the tickets in cash are on the under. That is a very difficult to believe. Take it away for us, Daby Cab. Best bet back in business. Crimson Tide, Missouri Tigers in Columbia, Missouri.
Market-wise, this is a spot that throughout the years in college basketball, I found value in going against the market, honestly. But that's in the first half, right? People got to understand college basketball is a game of 2 halves. I cannot tell you how many times I have taken a team like Alabama in this market in the first half and cashed, and then they lose full game, right? I'm not telling you that I think Alabama is to play full game here. I took Alabama in the first half. One thing I will say about this Missouri team is their defense is playing better this year, right? They've been able to put the points up. It's something they've been doing. They were able to do it last year, year before, 2 years ago. But they're finally playing a little bit of defense. But on the offenses, the reason this point total is so high, I mean, you got Missouri who's putting up 82.6 points per game. You got Alabama who's putting up 90.3 points per game. I mean, just outstanding on the offensive end. The one place where these two teams differ is on the boards. And I think that Alabama, coming off the loss against Auburn, has enough want in the first half of this basketball game to get rebounds. And I think if Missouri does get in a groove at home, I think that starts happening maybe at about the 10-minute mark in the second half. Usually when we see these home teams, it's, 8 or 10 minutes into the second half where they start grooving. So I like Alabama first half here. I took the +1, and that's my bet. I also added a prop to the Kentucky game real quick, Jimmy. Sure. I tweeted it out and I put it in the chat, but I just wanted to give it to you also, so that'll make it easier for you. I took Amari Williams over 9.5 rebounds at plus 110. He's going to be down low for Kentucky, and I think he's going to be a big part of the game, considering, Robinson and Butler are out, and he's cashed this prop 7 out of the last 10 games. So with those numbers at plus money, I had to bet it.
Can you give me that bet again?
Amari Williams over 9.5 rebounds at plus 110.
Over 9.5 rebounds at plus 10. Let's get this fixed. Here we go with Daby Cab. Look, I can understand why you expect Alabama to bounce back. I mean, they were favorites against the number 1 team in the country, and they failed to menace. So I get it. I can also understand why cappers want Missouri full game. The market clearly indicating that it's the right side. Now, are you going to be sitting here on Missouri, -2 and have them watch them win by a point? I do battle VIG as much as possible, especially as a volume capper. So I won't take the money line in a spot like this, but I am extremely interested in backing Missouri here. Daby Cab, why don't you stick with us here for St. John's Red Storm, DePaul Blue Demons? Got a couple of games here, big ones. We know that Spooner likes St. John's Red Storm to reach the Final Four here. Ricky Levine says, please tell me you're on Arkansas. Unfortunately, I can't, Ricky. We got everybody back in business here. Beautiful. And Wine Time back. Looks like we got a 4-headed monster here. Let's get Wine Time back up here.
Real quick. Yeah, our guy wagers depending on where you got the number, my guy. I know you got 8.5. You got the 8 you pushed, 7.5 you lost. So just throwing that out there. I was just reading off
which is so crucial in college basketball.
Yes.
All right. We are 4-headed for St. John's Red Storm, DePaul Blue Demons. I asked Daby Cab to stay, so this isn't one of his best bets, but we got action here from Wine Time here. So let's talk about this game. Remember, we have our guy Spooner wanting to bet St. John's Final Four, number 10 ranked St. John's Red Storm. Let's get into this. This is our final of the ranked games here. St. John's Red Storm 22-4, 13-2 in the Big East at the DePaul Blue Demons 11-15, 2-13 in the Big East. St. John's bounced back from that loss at Villanova by beating Creighton 79-73. They're playing very good basketball. DePaul has lost 3 straight. They just lost 85-68 on Saturday at Xavier. They've fared a little better at home this year. These teams met back on December 17th, and it was an absolute smash and grab for St. John's. They won 89-61. DePaul did what they do, turned the ball over 20 times and got out-rebounded badly. So we've seen the Red Storm dominant in this type of situation. Let's take a look at the line history and send it around here to our experts. We have St. John's minus 12.5. They opened up minus 13. We now see them at 12.5. It's 12.5 at the pick'em. So we've had a half-point move towards the Blue Demons. When we get to the total here in this one, we have St. John's, DePaul, 143.5 minus 117 to the over. I see a lot of 144. It's opened up at 142, got up to 144.5 before it dropped, and then bounced. This was a 142 at 12:30. Now we're back at 143.5 or a 144. 2-point move towards the over. And cash flow, 98% of the tickets and 97% of the cash is on St. John's. It's an alarming amount. 86 and 86 on the under. Wine Time. Looks like you got action in this game. Take it away.
Yeah, I kind of made this play just a couple minutes ago. Been capping this game today. I mean, I've been on these St. John games the last couple of games. I've been watching these games very closely. They've been really falling behind. But this team, when it matters most, man, they can really make these shots. Man, it's crazy. They can make any shot on the floor. All their starting 5. This is a deep team. I like where Spoons is going with this Final Four because I do believe when it matters the most, got one of the better coaches in all of college basketball. Got a good team. They've been playing some really good ball. And when adversity hits, it seems like they could always overcome it. They couldn't, obviously, 2 games ago. I was on Villanova in that spot. They got it done barely. It was great great game. Crazy. What a comeback they had against Creighton as well, man. But yeah, it's crazy. I'm going to come on here and give this out, but I'm on DePaul, guys. I'm on plus 12.5 here. Just looking at the market, it's going to tell you everything you need to know here. You kind of touched on it as well. Jim, DePaul does play their best basketball at home. This is a very bad team. This isn't a team that I think is a good basketball team by any means, but I just think the way St. John's has been playing the last couple games, they've been a little bit shaky at times. I do believe they're going to win this game and they're going to get it done, but I just think asking them to cover 12.5 points is a whole lot. If I can get a 13 at a below a minus 120, I think I'd want the plus 13 in this spot. Don't get me wrong. I think St. John's a good team, but I think they could very well just want to get this game done with. They've had some very close battles these last couple games. DePaul might want to give it everything they can against one of the better teams in college basketball. DePaul's had a very tough season. I'm not saying they're going to win this game. I don't think they're going to win this game. St. John's will win this game, but I don't think they're going to be able to cover double digits. Maybe they'll be able to cover 9 or 10, but 12.5 to 13. I think that's just too many. I'm going to take the ball here. If I can get a 13, can you give me a 13 anywhere, Jim?
I will line shop. I believe at this point we might have to pay a little bit for it, but I completely understand the idea that DePaul can stay in this basketball game.
I know it's crazy. It's crazy to say. Actually, Jim, I'm at my local right now. I can get a plus 13 minus 110. So
you can get it here too. But my bad. My apologies.
Right now, DePaul plus 13 minus 110. I'm going to get that. Like I said, I don't think they're going to win this game, but I think they can hang tight in this one. 13 points is a lot to ask for St. John's on the road. And I've just seen some moments in these games where they kind of haven't been able to make a shot. But don't get me wrong. When it matters most, they're going to get it done. But I just think this is a spot they might overlook, and DePaul might get a backdoor cover. I just think it's too many points.
I like it. I like where you're at. I like where you're at a lot. CMAC, DePaul plus 13 for wine time. What do you think?
I like it. No, I know what you got. Which I'm just reading what I read off the game, my brother. Like what the official score was there. I'm not saying what you got. That's why I just brought it up. I bet you some people got an 8 and they pushed. So congrats on that. I'm just letting you know. That's how I read it off, reading up the thing, because it finished 7.5. Yeah, I like DePaul here a little bit. I've wanted to fade this St. John's team a lot this year, and it's got me a couple times because I just don't think they're great offensively. They don't have a bench, but they're just good. Just flat out. They rebound the ball. They're tough, and they just kind of just wear teams down. When I was looking at it, I kind of was looking at DePaul first half, maybe. St. John's has had a couple big wins on the road. I think they beat down Georgetown by 20 or 25. They do have UConn again, I think in a couple days. Let me see, 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, on Sunday.
This is just a sleepy spot. They've really owned them, the last couple of years. But if DePaul, the one spot you want to back them is at home. So, yeah, I'm interested too. I wanted to look at this just a little bit more.
God, I don't know what's the better angle, first half or full game in this one, honestly, either. And I can't make this the double 2-unit spot at all with how much action we have here. But I like this look quite a bit. Let's hear from Daby Cab, number 10 ranked St. John's Red Storm. Sleepy spot, possibly. What are your thoughts here?
I mean, I'm going to root for you guys on DePaul. And I think Wine Time did a good job touching on with St. John's. They had to come back against UConn. Now, that was in the first half, but they got a big deficit in the first half and then just completely closed the gap in the blink of an eye. And that was one of the first games I've really watched this St. John's team. Then they turned around and lost to Villanova and then had to come back against Creighton. So like you said, they're just kind of there in a lot of these games, having to etch them out at the end or come back from a deficit. So I like CMAC's first half. I like the full game. I'm not betting this. I haven't got to really watch either of these teams enough. And you guys know how I bet. I like to visualize the matchups and think about, what the coaches are going to do. And I don't know with this, so I don't have a clue.
I like DePaul. I like it a lot. It feels like a sleepy spot. The whole world,
I like the first half as well. I'm going to ride both with you guys here. I'm going to take the +7 first half, minus 110. And I guess I'm on the full game +13, minus 110. I like the first half as well. Honestly, I was more towards looking at that. I think that's the first time I've given out a first half look in college basketball this season. So we'll see how it goes here. I usually don't give out first half bets, but this just seems like a DePaul spot, honestly. I do think, like I said, St. John's will win this game. It's crazy watching their basketball games down the stretch, though, because they like when it matters most, man, they can make these unbelievable shots. It's crazy. But sometimes they just aren't playing well out there. But when it matters most, they make their shots. So that's what matters. They'll win this game, but DePaul's going to cover this game.
I might join you on both. Very appealing spot here from Wine Time Sports. I love it. We got a couple more games to cap before we get an NBA Wine Time and Daby. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us. I'm going to keep going here with CMAC. If you guys turn your camera on, bring you on right away. But thank you guys so much for your hustle. What a monstrous day today for us at Pub with all these 52 games of college basketball and breaking them all down. You guys have been a huge part. So thank you guys so much. And I will see you both here shortly. Turn the camera on and we'll get you on. We have one more game before Brizzy joins us. So let's roll CMAC, 9 p.m. Eastern, UCF Knights, 13-12, 4-10 in the Big 12 at the Oklahoma State Cowboys, 12-13, 4, and also 4-10 in the Big 12. We're in Stillwater for this one for two bad basketball teams. Let's get into the line history and set this one all up. Line history wise, sorry, let me move quickly over here. We have a total of 159. I see 159 and a half in some books, but 159 here. This opened up at 160 and it got down to 156 and a half. This was 156 and a half at 10:30 this morning. And now we're back up to a 159. We had a 1 point drop towards the under. Let's get to the side here. Let's get to the side here. And here we go. So this is our I think this is our final Big 12 game. We close with a Big 10 game. This is our final Big 12 spot on the card. We have Oklahoma State -2 at -105. They opened up at -1, got to 2. Then all of a sudden they were dogs. They were dogs about an hour and 10 minutes before the show started. This was a +1 at a pick'em. Now we're back at -2. We've had the 1 point move towards Oklahoma State here. Let's get into the cash flow as well. Oh, sorry, wrong. Too many things up. I apologize. Here we go. Cash flow wise, we have 38% of the tickets and 49% of the cash on UCF, 62 and 51 on Oklahoma State, 98% of tickets and 98% of cash on the under. UCF right now, a real Jekyll and Hyde team, but they've just been losing. Oklahoma State's lost 3 of their last 4. They have the lone win was at home, 86-73, at home to Arizona State. Oklahoma State coming off the debacle, 93-55 loss at home versus Texas Tech. I mean, it's got to be one of the lowest points in this school's history on the hardwood. It was just horrible. UCF has lost 6 straight games. They've lost 8 of 9. The lone win was a 30-point win at home versus TCU. You got to go back January 25th. If you want another win, you got to go back to January 14th at Arizona State. They're coming off a 76-63 loss at Colorado. It was Colorado's first conference win. Now, Colorado was 1.5-point favorites in that one, so it wasn't too much of a debacle. But again, UCF doing what they do on the road, 34.4 from the field and 26.1 from 3. Take it away for us here. CMAC, we have our final Big 12 spot on the board, UCF, Oklahoma State.
I think this game's a little bit of a coin flip. That's why it's tough for me, but I think I want to back Oklahoma State here. I mean, at home. It's 1.5. I think they're playing a little bit better basketball of these two. I know they just got drilled by Texas Tech, but they did beat Utah and Arizona State at home. And this Central Florida team, I think they had a win against TCU where they shot the ball really good on the road. I have to double check that, but they haven't been really good because they can't get any stops, at all. Both these teams, it's been a struggle to get stops all year. But on the flip side, especially while with Oklahoma State, is they've struggled to score and get baskets. But they've been a lot better, the second half of the year here a little bit from early on. Man, 2 bad teams. I lean Oklahoma State. I think they, at home, they could get a win here.
I'm interested in joining you. I'm going to study a little more after the show, but I'm interested in joining you on Oklahoma State. You got to feel like a bounce back from the debacle against Texas Tech.
Getting their ass kicked.
Yeah, which kind of does push me a little bit towards the first half. But why am I afraid of UCF on the road? I mean, so I like it. I like it. Let's move on to ACC action and bring on the star of the Locker Room Talk podcast, as well as all things basketball on our channel. Please welcome from South Jersey, Billy Brisbane, to the show. Brizzy, how are you?
Doing good. Nice to see my boy C-Mac joined by my man C-Mac. Used to be the producer back in the day when we used to have college basketball shows. So always chopping it up with C-Mac and Jim.
Great to see you, my man. We have best bet. We're also then going to go over your two other best bets, but let's save that, Brizzy, for before NBA, because we've kept C-Mac here for a long time. So we're just going to go with this best bet. Then I'll bring you back as soon as I say bye to C-Mac. We'll go over your other two best bets in college basketball and then roll into the lone NBA spot. So you'll be starting this one off for us, Brizzy. 9 p.m. Eastern, Miami Hurricanes 6-19, 2-12 in the ACC. The Florida State Seminoles 15-10, 6-8 in the ACC. I have bet on Miami one time this year, and it cashed for me. And it wasn't long ago. It was, I think it was it. Must have been the. Was it the Syracuse? Must have been Syracuse win 91-84 over Syracuse. They have been a little better. Look, this has been a horrible, horrible season for them. They have 2 conference wins. Both have come over the last 4 games. They won at home against Notre Dame 63-57, lost by 10 at Louisville. No shame in that. Then they beat Syracuse 91-84 at home. Then they lose 74-65 at Pitt. Florida State also beat Notre Dame. A similar score, 67-60 at home. Then beat Wake Forest. Went on the road and beat Wake Forest 72-70, and then got demolished by Clemson 72-46 on Saturday. 46 points is all they put up against Clemson. And these teams have played. They played back on Wednesday, January 8th. Florida State won 80-65. They were in control all game long. They were up 39-25 at the break. They won as 2.5-point dogs. That line opened up with Miami -1.5 and closed -2.5. Let's get into the line history for the Hurricanes spot. We have Miami plus 8.5 -107. I see a lot of 9s on the board. This is an 8.5. This did get down to 8. Got down to 8. It came back to 8.5 58 minutes ago. Opened up at 8. Got up to 8.5. 8.5. So we actually have had a half-point move towards Florida State. Now, in the afternoon when this line came out, it was a 9.5. So again, it depends what book you're looking at. This opened up at 9.5 at 2:30 p.m. and became an 8.5 at 7:15 p.m. So again, it depends. Is there a move towards Miami or Florida State? Again, it depends what book you're looking at. When we get to the total here for this one, we have a 153, a flat 153. It's juiced to the over. This is the lowest number on the board. See higher ones out there. This opened up at 152.5, got up to 154.5, and we're now back at 153. And when we get to DC Capper, I moved on UMass first half. So, I moved on them plus 9.5. So I do think they can. I think it's maybe a sleepy spot, but we'll see. So here we go. Cash flow, just 21% of the tickets and 31% of cash on Miami. 96 and 96 on the under. Brizzy, take it away. Best bet number 1 for you here on the show, Hurricane Seminoles.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty crazy game because Leonard Hamilton's coaching versus Miami for the last time in his career. He's got to be at least one of the longest fucking active head coaches. Dude's been coaching at Florida State probably since I've been alive. But I like Miami in this spot. Matthew Cleveland might have hit probably one of the most iconic shots in Florida State history down the stretch a couple years ago when they were a decent basketball team. Well, he transferred over to Miami this year. Miami ended up having some injuries in the beginning of ACC play. Started off 0-10 in ACC play to start off the year. But, dude, they've been picking it up. They've covered 4 straight games, wins versus Notre Dame, Syracuse, and they've been competitive against Pitt and Louisville. I think Miami can backdoor cover this rival game here. I think this is too many points. You look at Florida State's offense. I don't think Florida State has the offensive power to cover damn near a double-digit spread. I think Miami back there covers the spread, and this is one of my more favorite dog bets of the whole entire card today.
I like it. I think it makes sense. What number did you get?
8.5 here at ESPN bet plus 100.
I like it. I like it, Brizzy. I get it and like it. Let's hear what C-Mac has to say about this Hurricane Seminole spot.
Yeah, I like it too. I mean, after everything that was horrible with this Miami program, the last 3 games on the road they've covered. I had them against Pitt. I've been looking at this all morning as well. I hate Florida State's off just getting their ass drilled against Clemson where they couldn't hit a fucking shot. 46 points, about the worst game they've had all year long in that one. But things have just have changed. Where
Is that enough to keep us off this bet? Because that's
I don't love it, but it's Miami here or nothing. Florida State's kind of beat up on them a little bit, even when Miami had better teams the last few years. And Florida State has the better defense. Miami's played better though. That they were just awful. Like 350s. They couldn't stop anyone. Almost every if you watch their games, it was difficult watch there for about a month and a half. But they've been covering some numbers. I think they can hang around.
Matthew,
in this game.
Walking back into Florida State tonight, there's got to be some juices flowing of as a kid, you're way too young to be making these decisions, in my opinion, to be transferring in and out. He transferred out of Florida State, and that was probably the worst thing that he ever fucking thought of doing in his whole entire career. When he walks back inside this gymnasium tonight, he's about to go off. You could look at the prop market for this game, and he's clearly the leader for points scored for the prop market listed for this game. 19.5 points juiced towards the over here at minus 120. FanDuel's scared enough not to even post the line for Matthew Cleveland. He's got to. There's 2 people in this gymnasium that care about this game more. One's on the court with Matthew Cleveland, and the other one's sitting on the sideline of Leonard Hamilton. And you can only do but so much on the sideline there.
Yeah, what's his prop at?
19.5 minus 120. I think he goes up and over for Miami.
I think so too.
He's got to score 20 points.
Yeah, he's off one of his worst games too. The other night, in a while at least. Yeah,
a terrible shooting game the other night, but I think he bounces back here, man. It's just I think Florida obviously wins the game. It's just fuck out of here. Florida laid double digits. You got to scroll a little bit for Florida to be covered a double-digit spread at home. Not saying Miami's going to win this game outright. Not advocating for Miami money line. But, you can get damn near +9 at Caesar Sportsbook right now.
Yep. I agree. I might be on it. So
I find it appealing here. I'm going to take a second look at the end of the show, but I like where you're at here. We have Brizzy moving the Hurricanes of Miami in the second matchup with Florida State this year. Brizzy, great stuff. I'm going to be bringing you back here in a second. C-Mac, I'm just going to finish these last few games, and we're going to go as brisk as we can. But great stuff, Brizzy. Thank you for joining us. We're going to move on to our next spot on the board here with C-Mac. And C-Mac, this is my first bet of the day. I bet Washington State first half +7. It's my very, very first move on this card. Take a look and see what's going on here with the line history. It all kind of worked, I felt, for a possible sleepy early spot for the Zags, who I've been watching quite a bit of lately. This total opened up at 164.5. It's now a 163.5. I'm nervous to look at this point spread. Take a look at what we are dealing with from a spread perspective. We have. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. We're down to a 12. Okay. Gonzaga minus 12. They opened up minus 13.5, dropped to 13, dropped 12. Wow, it was 11.5 pre-show. Okay, well, that's good. Let's see what the first half is then. Show me a 5.5.
7.
It's still at 7? It hasn't moved? Oh, no.
That's what I see.
It's still at 7. Wow. The full game goes from 13.5 to 11.5 or 12, and this doesn't fucking move. I do not like that at all. I thought this was going to be a
Is this a glitch or something? It's
fucking
not
feel good spot for me. God damn it. Okay, let's get into the cash flow. That is just so disappointing. I thought I was going to sit back and be able to tap myself on the fucking back. 97% of the tickets are on the Zags and 79% of cash. I'm not going to double up here. 98% of tickets, 90% cash on the under in this one. So the idea here was a pretty simple breakdown, and I have to find my notes here quickly, but the idea being Gonzaga just fucking dummied a weak opponent. And also another part of Gonzaga, if you watch them, they seem to get rolling after adjustments are made by few at halftime. They're coming off the 107-55 domination of Pepperdine. And Washington State coming off a 77-56 loss, at St. Mary's, the best team in the conference. This is a huge game for the Cougars. They're going to get up heavy for this one when the Zags are coming down. Do the Zags care that much? These teams met in Spokane. Gonzaga won 88-75. It was a pretty tight game until late. It was just, EK dominating inside and Gonzaga shooting 47.6 from three. They were 17.5-point favorites. They didn't cover. God damn it. It really makes me uncomfortable that this isn't a 6 or 6.5. I'm not going to double down here, but this was my very first bet I made today. Washington State first half +7. Take it away for CMAC. Bulldogs, Cougars.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to split this. I mean, for a lot, if a dog does cover first half, they do full game. The only thing I worry about is Gonzaga maybe gets hot, because I like him as well here, Jimmy. Gonzaga, this is just not a great spot for him. I think they're looking right ahead to St. Mary's for the rematch here in 2 or 3 days on the 22nd. This Washington State team struggled especially of late after they started the year. I don't know what, like 15-5, 15-4. They've lost a bunch of games as of late. Like they covered against at home against St. Mary's, catching 6. I think they cover here. I think they get up for it. In a Gonzaga team that's super talented, and blow out these bad teams. They don't play enough defense. In the end, that's why I want Washington State. Give it to him here. Can you get 12.5 still?
Possibly.
Because I don't know if I really want to double up. If I do that, I would just split my bet.
Yeah, I hate that has
7 and there's 7.5 still, right? There's here at circa first half.
That's so annoying. That's so frustrating. Let's see if we can get you a.
I think there's still 12.5.
Yeah, we can get you 12.5. Yeah, 12.5 minus 110.
Yep. Okay.
All right. CMAC moving. God, I wonder if this is a double up spot. Washington State plus 12.5 minus 110 here. I mean, it was the first bet I made, which means it should be the one that I had more confidence within. Maybe this is kind of ripe for the double up spot here. Okay, so CMAC moving on. Washington State. Just a couple games left. Let's roll through them as fast as possible. We have an 11-6 Charlotte 49er lead, by the way. For those of you that rode with us on Charlotte, long way to go, but a decent start. Oral Roberts, Denver Pioneers is our next spot on the board. Heading over to the summit, Oral Roberts, Golden Eagles, 6-19, 2-10 in conference. At Denver Pioneers, 9-19, 3-10 in conference. We're at Hamilton Gymnasium in Denver, Colorado. Denver -3 at -107 right now. They opened up at 3.5 and went to 5. This was at 5, 2 hours, 20 minutes after the line, came out. But then next thing you know, we're back this morning at a 3, which is where we are now. So we've had a half-point move towards Oral Roberts. Let's get to the total here for this one. From a total scenario, we have this sitting right now at 149 and juice to the over, which is higher than other books. Other books have this at 148.5. This is climbing. It's 149 and juice to the over. When we get to the cash flow for this one, just 4% of the tickets on the Pioneers and 81% of the cash. Now, we're only talking about 1,500 tickets in. 94 and 93 on the under in this one. Oral Roberts has lost 3 straight games. They're coming off an 88-77 loss at North Dakota. And Denver had the win at North Dakota as well, 68-64, but they're coming off the overtime loss at North Dakota State. They played well in that one. There's no shame in that loss. These teams met in a very, very tight game, 70-68 for Denver. They won at Oral Roberts. They were 5.5-point dogs. So does Oral Roberts then have the Rebenga here in this one? Now, this is an Oral Roberts team that's lost 8 of 9 games here in conference. Any interest in this one, C-Mac?
I think Oral Roberts is live. If they're ever going to get one here, Jimmy, this is it. With the revenge in this game, they haven't won a road game all year. That's been, which is tough to take. But this Denver team is not very good. They play, of course, their best basketball, if you want to call it, at home, where they've been 6-6 this year. But I think Oral Roberts, such a down, awful year this year. The defense has just not been there. But I think they kind of have the shooters to make enough shots to be in this. I don't trust Denver at all in this spot, especially at home laying points in this game. And Denver, for as much I kind of like to look at them an over team, they haven't in a ton of these games. The shots that have dropped have been a little bit slower. And Oral Roberts still has been. They've been playing a ton to the over. Because when I look at this total, I kind of lean over at 148. But I got to look into it a little bit more. Denver just hasn't been the same team at home cashing overs where I've been money with them the last couple of years. So, but yeah, lean the over and lean Oral Bob here.
Yeah, I think I stay off of it. Honestly, Oral Roberts very public in this spot at this point.
It's tough for their public. I think the game's tight when you haven't won a game on the road. But that's where I'd be here.
Yeah, let's blow through. We got 2 Mountain West games, then WCC and the Big Ten. You've put in yeoman's work here on the show, C-Mac. Thank you so much here. This is just such a monstrous card, and being able to touch on each game is wonderful. Let's move on to the next spot. Please, those of you in the chat, could you give our guests some love here? The amount of time and energy they're putting in to our show and to our action, it's so important. So thank you so much, C-Mac and Spooner and Wine Time and Daby Cab and Billy Brisbane. But we've had Spooner and C-Mac anchor this show and put in over 2 hours each. 9:30 p.m. Eastern. Let's roll through this. San Jose State Spartans 12-15, 5-10 in the Mountain West. At the Utah State Aggies 22-4, 12-3 in the Mountain West. We're D. Glenn Smith Spectrum in Logan, Utah. We absolutely capped that Nevada San Jose State game down to a goddamn T. San Jose State dealing with the injuries. We're going to play over their head at home in the first half and then live bet Nevada at halftime, and Nevada just ran away with it. It was absolutely perfect. 3 straight losses for San Jose State, and then Utah State coming off an 82-79 loss at New Mexico. Look, they played New Mexico tough after losing by 19 in the first meeting at home. Utah State picks and chooses when they turn it on, and it's been a kind of a tricky team for me. I thought they were going to turn it on at Wyoming. They didn't do that. I got cold feet with this squad all of a sudden. These teams met in a very tough game, 85-78 at home. Utah State won out at San Jose State. San Jose State was in that game from start to finish. They were 9.5-point dogs, and they played tough. Now, how does Utah State handle the loss to New Mexico? We know they're a good squad. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow and then hand it over. This total's at 149. It's juiced to the over at minus 112. Juiced to the over. We know, look, Logan is a tough place to play. Opened up at 150, dropped to 149. And then the spread. You don't get Utah State cheap at home, even though I don't think it's an angry spot coming off a loss where they did bounce back. We have Utah State 17-point favorites, minus 17, minus 104. This opened up minus 17, got to minus 18, got to minus 19, got to 19.5 at 10 a.m. Since then, we've come back to 17. We've had a 4-cent move towards the Spartans. When we get to the cash flow here for this one, we have 80% of the tickets and 62% of cash on Utah State, 20 and 38 on San Jose State, 94 on the under. Take it away for us here. C-Mac, any interest in the Spartans? And would then that be first half action on the Spartans? And do you feel like the Aggies are an angry group after that loss, or was it, was there some redemption in the loss? Take it away, Spartans, Aggies.
Yeah, I think they won't be happy. This is where they play their best basketball. Ujuje, he is going to be in this game, and McClendon is questionable still with his knee.
Mm-hmm.
So that'd be big that both those guys, when they've been able to hang and score, all year long and hang around in games. We saw the first half again, they were out and they got blown out, like you talked about. Utah State, one thing too, and that makes me feel, if they're in, they could score. I don't know how healthy. This is a weight for me. The game goes over. Utah State, because San Jose still can't stop anybody. For the most part, that's why we didn't get the under that one night. They couldn't hit a shot. Like, you just need a few more buckets. They had one of their worst nights all year against Boise State, where they only scored 52. I think they were 3 for 18 from 3 for 17, and they were bad from the field as well. So I just want those guys in. I think they could hang around in this game. It's also too, is it them being out, which is a lot of their offense, or is it just this team was so money? I took them all the year, best team in the country, ATS, where they're just running out of gas, and we see them start to lose a little bit. Everything kind of seesaws. You know what I mean? They were 18-4. Covering numbers, just covering, even on the road. But with those guys in, I think catching over, this number, I think they have the offense to hang around even in Logan.
Yeah, I agree.
I might move. This is the late one, so I'm going to just wait on it.
I agree on the take. I also think that this is somewhat of a letdown spot for the Aggies. You just had to redeem yourself against the low.
Yeah, are they that coming up for this game? Exactly.
Okay, I'm very interested.
It's a bounce back, but it's not. They're looking at San Diego State, in a couple days. That's the game they want.
I agree. I'm very interested in San Jose State here in this one.
There's 10.5 first half. It depends, because you know what? That's so weird, because at home where they cover those games with those guys out, but all year long you've wanted them full game on the road because they've backdoored because of their scoring with those guys on the road. Do you get it? A little bit different from with them being out at home, where they just kind of fell apart late. So I think it's more of, because even this 10.5, I think is a little bit tempting. First half.
Such a good point. It's such an important point there. Yeah. Their shooting on the road would make the full game more appealing than the first half. That's a great point. And then I don't need to double up. And if they have a good first half, it just puts you in a position. You don't need to think of it lost money. All right, let's roll on. And we stay in the Mountain West. New Mexico Lobos 22-4, 14-1 in the Mountain West. Boise State Broncos 17-8, 9-5. Extra Mile Arena in Boise, Idaho here. And wow, it took us some time, C-Mac. Best bet number 2 here for C-Mac here. Lobos rolling, and Boise State was rolling before the debacle at San Diego State. What a horrible performance. 64-47 they lose on Saturday. Just alarming. Just horrific. 16.7 from 3, 33 from the field. They were just 1.5 point dogs. The line was actually moving towards Boise State, and they completely no-show on the road. The Lobos are rolling. This is a very good basketball team. They have the 1 point loss at San Jose State. If that wasn't the case, they'd be sitting here on a 17 game winning streak. They beat Utah State at home. Utah State had Rebenga. It was a great spot for the Aggies to bounce back here. They beat up on Boise State already once this year, 84-65 at home. They were 3.5-point favorites, and they demolished them. And I mean, it was 48-21 at halftime. So do we see some character from the Broncos in a possible bounce-back spot? And look at this line. Wow. Wild. Boise State opens up as 2.5-point favorites. We're now sitting there at 5. And not only that, this was a 5.5 a little while ago. Looks like there's some momentum back to New Mexico. Good God, that's wild. Absolutely wild and enormously telling that Boise would even be favorites here. This total's at 152. It's minus 111 to the over. This is just astonishing. Just 31% of the tickets and 44% of the cash on Boise State. 90 and 89 on the under. C-Mac, take it away. I'm all ears. Lobos, Broncos, and Boise.
Yeah, here, I just wanted to click this first. Yeah.
23-13 lead for Charlotte, by the way. So long way to go, but we're in good shape.
Nice. New Mexico's dealing with a few guys here out. It's not Dent, Washington, or Joseph. I think New Mexico is the better team out of these two. I just think Boise's off the worst shooting night, and they looked awful in that game against San Diego State. 47 points they had, Jimmy. I saw some of that game. Of course, 3 of 18 from 3, 18 of 54, only 33%. And they got drilled at the pit, he talked about earlier. So I took them first half, minus 2.5. I'm a little bit, I wanted a 2 here, but I think they get the job done in this game. Also, they can't get to the free throw line, but I think Boise wins this game here. It's just kind of a spot play. New Mexico, as good as they've been good on the road, but it's UNLV, and it's a team like UNLV didn't get the job done in that game. They covered. I was on them 3.5. They should have won that game. You know what I mean? I just think they're due to get blown out here. This is the best spot for Boise State. Needs this game big time at home. Yeah.
So what made you gravitate to the first half or prefer the first half over the full game?
Well, it's just the 4.5. Now it's 5. I like that too. I just think a good team like New Mexico, when you have Dent and Washington, I think they could kind of hang around in this game. But this was my initial, with kind of their bench being out. I just wanted to jump on Boise after the horrible night they just had at San Diego State, and they've had 4 or 5 days off since then. We know they play their best at home, 11-1 here. So I jumped on it.
I like it. I really like it. I really like where you're at here. I'm going to join you. I'm not sure what I will decide between first halves and full games. Maybe just joining you on the first half. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to sit with it for longer, but it's a great spot. I see why you like it. Let's roll on. We have 2 games left here. We've capped 50. Next up for us here, we head over to the WCC. Portland Pilots, 10-17, 5-9 in conference. And the St. Mary Gales, 23-4, 13-1 in conference. University Credit Union Pavilion in Moraga. We talked about St. Mary's schedule. We'll go over it a little bit more. And again, how much do you want to focus on a letdown spot when there's just such a clear advantage and talent? But Portland's won 3 of 4 games. They've won 2 of their last 3. It's just look who they beat, and then look who they lost to. So they beat Oregon State. That was impressive at home, 84-72. They beat Loyola Marymount. These are middling teams, 89-78. But then they lose at home to Santa Clara, 97-50. We have St. Mary's rolling here. We were on the Dons +5 when they lost to San Francisco. That was because they had just beaten Gonzaga. And now it's a bit of a different situation here because St. Mary's has this cupcake in front of them. And then they have the main course on deck. They play at Spokane, Washington on Saturday night at 8 p.m. I mean, that's just must-watch action here. They've played Portland already. They went to Portland, and they destroyed them, 81-58 here. They held Portland to 19 points in the first half. They were 18.5-point favorites, and they won 81-58. It was just demolishing. Let's get to the line history here. We have, from a total standpoint, a 139.5 juice to the over. That's a lower number than at the rest of the market. We see 140.5. This opened up at 138.5, got up to 140.5, then dropped to 139.5. When we get to the point spread here for this one, we have Portland at plus 24 at minus 106. They opened up at plus 25.5, got down to 23.5. Now we're back here at 24. And then when we get to the cash flow for this one, 13% of the tickets and 30% of the cash on St. Mary's. 87% of the tickets are on Portland. Now, I mean, the public gets wins too. 76 and 77 on the over. Take it away for us here, CMAC. Pilots, Gales in Moraga.
Yeah, Portland's been going over. They've been scoring a ton lately. I got to give it up to him. Shante Legacy's done a pretty good job, at least the last month, this turn around this team. They're still dreadful on the road. You know, those back-to-back wins were at home. This line is huge. They made this because they've consistently beat this Portland team by 25-30. It just seems like year in, year out. And you talked about they have Gonzaga. That's what's so shitty about this. This is a ton of points. But I've seen Portland go on the road and lose by 25-30. If I had a free bet, I would take Portland here, hold my nose. It might be ugly as all hell. But a team like St. Mary's, with a Portland team that's shot it so well, could just suffocate them here. They score 55. It's like one of those type games, 80-55 here.
Do you want to be on a dog that has 85% of the tickets on it? I mean, we all see the spot for St. Mary's with Gonzaga on deck, but
a ton. I know. I think it could be right around the number, though, this game, the final. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not adding. This is not I don't want to be with the public here. Let's get to the final spot, game 52. Now, we're going to have Brizzy's best bets here in a second. He's got two best bets of games that we've already discussed. But let's get into this final spot here. 10:30 p.m. Eastern, Big Ten action. Rutgers Scarlet Knights, 12-14, 5-10 in conference. The Washington Huskies, 13-12, 4-10 in conference. This is at Alaska Airlines Arena here in Seattle. Let's take a look at the line. Let's look at the situation. Rutgers lost 3 straight, coming off a horrific performance at Oregon, 75-57. When these teams are coming for these 2 games on the coast, they've looked quite a bit better on that second game. Look, I was on Minnesota last night. I know Minnesota beat USC, but look, what a second half for Minnesota. I was astonished.
It's awesome. Huge game.
I needed to win bad. But I was astonished to see them come back. I was just kind of had a losing mentality after a tough night. Washington's lost, 1-2 of 3. They're coming off a 75-73 win at Penn State. So they're coming back home for this one. Do we want to trust the Huskies in their first game back home? This is the first time these teams are meeting this year and the only time these teams are meeting this year. Let's get into the cash flow here. We have Washington minus 1.5. It's fishy. I'm kind of leaning towards backing Rutgers. This opened up at 2, is now a 1.5. We have a half-point move towards Rutgers. And then when we get to the total here for this one, we have a 148.5. It's minus 120 to the under. This opened up at 148. It did get up to 150, but we're now sitting at 148.5 with juice to the under heavily. So it's basically 148. And there are higher numbers everywhere else in the marketplace. By the way, Temple coming back Now 27-24 Charlotte. We get to the cash flow, no spread information. Money line, though, 12% of the tickets and 77% of cash is on Rutgers. 97 and 97 on the under. What do you think of this spot? CMAC, game 52 of 52. Do we back Rutgers here on the road, bouncing back from that debacle against Oregon?
I think they play better, but I don't want to take them at all. No way do I want this Rutgers team on the road. Can Washington build a little bit off the win there against Penn State? I think so. I mean, it's just a bucket here. They're trying to get a little bit more of these guys involved, off the bench, and they've been a little bit better of late. Jimmy Davis and a few others of these guys, was it just the same one or two guys where they just had to score most of it? I mean, he had to do basically everything, it seemed like, early on. But and at home is where I kind of want to back them. They've consistently lost tight games. They did beat Northwestern. I kind of lean their way. I think they've been playing a little better basketball. But I think Rutgers might have somewhat of a bounce back. But they're just not. You can't take them right here on the road, Rutgers. I think it's Washington here or nothing. Just take a maybe money line if people are, kind of like that. I think it's a Husky spot.
Huskies back home. I guess if Rutgers would be back, it would be early, like a first half type situation.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, that was 4 days ago at Penn State. I don't think it's crazy travel. Rutgers, maybe they play, well, right away. Rutgers, I've just seen go on the road consistently and lose for the most part. I lean Washington. This is something that I'm not going to be on, I don't think.
Sorber is out for Georgetown, according to our friend Coin. And Rem Most in the house. Yes, there's been no intermission. And we have also Big Mastro, our guy Big Mastro, saying feels like a game that Lojack would be on Rutgers first half money line. I kind of like Rutgers first half in this spot.
Maybe they play well.
I don't know if I get there. Though. What a spectacular job, CMAC. I'm going to review all of your action and everything here at the end of the program. But, man, yeoman work. Thank you so much for everything. We'll go over all of the action. We've capped all of the games. So if anything CMAC wants to tweet out to, we can add to his record. But spectacular work. Thank you for all of the energy that you put into the show today. It was great. I'm really excited. Now, are we going to get the fruits from our labor?
Yeah. Well, give me Missouri State.
Okay, let's grab
I'll be taking – I kind of just want to take the money line. But I think a bucket here at home, I'll take. Especially if we have the hook here.
Yeah, I'm very interested in joining you on this one. Let's get the best line here for CMAC on Missouri State. Here we go. That's a 8 p.m. start, right? 8 p.m. Missouri State. We have a +2.5. Can get that at regular vig. Let me just refresh this. Make sure that there's nothing better here. One last look. Missouri State. Can we get a 3? No, +2.5. A -108.
Okay. I'll take it. I think they went outright, but I'll grab that just to be. Yeah.
Oh, this is an important evening. I'm going to be rocking with a lot of your action too. So thank you for your hard work. Yeah,
I will. I'll let you know. Yeah, or I'll tweet out. Some of these games I just haven't moved. Oklahoma State, Miami, a couple of the other ones like you just talked about. That is it. I've been red hot. So
I love it.
It's been rolling. I had 12. I had 12 in a row, Saturday and Sunday. So Jesus. I've kept it rolling since. Yeah, we got to keep going. No,
I love it.
Can't look back.
I love it.
Hey,
please support our guy CMAC on X here. I'm going to pop it in the chat. Please support our guy CMAC. CMAC, any last words for the Capper supporting the show, my man?
Shout out to everyone in the chat. Appreciate you guys. I know it's been a long card, but we had to get through it. All 52 games. That is it, my man. I'll see you soon. Later.
Awesome work from Conor Mac here. So let's bring on our NBA expert. But our NBA expert going to give us two best bets here in college basketball. Please welcome back from South Jersey, our guy, Billy Brisbane. Brizzy, what's good, man? Welcome back.
Welcome back. Gone like I'm never left. First game, I believe, is at 8:00. I think somebody got fired at FanDuel this morning. Let's just leave it at that.
Okay. All right. Let me help set up the best bet for you to get started. We're going to start with the Rice UAB Blazers spot, 8 p.m. Eastern, Houston, Texas. UAB Blazers, Rice Owls. We didn't have a lean or a move from us here on that game. So I'm going to be all ears. Take it away, my man. Your plan of attack.
So this story starts around like 3:00 in the morning. I'm looking at the lines for today. There's so many college basketball games. Dude, I'm telling you, I literally think somebody got fired for posting this line at FanDuel. This total opened up at 147.5 at minus 230 for a college basketball game, which I've never seen before in FanDuel in my life. While the rest of the market was sitting at 154.5, regardless of the total being moved, I still liked the over when I first looked at it. And looking at this game, I mean, how do you go against UAB here in this spot? They're sitting in third place right now, and this conference is a little bit different. So it's like you got to attack these teams that are not in first place, that are in second and like fourth place, right around that middle of the pack, because they're a couple games behind. But with Wichita State winning that game against Memphis, they're getting closer. But the first round buys are big for this tournament. We saw how Temple ended up walking to the championship game last year because they ended up playing since day one. But for this game specifically, I really like Lemon Board. I'm jacking up his name, but kid's been in college for like 5 years. He's coming off a 21-point game and 19-rebound point game, which is absurd for this conference. Their offense has been rolling 83.4 points per game, 80 points in their last 4 games. Second in college basketball for offensive rebounding. That is probably one of the biggest indicator stats that you need to circle going into March Madness is, can this team get second chance points? If you can get second chance points in college basketball, that goes such a long way. Rice, on the other hand, it feels like the bookies are looking more at the historical trends and not more recent form, because they're 1-9 in their last 10 games, 12th in the AAC. And the last time that they played UAB, they smoked them by like 20-plus points, basically the same exact roster UAB had last year. They're 8-2 in their last 10 games for UAB. I mean, I just don't see how this spread isn't 7.5 or 8. Maybe the public doesn't know about UAB. Maybe they haven't watched a UAB basketball game. But this was the preseason pick number 1 team in this conference for a reason. This is a good-ass fucking basketball team. Their defense is a little bit shoddy, and that's probably why they won't go too far in March. But in their last 5 home games for Rice, they've gotten smoked in these games. I just don't see how this isn't another high-scoring UAB game. I'm on UAB money line and the over 147 as a same game parlay. If you wanted to take UAB team total over, that would be an option. If you wanted to take UAB on the money line, that's an option. But minus 168, minus 190, minus 200. But I have this game lined at 7.5 for UAB on the road here, and they should be as high as minus 235, 245 money line wise. And that's not the spread that I'm seeing. I'm fading the historical trends, and I'm betting on what the fuck I see. And UAB is, besides Memphis, this is the team that's going to give Memphis problems in March.
UAB money line in the over 147 SGP. What does that give you?
Plus 119.
Plus 119. By the way, Temple looks to be climbing all the way back now, down 2 and heading to the stripe. Brizzy moving on the UAB money line over 147 SGP at plus 119. Then we head to North Carolina, NC State. That was another spot where there is no action here beside that game at the Dean E. Smith Center. Take it away for us, Brizzy. A very interesting one. Wolfpack, Tar Heels, your plan of action.
Yeah, when I mean like the first round bye, I don't mean like I give a fuck. I just care about the teams that are on the bubble. This is the time of year that you bet teams on the bubble. Their bubble is either going to burst or they're going to get close. I remember like New Mexico and St. John's going into the stretch of last year were like good back on teams, the Patino coaches. But for this one here, North Carolina's tournament hopes are on thin fucking ice. I mean, out of all the Power 5 conference teams, they have the worst quad 1 record of 1-10. They probably have one of the toughest non-conference schedules. The opportunities to impress the committee are very slim to none. I mean, after this game, they play UVA at Florida State versus Miami at Virginia Tech, and then the last game of the season is Duke. So they're going to not only have to win these games, they have to win these games by a certain margin of points. Hence why when you see these two teams with the line at 9.5, you're like, what the fuck? UNC laying 9.5 in a college basketball game. Have you watched them play this year? I mean, I think North Carolina is going to rout here. This is a smash and grab spot. North Carolina does not have a lot of opportunities left on the schedule, and this is one of the spots on the schedule that they're going to have to not only win, but win by a certain margin of points. They're going to need a 15, 20-point win in one of these games. And NC State, coming off that win over the weekend, 1-9 straight up. That was their first win in their last 9 games, 0-7 on the road. This ain't the NC State team that were in shambles against last year. This team is not the same exact roster, none of the same exact players. UNC's been the laughing stock, the back end of jokes for this whole entire college basketball season. I think they get right tonight. I think this line's telling you everything that you need to know. This team not only needs to win, but they need to win by margin. I don't know if they make the NCAA tournament or not, nor do I give a fuck if they make the NCAA tournament or not. But for the games that they need to win to potentially get back up onto out of the first 4 out, back to the first 4 in, I think this is huge. I mean, the worst Power 5 conference team when it comes to quad 1 record.
Do you want the -10 or do you want the 9.5 and -117?
I got 8.5 on the opener on this one.
Oh, wow.
You could do whatever you want with this. You want to parlay this up with something on the rest of the card. There's another spot that I like. Drake's coming off that loss versus Bradley in the Missouri Valley Conference. They're playing one of the lone teams that have beaten them in the beginning parts of the Missouri Valley Conference schedule. I think Drake's going to rout them in that spot. Any other college basketball, the women's college basketball game, we got to switch over to women's college basketball. There's a huge spot tonight. Cancer game. They ain't Caden Clark no more. It's the Juju Watkins season, man. Juju and the girls are going up against Michigan State. And the one thing I'll say about women's college basketball that's a little bit different than the men's is Michigan State men's college basketball team might be one of the worst shooting teams in the whole entire country. Like their 3-point shooting percentages are awful. But their women's college basketball team is the complete opposite. They're up and down the court, a bunch of scoring. And as good as USC has looked in the last week, with a double-digit win over UCLA, which was ranked number 1 previously before knocking them off, I just think this is like too many points where I like the over of like Michigan State averages 81 points per game. Granted, USC is one of the best teams in the country, probably the best team in the country, 15-1 at home. But with this one being a Peacock national TV game, a play for Kayla game, it's a big Cancer game, second to last home game for USC. It's not like Juju Watkins is a senior. She doesn't give a fuck probably about the last game of the season, nor is she probably going to play in the last game of the season. So this is basically like the last game, big home spot for USC. I think this is going to be a very high scoring game. This is the highest total posted on the women's college basketball card today. The second one is TCU versus Arizona State. TCU is going on the road, but I mean, if you're betting over in that game, God bless you. I mean, that's a 20.5 point line. Sedona Prince is lucky not to be in the back of the jail cell for domestic violence, and they're allowing her to play women's college basketball. But as I digress, I think this is the game that you want to circle on the card. If you want to take Michigan State plus a 13.5, go ahead. But I think if Michigan State backdoor covers the spread, they're going to have to score a certain amount of points. I think this final score is going to be somewhere around 85-76, and that goes way over the total. I have this projected in the 150s, and this total sitting at 146.5.
I like it. I like your action, Brizzy. We have one game left on our table. Game 53 here. Wine Time Sports going to be joining us again. And this is an important game for Wine Time and for Lakers fans, as they're going to get to see up close and personal what they didn't get. And is this the Rebenga game for Mark Williams? Let's welcome back from Los Angeles, California, our guy Wine Time Sports, running white hot. Sorry I didn't have your NBA record up because it's looking real nice. It will be up here shortly. So will Brizzy's. Are getting everything back together, set up here now that I'm back doing the four show. Oh, big three for Charlotte. Good God. Wasn't looking good there for a little bit. Now 38-38 here. Let's roll. Millsy, I do not bet the women's basketball. So there's some truth to that. But look, I like the angle.
Sure, man. I think it was the Iowa semifinal game when they played like LSU. We ended up betting over.
Oh, yeah.
I bet that game. Yeah, I was on that one.
That was probably the only time I bet. It's got to be Camp Day, WNBA, nothing else on the slate, no MLB.
Wow. Interesting news here from Jose Bouquet. The illness, I guess, has now traveled from the Canadian dressing room to the American one. Quinn Hughes is not traveling to Boston. He's not medically cleared. And there is an illness going around the American team. Talk more about that tomorrow. Let's roll, fellas. One game in the association, 10 p.m. Eastern. Nice to have NBA back. Charlotte Hornets 13-39, 4-19 on the road. At the LA Lakers 32-20, 19-6 at home. Crypto.com Arena, Los Angeles, California. So last night, Mark Williams was probable, and so was LaMelo. They were both probable. We expected them to be in the lineup, but let's not trust anything in NBA.
LaMelo might be in the lineup. LeVar Ball just got his foot amputated, at the house with his family.
Jesus, what?
Yeah, I just got that notification an hour ago that LeVar Ball got his foot amputated. Yeah, pretty crazy.
Yeah,
that's what I was wondering.
LaMelo's been in Los Angeles for like the last week.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Well, so is he like, I mean,
I don't see him on the injury report right now, though. Do you?
I think he plays, bro. I mean, how do you? I would imagine before your pop get his foot amputated, you're probably at the crib helping out for like the last like week. It's not one to sound like a jerk off or anything, but like Tina Ball on the Facebook episodes, she had that cancer thing that happened to her when Lonzo was in college, and she can't even like speak or move. So like. They're probably like having to hire like caretakers at the house. That's why you didn't see LaMelo at the All-Star Weekend game. You saw Lonzo introduce Jello, and LaMelo was nowhere to be found in the stadium.
Sojam's asking if LeVar's career is over. He doesn't have one. Guy's and just milks off his sons.
He's doing TikTok videos now.
Look,
it's like LeVar Ball's TikTok videos, and he's getting paid shit amount of money for it.
I am not, or never, I'm not a professional athlete, but I tell you what, if my dad died, he would expect me on the fucking floor that night playing my heart out. And I always am shocked when players are like, they don't, I'm always astonished. I don't know, how were you raised? Because
Did you see that Auburn player the other day, Jimmy? Sorry to interrupt you.
No.
That his mom passed away from cancer, and he comes up and hits a home run in the day a couple hours after she passed away.
My God. I mean, when I was in grade 8, my line mate, Paul Owen, phenomenal hockey player. His mom died of breast cancer. She died at 2 a.m. I got to practice at 4:30 in the morning. Paul's already on the ice. I mean, I just don't. I never understood. You think your parent wants you in the corner sobbing when you have a job to do and people count on you? But again, we don't need to get into that. And I had an issue with Kat. That was my start. That's where I started with me and Kat when his mom died. Look, it's awful. But then what, do you take a month off? Is that what your mom wants you to do? Sob over her casket or go out and be a man? But we don't need to talk about that stuff. I don't see why LaMelo wouldn't be on the floor here tonight. But again, we don't. Well, this fascinating information that we need to know about. LeBron James was downgraded here, so he went through practice on Tuesday. He didn't play in the All-Star game because of the left foot and ankle issues. I'd be curious to see whether or not. I'd be shocked again. Why would he not be in the lineup? This is the game that was rescheduled because of the fire. It was a January 9th game. But this game all comes down to Mark Williams. So, this is the show out game for Mark Williams. We suspect. I mean, don't we suspect Mark Williams to show everybody what they don't have anymore? So let's get into the line history here. This line is sitting at 12.5. Charlotte plus 12.5. This opened up at 13 and it moved to 13.5 around midnight. Then it got to 12.5. That's where it is right now. Plus 12.5. It is juiced towards Charlotte. You see most of the books hanging flat 12s. On the total here, we have a 228. It's minus 107 to the under. This opened up at 223.5. So we've had a monstrous move towards the over. And Saturday says Mark Williams double Rebenga. I don't see why we wouldn't be looking at him in the prop market either, but let's hear from our experts here. And again, you guys know I'm trying so hard not to bet props or team totals. Let's get into the cash flow. 38% of tickets on the Hornets and 51% of the cash. On the total, 89% of tickets and 94% of the cash. We'll start with you, Wine Time Sports. Lakers, your Lakers in play here. Hornets in town. Take it away.
Yeah, I've got multiple plays in this game, guys. A lot of value in this game. You look at the total rising here. I think it's for a good reason. I think there's going to be a lot of points scored on the board, which means we can really open up this player prop market, especially with the guy that we kind of just touched about, Williams down low, man. He was angry that they failed his physical. He said he shouldn't have failed that physical. That was not accurate. He did not fail it. He's going to go out there pissed off. He's going to get a lot of those boards. He's going to clean up a lot of those boards. He's going to get a lot of dunks. Looking at his double-double, if someone could pull me up the best available number for the double-double, Billy, appreciate that. But I'm on Charlotte Hornets here, plus 12, minus 110. I think they're going to be able to hang in this game. Waiting for my boss to text me and see if he's not going to go to this game, because these are one of the stinker games, like the Hornets, you know what I mean? Like a game Wizards, a game he's not going to want to go to, but last minute you want to go. And I will be there, and I will, I'll wear my LeBron jersey, but I'll be rooting for them Hornets, because I think Hornets are going to definitely take care of business here. I don't know if they're going to win this game outright. I don't think they will. Looking at the player prop market, Luka Doncic, man, he's not on a minute restriction anymore from what I'm hearing, which is why we're seeing his points props over 26.5 juice to minus 120. We're on that as well. Luka Doncic over 26.5 points, minus 120. We're also on LaMelo Ball. I think he's going to have a huge game here today, guys, especially being in LA, especially after hearing about the news from his pop. Over 24.5 points, minus 125. Lock that in. He's going to get it done. He's going to be able to eat all night long today. Also, another guy I'm looking at, Bridges, over 20.5 points, plus 100, guys. I think if you look at his head-to-head with LeBron James, I think he's like a plus 105, plus 110. And LeBron James points prop is like a 23.5, which kind of makes me think Bridges is going to have a game today. They don't have a lot of people that are going to want to guard the guy. And if he makes a couple of those step-back threes that he loves taking, he's going to be able to easily get 20 points in this one. And I couldn't get a number on the Williams double-double, but I'm on the Hornets in pretty much every single way here. I do think they're going to try to get the ball. Like, why I'm on the Luka prop, I think they're going to really emphasize getting in the ball, especially LeBron. I think LeBron's not going to take as many shots tonight. I think he's going to really try to get the ball to Luka, and Luka's going to, he's playing in front of it's going to be a sold-out crowd tonight there. People are going to be paying a lot of money to see the Lakers play against one of the worst teams in the league. But the Hornets, man, this team's actually kind of healthy right now. Mark Williams is starting. They've got Bridges, they've got Ball, they've got Green. This team doesn't look as awful as its record, if you ask me. And a lot of these guys are younger too. And LaMelo's going to want to ball out crypto.com arena. You know what I mean? He grew up in the area, Chino Hills. So he's definitely going to ball out there today. His brother played there. So yeah, I'm on the Hornets here, guys. I think they're going to easily be able to stay within this game. Might end up tweeting out the first half as well. Not going to do that yet. I just have the plus 12 minus 110, and all these point props. Were you able to find me a double-double for Mark Williams, Billy?
Yeah, Mark Williams is at plus 115 for a double-double. His player defensive stats for blocks is, where is it at?
But 2.5.
It was plus money for steals and blocks combined. And then his rebound prop for 10 rebounds was minus 105. And then his actual player prop is listed at,
I think 15.5, right?
I'd be nervous though, man. The Lakers don't have a legit center.
I know, but I think Williams is going to be able to get a lot of those offensive boards, and he's just going to be clean up down low. And I think he's going to want to show dominance down there. They're going to have Jackson Hayes is going to start out for them the first. I don't know how many minutes he's going to play. I'm not sure either about Alex Len if he's going to really get a shot out there. They're pretty small, so that's what I think. Williams is just going to be able to eat down low, and he's going to be able to get whatever he wants off these boards. If his point props is at 15.5 and his rebounds are at 9.5. Really just need him to get these 10 rebounds. There's no question that he's going to get over 10 points if you ask me in this spot. So he needs those 10 rebounds. It might be tough, you know what I mean, if the Lakers are draining threes. We've seen them do it when Reeves gets hot. He's playing like one of the better players in the league when he gets hot. It's crazy to watch, honestly. And I feel like the spots that I fade the Lakers in, Reeves just has these monster games. He had that 45-point game, and he looks good out there, man. But I think, like I said, I think they're going to really emphasize getting Luka involved. And they're not going to worry so much about blowing these guys out, but about winning this game at home. That's all they care about. That's all the Lakers ever care about is winning games. That's why when I get these double-digit point spreads, I've been fading them for years. Hasn't been as profitable the last probably month or so, but I think we're getting value here with the Charlotte Hornets. So Hornets plus 12.5 and those player props, because I think those players are going to be able to eat all day long. This total is rising. Like, it keeps going up. I wish I got in earlier. Should I move on it now? Probably, because there's no question in my mind this doesn't hit 230, but I feel like I lost too much value. So I'm going to stay away from the total, but I'm going to be on the point props.
Let's just review some of the juice here. Hornets plus 12.5 minus 110.
I got plus 12, so that's what I have. Okay. If you can get me a 12.5, I'll take it minus 110. But
I can get you at minus 111.
Yeah, give it to me.
12.5 minus 111. Luke over 26.5 points. What was the juice you had on that?
I got minus 120.
That's a good sign. Wait, no, it's not that one. It's the okay, so that's minus one. There was your LaMelo. What was the juice on that?
Let me double check. Let me see what I can get. I haven't given it out officially yet on Twitter, so let me see what my book has right now. Let's see. It's about minus 130 now.
It's minus 142 at a very sharp offshore, so minus 130 is not that bad.
I'll take minus 130. Yeah, give me over 24.5 points minus 130. I'll take that. It's a little juicy. I see the over 26.5 I can get a plus money for just 2 more points, actually, too.
That's 26.5 at 365, just minus 115.
Yeah, give me the 26.5 minus 115.
26.5 minus 115 here for LaMelo. Over 26.5 minus 120 for Luka. What was the Bridges?
The Bridges was over 20.5 plus 100. Let me double check. That's what like I said, I haven't actually moved. I'm going to move on all these apps. I usually come on here with my plays already given out, but I haven't tweeted anything out.
Okay, I can get you the over 20.5 at plus 102.
Yeah, give it to me.
20 plus on FanDuel is minus 120 if you wanted to pay for the juice for it. One less point.
Half point.
Yeah. 20.5. I think he's going to get 25 tonight, guys. Honestly, I think you could honestly take the extended line if the chat out there, if you don't want to take, I mean, you're still getting plus money on 20.5, but this guy's going to get 23 or 25, especially if he starts taking those step back threes. And if he starts attacking the paint and they don't want to guard him down there and he gets the free throw line, this guy's going to make his free throws.
I'm thinking of a Charlotte first quarter full game. as my angle at this point. We got 5 spots from Wine Time plus 12.5 minus 111. Luke over 26.5 minus 120. LaMelo over 26.5 minus 115. Bridges over 20.5 plus 102. And Williams double plus 115. Brizzy, the ball's in your court. How you betting this one?
Yeah, I mean, outside the Luka trade scenario, the LA Fires, people in and out of the lineup, the fact that the Lakers were able to go 6-1 straight up in ATS in their last 7 games heading into the break was pretty impressive. It seems like they traded in their defense for offense. And in the new NBA era, I guess it kind of works. This is the makeup game for the LA Wildfires that happened about a month ago. The Lakers won the season 19-6 record at Crypto.com Arena. They should be able to win this game outright versus the Hornets, who have gone 1-9 straight up in their last 10 games to 9-1 ATS in their last 12 games head-to-head versus the Lakers. However, though, I wouldn't be shocked if they backdoor covered this line potentially. Both teams are on the first night of a back-to-back. So that just kind of gives me a little bit of hesitancy on the Hornets player props because a lot of them are coming back from injury or coming back from times off. I don't know what their minutes are going to look like. The Hornets have good season ATS numbers, but their defense is where I have a concern in this matchup. Like, if you think the Hornets cover the spread, I would be more inclined to take the team total over, maybe the full game over. For me, the Lakers aren't a team I'm looking to fade right now. Granted, the prices in the market have really caught up substantially where they were a month ago, but I guess I would say mix it into some parlays, attack the player prop market, and that's exactly what I did here. Player prop of the day here is going to be Luka Doncic over 33.5 points and assists, minus 130. When Luka returned back to the court, yeah, he put up some underwhelming numbers, but he also missed 6 straight fucking weeks. The usage rating was still the exact same, even though he's in the LA Laker jersey. And in limited action, I mean, his playmaking really stood out. His assist line tonight opened up at 6.5. He's cleared that in 75% of his games, playing 30-plus minutes, and it's moved to 7.5 at even odds. If LeBron were to miss this game or be in any type of limit, this number is just this number would be like 42.5, 40.5. Eventually, win these games, Luka's going to play a full amount of minutes. And coming out of the break, they said they wanted to give Luka more minutes. And I think it's probably tonight. Reading the tea leaves.
I got it today. They said that he's not on a minute restriction tonight. Billy,
that's what I'm saying. I think tonight's the night, though. LeBron just missed a fucking All-Star game on Sunday.
It's the Luka show tonight. This is the Luka show tonight.
First half of a back-to-back. The Lakers have the most amount of games out of every NBA team for the rest of the season. LeBron might sit tonight. I would not be shocked if LeBron sits tonight or tomorrow. But I think Luka balls out tonight. And I actually ran a same-game parlay. It's not an official because of the money amount on it, but it's money in my pocket that it would be very nice if it hits. Luka 3+ threes, LaMelo 3+ threes, LA Lakers to win. That was plus 125 at bet 365. But I think this is the Luka Doncic show tonight, man. I mean, reading the tea leaves, everything's setting up for Luka tonight. Yeah. I mean, you even got Kim K asking, can I meet Luka Doncic? I mean, Luka's got to get the swagger going. Everything is going for Luka tonight. He has yet to play a fourth quarter in any of these games yet. Yeah. That is wild. He hasn't played a fourth quarter in any of these games. The first time that Luka plays a fourth quarter in any of these games, these numbers will not exist. Yeah, we're taking a risk, but these numbers, I'm telling you, after that first Luka crazy game, those numbers are going to be unbettable damn near for the rest of the season. So I'm going to try to take advantage of it first night out of the All-Star break.
Yeah, I love it. And also touch on Saturday, what he said, really been making the most of his opportunities. Love that. Really, man, he's such like when he gets those spot up shots, like he's like 100%. It seems like when he gets those open looks, just spot up like that, like he's so nice. He could benefit tonight too.
Yeah, but they moved his number a little bit. The last show that I believe we're on right before the break, when the bets to be gave out was Rui Hachimura over 19.5 points and rebounds. And dude, that number's at like the low 20s today. It's like, all right, now you're getting into like the alt line parlay section and shit like that. Of like, you're basically asking Rui to score like 18 to 20 points. I might as well just bet that straight. Of like, I feel like there's a little bit more value on just betting a ladder on Rui's, maybe a straight point prop, laddering up to like 3 or 4. Because like you said, he's getting a lot of catch and shoot opportunities that are wide open in the corners.
Excellent work, fellas. In review, Brizzy on Luca over 33.5 points and assists at -130. Wine time on the Hornets plus 12.5, -111. Luca over 26.5 points, -120. LaMelo over 26.5 points, -115. Bridges over 20.5 points, +102. And Williams double. Big three for Charlotte to start out the second half. Now up 41-39. Very tight. It's going to be a sweat. Would love to start out with a W here. Wine time firing away 5 bets here on our lone NBA game. Thank you, fellas, so much for all that you do for us, man. I can't wait to thank you guys in person down in Southtown 101.
Though, this card is make sure you circle these games for tomorrow of like Charlotte's on their first night of a back-to-back. They're going into Denver in altitude tomorrow. That line's already 15, total at 228. Denver might smoke them in that spot. And then if you look at the Lakers game, they're playing at Portland tomorrow. They're only as small as 4.5-point favorites. That's kind of giving you an inclination that somebody could be missing for tomorrow's game. And then best bet for tomorrow is going to be Phoenix and San Antonio TNT game over 231.5. That's going to be a high-scoring one.
Wait, let me just sorry, I'm putting your X handle here into the chat because we can make that official here. So give me that best bet here for tomorrow, Brizzy.
Phoenix, San Antonio, 9:30 TNT game over 231.5. That's going to be a high scoring one.
You're in business, Brizzy, my man. Excellent work, fellas. Wine time. I popped your X handle in the chat. Any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
Yeah, always a good time doing the show with you guys, man. Good luck to everyone in the chat, man. 4 weeks to today, I land in San Antonio. At this time, it's going to be 3 o'clock in San Antonio. I'll be in Southtown 101 waiting for the fellas to show up, man. So I'm looking forward to it. So excited for that. 4 weeks until that. If you guys haven't booked your trip, book it now, man. It's going to be a good time and looking forward to – got a good card on Friday, Jim, I've been looking at. So excited to cap this Friday card with you guys on Friday.
Absolutely. Great stuff. Wine time, my man. Brizzy, excellent work. Excellent work on the Locker Room Talk podcast as well, my friend. Any last words for the Cappers Sporting Show?
Yeah, just to quickly go over some plays. You know where you can find me at, and if you don't, then I guess you're not in the spaces. UAB money line over 147.5. That is alt line now because that opened up at 147, and it's at 154.5. That tells you everything you need to know about that game. I like North Carolina UNC over North Carolina State. Yes, we're going for the rival game, and we're betting the other side. And then the other rival game that I like tonight was Miami plus the points tonight against Florida State, and slight lean towards the Matthew Cleveland over 19.5 points player prop. And then women's college basketball. Yes, women's college basketball. Circle it. There is a lot of value in women's college basketball. There's a huge difference between the women's and the men's college basketball. There's one thing that the men should probably adopt is the first 2 rounds of the NCAA tournament in women's college basketball are played on the home floors of the teams. So a lot of these games at the end of the year mean a lot. This is a play for cancer type of game here. It's on national television, Michigan versus USC. That's going to go over the total 146.5.
I love it, Brizzy. Get that cash, my man, and thank you so much for rocking with us. Temple's taking a 45-44 lead on Charlotte. Charlotte has the ball. Jose, my friend, if you're still back there, you've done a hell of a job producing 5 hours deep here, 53 games capped on the show. Jose, if you'd like to join me here as we put a bow on the day's proceedings. Thank you so much to the Cappers here that supported the show today. It was yeoman's work from all of you guys. Spoon Dog, Conor Mac, Daby Cab, Wine Time, and Billy Brisbane. Let's review action here. Justin McKelvey stacks play today. Number 1, Notre Dame +2. Number 2, Cincinnati +3.5. There he is, Jose. He looks a little different. It's been a long time. Get up here, Jose. How are you?
Good. Was I wearing something different?
I have no idea. It's been a long
time. Yeah. Okay. Review.
Yeah. Let's do the review. But it's great to have you here, Jose. You did pump us up here. UNC Greensboro +105 for Gerald Jones. Barry Smith on big 3 by Charlotte. Tied up at 47. Barry Smith on Cincy money line. Lynn Belvedere, and he added to this. He started with Wofford, Providence, Wofford -5, Providence +3.5, and Boise State -4. He added that. Big Scott, Bradley -1, SMU money line. I have moved on Charlotte. It's 47-47. It's going to be a sweat. I've moved on UMass first half. Army -1. We stayed off of Lafayette, Holy Cross. Gorky's on Alabama +1.5 and Vandy money line. I moved on Wofford -5.5. We stayed off Richmond, LaSalle. Spooner gets his card started with the Cornhuskers -115 on the money line. Wine Time is on Vanderbilt +170 and Cab is on Williams over 9.5 boards at +110. NCAA play of the day from Ron Crawford is Bama. Dan Kelly's taking Brooklyn to make the play-in tournament. Yes, at +2,000. Got a boost to +2,400. I said that that's a DK. That line at FanDuel is just 850 +850. Winthrop double up for me -1.5, -3.5. Stayed off of Gardner and Longwood. I'm going to take a look at Charleston. I think it's too popular. I'm going to take a look at Cincy and see where the line has moved. I'm interested in Notre Dame. Those are the two smash spots for the stacks play today. Brizzy has moved on North Carolina here. Now he got an 8.5 here, but it's moved to 10. But Brizzy thinking the Tar Heels smash and grab. I'm interested in St. Joe's. CMAC moved on Fordham. I kind of wanted Duquesne. I guess CMAC will get me off of it, or do I just move on Duquesne first half? I'm going to need more time on that. Spooner is on the Salukis of Southern Illinois. I'm interested in joining them. I have interest in Evansville. I have interest in Colgate first half. Rob Free is on Miami +9. That's his play of the day. I'm interested in the Terriers of Boston University. I'm interested in Detroit and Mercy in Western Carolina first half. I'm interested in East Tennessee State, but that's all full question marks, so that probably doesn't make the card. I'm interested in the Citadel Bulldogs. Also, Belmont Bruins. I don't know if Bruins makes the card. I'm interested in Drake first half and Samford first half. The UAB money line and over 147 SGP is from our guy Brizzy. Spooner's on UTSA. Jose Bouquet, your UTSA. Did that interest you in backing your Roadrunners this evening?
No, but I am on something that you'll talk about here in a second, I'm sure.
Beautiful. I'm interested in backing your Road Runners. Tulsa, North Texas was a stay off. CMAC on Missouri State +2.5. I'll be looking at that spot. Spooner on Illinois State -1. CMAC could lean to the over in that one. I'm going to be looking at Illinois State here. Arkansas State first half is appealing to me. South Dakota as well. Good God. It's just too much fucking action. Kansas City at home is appealing as well. Then I got a few games off. Missouri full game will be on my card. Wine Time is a double up on DePaul +7 and +13. I'm interested in joining them. I'm interested in joining Oklahoma State. Brizzy on Miami Hurricanes +8.5. I'm interested in that. Kong's Clips gave us Alex Pereira 8 units on the money line, 4 units on the knockout. CMAX on Washington State +12.5. I'm already on the first half +7. That was the first bet that I made today. San Jose State full game. I expect to make my card, as will Boise State in some way. And then I have some interest in Rutgers first half, but I don't know if I get there.
I'm on Missouri full game.
I think first quarter full game. I'll spend a little bit more time on that. That is our show for today, Jose. We cracked 5 hours.
Yep.
You did excellent work producing. I couldn't have done it without you, so thank you so much. I need the hard work to equal money. I need to come in here.
Well, Missouri's cashing for us. I'm on Missouri full game with you.
I like that. Was
doubled
that the
my
addition
Canada
that you were going to
bet.
make?
Huh?
That was the addition that you were.
Yeah, and I doubled my Canada bet as well after I saw the Quinn Hughes news as well. So let's go Canada. I'll be wearing my red, white, and red, I guess, soon.
Yeah, you could just say red and white too. I love it. I love it, Jose. Thank you, backbone of the channel and of this show. Thank you for keeping a calm here as we had all these cappers coming in and out. Spectacular work, my friend. Now we need to succeed. This is the most important show of 2025. I better get back here tomorrow, a winner, better, or I'll fucking lose it. Jose, my friend, thank you. And thank you to all the cappers in the chat. Spooner, MC's Mug Mean, Saturated, Lex Steele, Old E. Thank you, guys. Crip Key, rocking with us all day. Justin McKelvey just added Reeves, 8 or more assists, +155. Kelly McInnes, thank you. Jermaine, Man, Bear, Pig, The Wager Detective, Slow Jams, Arsenal, All you guys just delivering the goods. Thomas, Maggio, Markel, AOD, filling us with positivity. Black Thor King, he's on 11.5 rebounds and assists for Austin Reeves. I love it. Thank you guys so much. Nunya, to all of you guys, thank you. Also, Gorky putting so much love. Super True Story, MMA Locker Room. Thank you guys for all that you do for the show. DC Capper, thank you guys. Jose, I've got a lot of action to bet. I've got some food to eat, and I need to make money tonight. So can you please bless our action and lead us into the future, my friend?
Yeah, I can tell. This is as red as you'll see Jimmy's face right now at the end of the program. 5 hours in, a little anxiety, a little stress from these bets, but God damn it, we're going to see color in that face tomorrow because he's going to win. And if he's pale white, we know what happened, damn it. But color, he's going to come in with a nice tan, feeling good about himself here soon. So shout out to you guys. Spoons, great job. Connor, Billy, Daby, all you guys. Thank you guys. Wine time as well. Shout out to you. Appreciate you guys. Let's go make some goddamn money and get Pubblepalooza on your schedules and leche de los bookmakers.